us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Mr. and Mrs. E.
Launch sequence activated. Prepare for light speed.
Keeping the missing relevant with Mr. E, Mrs. E. Let's not forget the sweet and E, and of course the best Granny, unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
Auntie, is that you? Yes. Bring in the crime dogs. It's time.
Unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Mr. E Crimecast. I am Mr. E. It's just me this morning. Auntie, Mrs. E may join later on. Middle E had a doctor's appointment, so She is on the way there for that, so she might hop in here and there, and Auntie will come in when she's got a chance. So if you joined us last night, you know the case. If you haven't, I'm going to give a little background on the case that the trial that just started this morning. As Real Me Too says, prepare yourself. This is a very disturbing case. So this is a wild one. So we had been looking at a lot of trials to cover. We really just enjoyed doing that coverage with the Megan Boswell case last year, and so we'd been kind of watching for a couple to do here. And while we were looking at other cases, this one kept popping up. And once I got into it, it was mind blowing. It's one of the wildest stories and cases I've come across, and it is one of those every time you think there's nothing crazier that could happen in the case, you'd read another article and find another amazing detail. But if you want the full background on the case, you could go watch that live from last night, and that would be great. If not, we'll get you all caught up as we go through the opening statements in the trial this morning here. So just would like to welcome everyone in before we get started. Good to see you, PJ and Cheryl Barbane. Holly says, look forward to watching this with y'all. It is a little bit of a bonding thing, actually, to do these trials together. You kind of get to know everybody over the weeks of doing this. Let's see, Trisha, good morning to you as well. And Cheryl says she's going to be doing some watch and listening while you do that. So yeah, so throw in the earbuds or the headphones and do your work and listen to the trial. This is just to give you just a little background before we hop over to the coverage. And also I should ask, as you come in, if you wouldn't mind to hit the like button so people realize that we are here doing this. If you are new to this case, this is in Fairfax, Virginia. So on February 24th of 2023, there was a 911 call at the home of Brendan and Christine Banfield. And apologize for that. I'll turn that ringer off. And one call came in at 7:45. A brief, they could hear a little moaning in the background and then a hang up. 17 minutes later, 8:02, another call comes in, and Brendan says that he has shot an intruder that was attacking his wife. So they come to the scene, and one man, Joseph Ryan, is shot and he's deceased in the bedroom. His wife is barely alive with several stab wounds to the neck. He and the au pair that are at the home, they claim that they came back, saw the intruder attacking the wife, and killed him basically in defense of her. And that man stabbed her in the neck. That is going to essentially be the story that Brendan tells today. He is the defendant in the trial that is happening right now. What the prosecution is going to say is that this was all an elaborate setup and framing a way to dispose of his wife so that he and the au pair who was having an affair with could go on about their lives. So after the crime happened, Juliana, the au pair, and Brendan were living a life basically in that home. The 4-year-old daughter began calling Juliana mommy during this time. And several months go by without any arrests. Eventually, Juliana gets arrested in October of that same year, so about 9 months afterward. And she takes a lesser charge for manslaughter, willing to be a witness in this case. So basically, she will just serve maybe just a couple of years and then go back home to Brazil when the trial is over. So that's kind of what everyone will really be looking forward to in terms of the trial, is when she takes the witness stand. Brendan has never talked with authorities, never cooperated. After she made her plea deal, several months later in 2024, Brendan was arrested and he's charged with the deaths of Joseph Ryan and his wife, Christine. And where the part that Joseph Ryan plays, he's a complete stranger to the family. He basically got catfished through an account on a fetish website. He thought he was coming to that home that morning to engage in some violent role-playing act with the wife. He was going to be the aggressor. She was going to be the victim. So when he comes into the bedroom to attack her, she's unaware of anything. He thinks she's just playing along. So just really sadistic, an evil plan. And maybe would have gotten away with it if Juliana had not been willing to flip and become a witness. So there's a lot more to it, of course. That is the nuts and bolts of the case. And that trial just started a few minutes ago. So I'm going to pull this up. We're a few minutes behind, but that's okay. There's always so many delays that we kind of pause and talk here and there as the trial progresses. So let me do this and pull it up here. And this is actually from Court TV. So this is right at the beginning of opening statements here from their coverage. And let's just check with the chat here. Good morning, El Kennedy. Thank you for coming in. Cheryl says this case is really effed up. That is true. Trish, she says, just stop by before work listening while driving. Trials are my jam. Well, good. I think this is going to be a crazy one because it's not going to be open and shut. It's going to be a difficult case to prove, I think, because there will be, the defense does have their experts that are going to refute some of the things being said here. So I'm going to let this go here. So this is this is the beginning of the coverage here.
Courtroom now. You need to follow along with the details. There will be many, and then be thoughtful in how you consider this evidence when it's time to deliberate. We're here today because Brendan Banfield, the man seated behind me, killed his wife, Christine Banfield, and another.
Let me do a quick question here too. Would you all like closed captioning? I can put the closed captioning on if that helps everyone. If that's distracting, I won't do it. But put a 1 in the chat if you would like closed captioning, a 2 if that's annoying.
A man named Joseph Ryan. Those two individuals had no reason to know each other, but for the plotting and planning of Brendan Banfield. Christine, back in 2022, was 37 years old. She was an ICU nurse working at Inova Fairfax. She was married to Brendan, who was then 38, and they had a daughter, 4-year-old Valerie. Christine worked odd shifts. She was a nurse. Many of you know what nurses' hours are. She could work nights. The schedule was irregular. It didn't occur with a 9-to-5 pattern. So regular daycare was not an option for the family.
Apologize, but apparently closed captioning is not available through this. So I'm sorry about that.
They hired an au pair, Juliana Peres Magalhães. She was from Brazil. She was 22 years old when she joined the family. She provided care while Brendan traveled for work and Christine worked her nurse's hours. The family lived in the Reston area of Fairfax County at 13230 Stablebrook Way. You'll hear that address referenced. You'll see pictures of the home. You'll have the opportunity to understand what the layout of the house was, as it is very relevant to what happened in February of 2023. Taking you back, in August of 2022, Brendan began an affair with Juliana. Initially, it was just sex when Christine was at work or asleep, but eventually it developed into a relationship. They went on dates. They went to bars, clubs, dancing. They went on romantic bike rides. By the fall of 2022, they were fully in love, planning their future. On a trip to New York, Brendan revealed his desire to get rid of Christine. Divorce was not an option for him. He didn't want to lose custody of Valerie. He didn't even want to share custody of Valerie. He thought Christine was a terrible mother. He wanted her out of the picture. And he convinced young Juliana, 22 years old, not from the United States, living in his home, in love with him, that they should get rid of Christine. He talked about hiring a hitman, finding someone to kill her for money. But he was concerned that that would tie back to him, that there would be too much evidence against him and that he could end up at risk. So they crafted a plan. They would use Christine's email accounts to create a fake profile to lure someone in who was into kinky sex, violent sex. And they would get this guy to come into the house and fake rape Christine. Brendan would be the hero of the day. He would show up, kill the guy, kill his wife, pretending that it had been that guy. That was the plan. They put it into action. Brendan created a FetLife account. If you're not familiar with it, it's a social networking app for people interested in fetishes, sexual kink. He posted as Christine, seeking fulfillment of this stranger rape fantasy. He and Juliana spent weeks chatting with potential victims, searching for just the right guy who would follow Brendan's plan to a T. Because remember, this plan hinged on several things. Christine never knowing that it existed, and Christine never being expected to meet with her potential fake rapist. In this community of people, there weren't many takers for such a risky plan. It had red flags all over the place. But by January 24th, 2022, Brendan had found his target, Joseph Ryan, posting as Taco Supreme 7000. Joe engaged in friendly conversation with who he thought was an attractive woman new to kink. Brendan, posting as Christine, spent a month creating this relationship with Joe that would eventually lead to Joe's murder. Meanwhile, other things were going on to prepare for this murder. Brendan bought Juliana a gun and took her to the shooting range to teach her to shoot. Brendan had Juliana help him test out the soundproofing of the new windows that had been installed at Stablebrook Way. By the time this plan was ready to be hatched, Joe was fully on board. He had not questioned any of the asks of him. He had continued to engage in this relationship and appeared to be the perfect willing victim. Brendan created the narrative that Christine desperately wanted to be raped. Posing as Christine, he told Joe what to do. Come to the home in Reston. The door will be unlocked. Christine will be asleep in bed. Come straight upstairs, cut off her clothing, tie her, rape her. Simple and fun. That was how it was posed. Joe was willing to follow these rules that Brendan set out posing as Christine. They would not meet in person beforehand. Joe's phones would be left in the car. Joe was to bring a knife, zip ties, chains. And most importantly, he was not to stop. Even if she looked terrified, even if she was calling for help, he was to follow through because that's what she really wanted. On February 24th, 2023, Brendan Banfield's birthday, the plan was put into action. Knowing that Christine had the day off, Brendan and Juliana arranged a fake outing for the zoo a fake outing at the zoo for Valerie. Juliana and Valerie packed a lunch, prepared for this fake outing. Christine, still in bed, asleep, at 6 a.m. Brendan takes her phone and Valerie downstairs. He chats with Joe to confirm a 7:20 arrival for the execution of the fake rape. And Brendan then disables the door lock, preventing it from automatically locking, turns off Christine's phone, and puts it in a drawer in the kitchen where she couldn't possibly find it to call for help when she finds an intruder in her home. Brendan leaves the house, followed shortly by Juliana. Brendan drives to a nearby McDonald's. Juliana waits in the cul-de-sac. The plan to give a call out to Brendan as soon as she sees Joe. Valerie's in the back seat, and Juliana has a gun in her pocket. When Joe arrives, Juliana calls Christine's cell phone first to create a record of a fake warning, even knowing that the phone is turned off. She then calls Brendan to let him know that Joe is in the house. Brendan leaves the McDonald's, drives directly to the home, meets up with Juliana, and with Valerie in tow, they re-enter the house through the basement. Juliana, nervous, screws up the plan and calls 911, too early. She hangs up as soon as Brendan's giving her the signal that this wasn't the plan. They leave Valerie in the basement. They sneak up the stairs to the bedroom where they hear Joe Ryan and Christine. Brendan enters the bedroom first, shooting Joe in the head, picks up the knife that Joe had brought, and stabs Christine repeatedly in the neck. He directs Juliana to shoot Joe a second time with her gun. This time the bullet enters Joe's chest. With Christine dead or dying, Brendan spends the next several minutes manipulating Joe Ryan's body, in the process leaving Christine's blood on Joe's hands and pants. Juliana calls 911, this time as scheduled, to report the intruder, and Brendan tells the police, "I shot him, he stabbed her." You'll hear all of this from Juliana, but we're not asking you to believe her alone. You'll hear from witnesses and experts about all of the evidence that corroborates the facts presented. You'll see the FetLife chats. You'll see the Telegram messages. You'll hear and see the phone call details. You'll hear the 911 calls where Brendan admits to shooting Joe. You'll see body-worn camera video from the responding officers. You'll see photos of the crime scene and the physical evidence collected. And that's where you should focus your attention. Because while Juliana presents us with the narrative, that story that we wouldn't necessarily know but for her details, it is the blood evidence that you can rely upon without a doubt. The blood cannot lie. And the blood puts Brendan Banfield standing over Christine, stabbing her in the neck until she died. With that evidence, we will ask you to find Brendan Banfield guilty of these murders, the associated charges of neglecting his child, and of creating a danger for her in that home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sands. All right. Defense, you're
Okay, so I'm going to pause here just a moment so we can kind of take in what that was. So that filled in a couple of blanks to me that I didn't, some questions that we had. So one that I was unaware of or had not heard was that at some point they had considered hiring a hitman to do this instead. And he, according to the prosecution, they are saying that they considered that too risky. It would be too likely that that would come back to Brendan and Juliana. So that was dismissed. So they come up on this scheme instead. Another thing that we were wondering about last night was the phone that was, so Christine's phone is in a drawer turned off. And we were kind of wondering about that. Why, was she asleep when he left? How would you hide someone's phone and them not know? And the reason they put the phone in the drawer is so that when the attack does happen, she doesn't know where her phone is and has no way to call for help. And of course they need to make those phone calls just for the staging of the event also. Didn't know that the door would be unlocked. The detail about how he's supposed to come in and cut her clothing, tie her up, and man, how dark those details about, him posing as Christine, allegedly saying to Joe, when you get here, don't stop. No matter how much I beg you to quit, don't stop. That stuff will be really chilling when we get to those texts later, I think. And then the 2 911 calls, I guess I had imagined a different scenario. Yeah. So, and Holly says here, he was an IRS agent too. Yeah, he was a criminal investigator for the IRS. And then of course, Cheryl says, holy moly, Mr. E. I know this is just insane. But that prosecutor there, she did a really good job of laying out the whole case in a very short way. That is basically our understanding of what happened. But one thing I didn't understand was that 911 call. There were two. So there was one at 9:45, the one where you can hear some moaning or something in the background, then the one at 8:02, like 17 minutes later. I guess my imagination made me think she called thinking that Joseph was dead, and then she did call too early. I thought they were in the bedroom. That's not what the prosecutor's saying. What they're saying is when they came in that basement, their plan was to leave the 4-year-old there, go upstairs and do everything so the 4-year-old doesn't have to see it or be involved in the scene. But she made the 911 call downstairs before they went up, and that's where she messed up. So that's why they hung the quick hang up, and then I guess everything else took 17 minutes to complete. And then another interesting thing that I hadn't thought about last night talking about this was she's saying here at the end that the blood is going to be the evidence. Because, if he's the one standing over her, stabbing his own wife in the neck, then there's going to be some droplets, blood splatter in such a way that it could only be him doing it, right? Because I don't know why that part of the crime would not have occurred to him. Did he change clothes? How is he going to explain? Certainly he would know that there would be some severe blood spatter on himself, which I'm assuming there had to be on his hands or clothing. So I guess that'll be some damning evidence too. So anyway, those are some of the kind of highlights to me that stuck out in that opening statement there. And good morning to you. I'm Quilting. Good to see you. And Paige Turner, thanks for joining us here. And then Holly says, nicely, they didn't hide and posted pictures all over. And why is he smirking? Yeah, his face is not doing him any favors here in the courtroom, I don't think. But so we'll hop right over here to the defense and we'll hear their argument, which they do have some points to make.
I think I can probably see the problem.
No. Yes.
You do.
He's been sitting in jail for a year, basically waiting for this.
No. You want to check Ms. Sands?
Here, I can check. Yep. I did, because I didn't want it to make all the banging noises. There you go. Green, let's go.
Yes.
Okay.
You can put that in your pocket if you want.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we had a long day yesterday, and we talked about a lot of the issues that would possibly come up, and they're going to come up today in terms of the story that the Commonwealth just told you, and what I think you should be looking out for in terms of the evidence. There's some interesting things that, in order to assess, first of all, what they're saying, and second of all, the evidence that's going to be before you, is you have to look at certain timelines. So the murder of Christine Banfield by Joe Ryan occurred on February 24th, 2023. The arrest of Juliana Peres Magalhães took place in October of 2023. She was held for nearly another year before she made the statements that are the full and complete support of what the Commonwealth just told you. And she did that because the Commonwealth decided that they were going to give her something certain. They were going to give her a plea of guilty to a manslaughter, which is a lesser included offense, and guaranteed time served upon her testimony here today or tomorrow or whenever that testimony is. You're going to hear a timeline of events and evidence that you'll have an opportunity to look at, where she was arrested in October of 2023. And the whole reason she was arrested was to flip her against my client. You'll hear that evidence from someone other than her and other than me. And they tried, and they tried. In a correspondence that she wrote to my client on January 1st, that was given to him, she says, they want you. All they want is to get you in this case. They want me to say things that aren't true. They want me to say things that I did that aren't true. They offered me a misdemeanor. She declined a misdemeanor, facing second-degree murder at the time. And then as the case went on, it became very clear that they wanted him so badly that they were willing to do anything. They made offers, not as good as a misdemeanor, but as time went on, for a manslaughter, suspended time, but she had to testify against Brendan. You'll hear there were at least 4 or 5 times during that year leading up to Brendan Banfield being charged, where they came to her, they went through her attorney, and they offered that deal that she now stands to have taken. Now, why is it that she wouldn't have taken that then? Well, we heard in the first instance, she said, they're asking me to say something that isn't true. And so let's look at another timeline that I think is appropriate. After she was arrested, she had a preliminary hearing in April of 2024. And you'll see communications that show real anxiety in terms of what was going to happen. After the preliminary hearing, then the first trial is set for July of 2024. Her attorney continues the case against her will. There's correspondence that says, I want her to go forward. I want her to show my innocence. Continued it to October, I believe. No, to November 12th. During that point in time, she'd lost trust in her attorney. She lost hope because he was the only person for someone who was thousands of miles away from her home, from her family, from the people that supported her. She lost hope in the person who was there to represent her. Whether that's true, whether that's right or not, I don't know. But what you'll see in this timeline that I'm going to create for you through evidence is that she was upset, and she said at one point, I can't believe he continued this case. I didn't want that, I don't want that, I just want to go forward. He better not do that again. We go through a period of time into September. The stress and the anxiety starts to really ramp up for her. Approaching her November 12th court date. My client gets arrested. In her mind, she loses even more hope because he was the person who was on the outside who she really was depending on. They had an affair. You're not going to get any disputes from us. But he played a role, a supportive role to her while she was in jail, while they tried to do their little experiment on what would she take in order to come forward and tell a story. You'll hear in October, she went for emergency surgery, had a gallbladder surgery, spent 2 weeks in the hospital. And soon after she got out, she received word that her attorney was going to continue the case again because he needed to get a digital forensics examiner in order to review the evidence. That hadn't been done up until that point. That was the last straw. Whatever deals that had been rejected, the most recent time was September 30th. Whatever deals had been rejected, she was in for now. One of the deals was suggested by her attorney after he was upset with her, after she was upset with him in July. They get together, they arrive at this, and they have a recording of the questions that they're asking her during what they call the recant. You're going to hear some of those recordings. Now, any of you who have any sort of investigative roles in anything that you do, when you're talking to someone who's deciding to flip, You don't just take their word for it, you challenge them. Investigators challenge the statements that are being made. And so October 25th marks the first day that statements were made. Many of you may have seen that because it's showing up on media. And you hear someone asking her questions and then she answers those questions. Well, what we're going to be able to show you is that those answers are wrong based upon other evidence that we have in this case. But no one ever challenged her. No one ever questioned her. And so in order to have this narrative this story that you received, Juliana Peres Magalhães is at the center of all of it. She's going to talk about where the gun was at one point, and then I think in the next recant she says it was a different situation with the gun. She said she ran into the bedroom and used the combination on the safe to get the gun, and then she had it been given to him by, or it was given to him by Brendan Banfield. I'm sorry, given to her by Brendan Banfield. You're going to hear there are significant differences in many of the things that she's providing to the Commonwealth, some of which are changing even up to most recent prep sessions, which we had access to of December 30th. So the question will be, what's the final statement? I think we're all going to get that. But you're also going to see what she's done all along the way. Now, the Commonwealth used her for their case. I understand the situation that she's in, and I understand the fact that she's away from home and she's young and she's dependent on people, and she's also depending on the Commonwealth. And they've put her in this situation. And she's accepted it gladly, and I'm sorry to say, many people would. But it's the devastation that causes when you ask for that kind of testimony to be included in your case. Now let's just talk a little bit. Jeremy, just get a sip of water.
So it seems like they're going to
A little dry mouth.
mostly go after the witness here.
Let's just talk a little bit about some of the other things that are going on in this case. And I think you'll find this through the evidence. So what essentially, and you may have heard it in media, is there's a theory called catfishing. And catfishing, for those who don't know it, and people more experienced and more expert than I will be able to tell you specifically, essentially is assuming the devices of someone in order to get something done is the easy quick. There's probably more sophisticated explanation for it. But what they're saying is Brendan Banfield assumed his wife's devices, his computer, her phone, any other devices, in order to take on take on her persona in order to invite this gentleman, Joe Ryan, in. Catfishing is a theory that requires a conclusion that Christine Banfield.
I just want to highlight this comment because I had the same, actually just wrote that as a note. Nice of me, Marie says, they put her in this situation. Oh, come on, your actions will speak louder than words. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that the state put her in this situation when, yeah, it's just no responsibility at all, right? I was thinking the same way.
Gave up her devices. The Commonwealth's experts have concluded from the moment that the devices were examined and extracted that she did not give up her devices. And so then started the turmoil within the police department that I think is going to come out here. I doubt it'll be in the Commonwealth's case. But there were people within the command staff who were trying to change what the experts said about Christine Banfield's devices. They were trying to say that Christine Banfield did give up these devices or was away when those devices were being used. But you're going to have a conclusion that was from the very early moments that she had not given that up. Now that's significant because all of the things that Juliana Peres Magalhães has talked to you about is inextricably intertwined with catfishing. And so you're going to hear evidence from their expert witness. You're going to hear evidence from an expert witness that I have that concurs in their expert witness's findings. And in the world of digital forensics, there's a saying, digital forensics doesn't lie. People lie. And there are going to be plenty to see. You're going to see manipulation within the police department where if those that wanted the catfishing theory, if the line homicide prosecutors, homicide detectives didn't agree with this theory, they were transferred. When this case started, there were 12 people in the homicide squad. As this case goes to trial now, there's only 4 of those 12 there. Important ones that were removed in part because they didn't agree with the people that peddled the catfish theory, the lead homicide detective, the digital forensics detective. And this was back in late 2024. I don't know how many of you are familiar with criminal prosecutions and investigations. I was a prosecutor myself here in Fairfax. I've never experienced a homicide investigation where the lead homicide detective was moved prior to a trial. Digital forensics, I probably aged out of digital forensics, but that's a very important aspect of this. So I couldn't say personally whether that would have happened back in my day, but there are factors.
I agree. I don't. Melissa says, don't misunderstand my statement with being in agreement with the defense, but his role is reasonable doubt, regardless if it is fantasy. Sure, I don't. People will feel different ways about defense. The defense and the prosecutors, depending on what you believe here. I don't. He's doing his job, and these are the 2 weak spots of the prosecution. It's Juliana, because she clearly is, even by her own admission, has been willing to shoot someone in the head and have an affair. So her credibility is going to be a big part of the defense. And then because they did have some people saying that they thought that Christine created these accounts, that's going to be a trouble for them also. So those are the 2 weak spots, and that's what he's, that's what we talked about last night, and that's what he's going after this morning. He's setting those 2 up. There's some problems with that though, so we'll talk about that too. But he's going after the 2 weak spots that we kind of thought he would.
Here that I think that haven't been brought forth by the Commonwealth. And in my efforts at presenting evidence, I'm going to be trying to bring that to light. As I indicated, there are serious timelines. There's a vulnerable person who's open to pray for what it is that they need. And I would respectfully suggest that Juliana Peres Magalhães is the linchpin to all of that. Now, ultimately, it's the evidence. It's not what I say. It's not what the Commonwealth says. But I say these things to you so that your ear is ready. Because you're going to see a presentation of a horrible, tragic, awful event for everyone involved. And there's no disputing that. And as I said earlier, we're not disputing, you won't hear any dispute as to the relationship between Brendan Banfield and Juliana Peres Magalhães. But there's an awful lot more to look for, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what I'm asking you to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Karen. All right, your first witness, Ms. Sands.
Wow, so they're getting right to it. So I just want to highlight a couple other comments here. They put the baby, this is from Cheryl. She says they put the baby in the basement and waited for the crime to happen. I think to me, that is a big problem for Brendan, because why did they go through the basement? Is that a normal, do they normally enter through the basement? Why wouldn't they just go in the front door? Obviously, if you're the prosecution, you're saying they went through the basement because they knew they could leave the little girl down there without her walking up the stairs and getting involved. I'm going to assume they put her in the basement, closed the door when they left the basement so she couldn't, and told her to stay down there and play or something like that, right? So that doing that doesn't make sense logically unless the prosecution's correct. And then if they're going to go after this idea that Christine is actually the one that created the account and that Joseph was a true aggressor at the crime, if I'm the prosecution, I'm going to say, okay, well, where was the pattern of life of that? Does Joe have a history? Has he been in and out of, is he a registered sex offender? Things of that nature. Has he had criminal issues like that? And then with Christine, I'm going to say, so is this the first time in her history that she has gone to a website like this and acted out a fantasy? And if she hasn't done this throughout her life, then that would strongly suggest that this was done in a fraudulent way by Brendan. Now, if she's been doing this for 10 years, that would be a whole other story. I'm going to assume that these experts are going to tell us things like that. But that's kind of where my head went with the what I think we'll see throughout. Pattern of life will probably come up, I would guess. So they are going to go straight to the first witness for the prosecution here. And there's my pause game right on Brendan closing his eyes.
Judge, it's going to be Alicia Dale.
Thank you, Ms. Priscilla.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to answer this question too. Starflower, Nicey Marie said, so did the nanny get immunity then, testifying against him? We don't know exactly what the deal she got was. We just know she made a deal. Our guess, and most of the media that I've read, their guess is that once this trial is over, she will go home with time served, which will be about 2 years or so. But can't confirm that 100%. And Cheryl says it was a planned crime and they messed up big, in my opinion. Yeah, I think, yeah. And I mean, as diabolical as it is, it certainly was not a perfect crime. But we'll see what happens here.
Your Honor, we had spoken to your client about his shield from the screen.
Okay. We don't have it as of now.
Okay.
Well, you know what? What kind of computer is that?
I was going to say we'll just turn it this way. I think the camera angle.
Do you want to use mine?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay.
Does this come up?
Okay, I'm going to fast forward here a tad till they bring. Okay, here.
Can you give me the thumb drive? Can you give me the thumb drive? It doesn't have an it'd be HDR. No, thank you. I don't know. I need mine because it's HDMI. Well, so this antique piece of you-know-what. Super. Can I see yours? We're in double dongle. No, the other dongle. If not, we'll just use my computer. No, okay. Will you text Mario and see if we have a connection HDMI to USB?
And sorry about Nightbot. I don't know how to slow Nightbot down. I know so you were saying Nightbot's had some coffee this morning. I wish we could I don't know how to do that though. I'm not even sure you can slow Nightbot down. I think the bots have taken over. And that's not me muting the courtroom right now. That's them muting for whatever reason. And I don't know who this witness is about to be, but this will be the first. He's more animated. He's pretty animated. He kind of, as things have gone on so far, Brendan, he makes a lot of facial expressions and such, and he's watching. Sometimes you see him just kind of sit there and they're all stoic and they try not to move an inch, but looks like he's going to stay fairly alert to all of it. But good morning, Kelsey. Thanks for joining us here. Yeah, Nightbot is on a roll. Kelsey, did you know this case? Was this one you're familiar with? And he is taking his notes. I'll tell you another thing. I wondered if it's going to turn out he's so we know now that Brendan's right-handed. I wondered if Joe Ryan is left-handed or not, because if they're going to try to say, obviously the stabbing would be different from a left or right-handed person.
Few technical difficulties. I'm going to first ask you to state and spell your name for the court record.
My name is Alicia Dale, ALICIA DALE.
And what is your occupation?
I'm the custodian of records for the Department of Public Safety Communications in Fairfax County
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
since May of 2021.
Can you explain your duties and your responsibilities in that position, please?
I am to maintain the records within the custody of our department, whether that's retention, disbursement, or destruction.
And can you explain the 911 call system in the Fairfax County Police Department and how it operates?
Once a call is placed, a 911 call is placed within the confines of the Fairfax County, the telephone system actually routes it to the corresponding public safety answering point, and we are that within Fairfax County. The call is then dispersed to a call taker and it's processed.
And is the recording of each call each call taken, is that recording made in the ordinary course of business and then maintained for a period of time?
Yes,
And are these recordings created when the call is made?
yes,
Is it part of your job to keep and maintain these recordings?
yes,
And were you asked to pull recorded calls made on February 24th, 2023?
yes.
At this point in time, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to display my screen to the witness and to counsel, but no one else at this point. And I am going to mute my computer first so we don't get unwanted sound.
Yeah, and
I'm going to ask you to take a look at 3 files, and then I'm going to ask you to identify them. This is the first one.
we haven't heard these 911 calls yet, other than the first hang up. So this will be
And-
interesting to hear.
I'm going to show you all 3 and then ask you about them, if that's okay.
Okay.
Just for the record, what evidence number would
This is
first one-
Commonwealth's Exhibit 1.
Would be the first one you showed
Yep.
her? Okay, thank you.
Yes,
The
Kelsey.
second
that's
one,
this
Your Honor, is Commonwealth's Exhibit 2.
Okay.
Thank you, Nick. We appreciate you doing that. And he's got the orange hearts for my son
So
and the
you're
green heart
seeing,
for Sebastian
on
there.
your
We
screen,
appreciate it very
Commonwealth's
much.
Exhibit 2, that's the second one that I'm going to talk to you about. And then I'm going to show Commonwealth's Exhibit 3.
Nick, do you know this case? Is this one
And
you
this will be
followed?
the third one that I'm going to talk to you about.
Okay.
Now, I showed you three files. Do you recognize those files?
Yes,
And how do you recognize them?
I actually reviewed them this morning before court.
I was just going to ask
Thank
if
you,
you
Kelsey,
reviewed
for
these
being a member
exhibits
for
before
15
today.
months.
You've already answered that. Have you modified these calls in any way?
No,
At this point, Judge, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the court to, I'm going to move these in as Commonwealth's Exhibit 1, 2, and 3.
Any objection to Commonwealth's 1, 2, and 3? All right, 1, 2, and 3 are in evidence.
Before I play them, what I would like to do is ask you some questions about the timing of them. When we're looking at Commonwealth's Exhibit 1, and I'm going to go back to Commonwealth's Exhibit 1 on your screen, hopefully for you. At the bottom, it's at the bottom left-hand side of my screen.
Yes.
The numbers 7, 47, 32. What do those numbers indicate?
that means the call was received, answered at 7:47 a.m.
Okay. And then the timestamp on Commonwealth's Exhibit 2, likewise, I'm going to put that back up on the screen. And we see 7:47:49.
And that call was placed, that was an outgoing call at 7:47:49 a.m.
Okay. And then looking at Commonwealth's Exhibit number 3, we see that that is 8:02:05.
And that was a 911 call received, answered at 8:02 a.m.
Okay. Thank you. At this point, Judge, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the 911 calls.
All right.
This is one.
February 24, 2023, 7:47, 32.
Fairfax County 911, where's your emergency? Hello, Fairfax County 911.
February 24, 2023, 7:47, 39.
And this is 2.
24, 2023, 7:47, 49.
Please leave your message for 57142621112.
Hello, this is Fairfax County 911. We had a call from this number. If you have an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. This call was named error. You can disregard this message. Thank you.
February 24, 2023, 7:48:40.
And this is 3.
24, 2023, 8:02:05.
Fairfax County 911, where's your emergency?
I need help. My friend, she just was stuck in the night now. She's bleeding a lot. I don't know what to do anymore.
Okay, where are you located? What's your address?
Oh my God.
Take a deep breath for me. Just let me know your address. Okay, 13. Take a deep breath for me. You're on Stablebrook Way? Are you on Stablebrook Way?
Yes.
What's your house number?
It's I
Okay.
what's the number of this?
Is there somebody else there that can give me the address?
13230 Stablebrook Way.
Okay. And what's your name and what's going on?
My name is Brendan Banfield. I'm a federal agent. This is my house. There's somebody here. I shot him. But he stabbed her. She's bleeding. She's got several marks on her neck. What do I do?
Okay. So what I need you to do is apply direct pressure directly to where she's bleeding from, okay? And if it becomes soaked, just add more cloth to what is already there. How old is the person?
I don't know.
The person that's bleeding?
37.
Okay. Okay, so the person that you shot, where is he?
I don't know. I don't know him.
Okay, where is he though?
He's here. He's on the ground.
Okay. Okay. And the person that he stabbed, where are they now? Are they still in the hospital? I have rescue coming to you.
It's my wife.
It's just what I'm just know what to do.
Okay, so I want you to get a clean cloth and apply direct pressure to where you're bleeding from, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, are you the one that's bleeding? Just keep applying pressure, don't remove it. If it becomes soaked, just add more cloth to what is already there. Do not use a tourniquet. If one is already on, don't remove it, and don't throw or flush any blood-soaked items, okay? And sir, I need you not to touch the weapons or disturb the scene at all, and don't touch or remove any impaled object, okay? Sir, hello? Ma'am, can you hear me?
Let me.
Okay. Are you the one that was injured?
She's not responding.
She's not responding anymore. He's living.
Okay. Can you tell me how her breathing is?
I just her breathing is.
She's heart's still beating. She's
Okay.
still breathing.
Okay. Just keep applying pressure to where she's bleeding from and just put her on her side, okay?
On her side?
Yeah, on her side. You said she's breathing normally, she's just not responding to you?
She's got a very big hole in her neck.
Okay. Just keep applying pressure, okay? Just keep adding more cloth what's already there. And who am I speaking to? Who are you, dear? Are you?
What?
Okay, so who's the person? Where's the person that's bleeding? Where are they in the house?
They're upstairs.
Okay.
In the bedroom.
Okay, and where is the person that was shot? Are they also in the house downstairs?
Yes.
Yeah, in the bedroom too.
Okay.
Well, it keeps wiping tears I don't see.
Okay.
Help, please.
Yeah, they're on the way. They're coming to you now, lights and sirens, okay? And any weapon is secured, correct?
Again?
Any weapon is secured?
I have the weapon.
Okay, can you just leave it where it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And you say you don't know the individual that was shot?
No.
No, whatever thing that the
Okay.
person.
And sir, where are you? Are you taking care of the person upstairs?
I'm trying.
I was trying, but
Okay.
it's just too long.
Okay, I have officers that are pulling up outside, okay? So just make sure the weapon is put placed where it is and it's secure and just keep applying pressure. And make sure your door is unlocked. Can we make sure that's done?
All right.
Okay. And if there's any animals, please make sure they're put away.
Unlock the door.
Okay. Unlock the door. What is it again?
Okay. So make sure your weapon is down, sir. And now you're coming to the door with your hands up so the officers can see you.
Okay. I'm unlocked.
Okay, and the weapon is down?
Are you there? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Are they coming?
Yeah, they're on the way. You should see them soon. They're pulling up outside right now. Let me know when you can see them, okay?
I just see them?
You should be able to see them soon.
Huh? I hear them.
Okay, so are we? Okay, and no one has a weapon, right? The weapon's down?
The weapons are down.
Okay.
That one's down.
I hear them.
Okay. They're pulling up outside. Just keep applying pressure to where she's bleeding from and just make sure she's
Okay.
okay.
Here we're doing this. It's okay.
Okay, let me know if the officers are with you.
When they come here?
Yeah, they're pulling up now. They're gonna make their way to you.
Okay.
I'm showing them outside.
I'm here.
They're here. They can come in.
I'll go ahead and disconnect with you. Speak to police, okay?
Come in. You guys. It's right here.
Where's it going at?
We need help.
Where's it going at?
It's up here.
Up here on the bed.
He's in the house with you. So, this is going on.
February 24, 2023, 8:10:38.
Judge, I don't have any further questions. Mr. Carroll may have some questions.
Cross-examination.
Okay, so I'm pause real quick here. So he's wiped repeatedly at these tears. I haven't seen a tear actually yet. It doesn't really look like he's crying to me, but he's done that a dozen times or so. So that definitely stands out there. And then that's the first time any of us have heard that the second 911 call. So that's all going to be dissected later. She does the same thing she does in the body cam, where she does it sounds to me like this fake hyperventilating kind of thing that she does on the phone. And then also I thought it does seem like they're trying to make sure they get their narrative on that 911 call. Some of you are pointing out too that it's strange to see that she's the one that calls and not the husband. Yeah, Cheryl says he's wiping his eyes. Really? Back on track with Cass says, I'm not hearing panic, distress, or any emotion in Brendan's voice. The au pair is such a bad actress. Yeah, for sure. And Auntie comparing everything to the Murdoch case says Murdoch did the same thing, wiped and wiped. Back on track says she agrees. But I don't see any tears. I wonder if you could, as the prosecutor say, could we get Brendan's handkerchief? We want to test it for actual DNA of tears and see if there's anything on there. So anyway, so they've established the 911 calls, which I think are going to be a big problem. How are you going to explain the 15-minute gap from the first call to the second? That's an eternity. So I don't know how they're going to explain that, or if they're even going to try. But that's a big problem for the defense, I think.
Ms. Dale, I've heard that before, but when I was listening now, it appeared that there was a lot of typing going on. Do you know, was that typing verbatim what was being said to the dispatch?
Verbatim, no.
Okay. Do you know if the dispatcher typed what my client said, that he was a federal law enforcement officer and that he had shot someone who was in his bedroom? Do you know if they typed that?
I don't remember exactly what was typed into the CAT event as
Okay.
far as what was surmised from the phone call.
Would that be part of the records that you're the custodian of?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recall if it was typed in what he said, which was that he stabbed my wife in the neck?
Objection. I don't think that that was what was said, and we can listen to the call.
What's your legal objection, please?
Seems facts, not in evidence.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Was that transcribed?
in the
or-
actual event,
Yes.
I would have to review the record.
Okay. Did you review the record this morning?
I reviewed the phone calls.
The phone calls, okay. So an additional review would be required to know what was sent out that was typed to the by dispatch.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, John.
All right, redirect.
No redirect, Judge.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
Not by me.
Is she subject to recall, Mr. Kira? Okay, ma'am, you're free to go. Thank you. Have a good day. Your next witness?
Judge, it's going to be Officer Hugh, Justin Hugh.
So they're moving right along to our second witness here. We had our 911 expert basically verifying those calls, which is all very interesting. I'll have to go back and listen to that later. The part that stuck out too was when Brendan says something about, I don't know this man. Like he wants to make sure that that 911 operator knows he doesn't know this guy, that he's a stranger. And I apologize for the delay. There's nothing I can really do about that. That I think is coming from the courthouse. So there's a little delay with the audio and video there. Another thing about the blood, I didn't think about him tending to her wound, but that's probably how they'll try to explain blood. Yeah. Nice. He says, well, he got over his emotions of crying real quickly, 0 to 60.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself by telling us your name and spelling your first and last name for the court record?
Justin Hugh, Justin. Last name Hugh, Hugh.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm a detective with the Fairfax County Police Department in the Child Abuse Unit.
And how long have you been with the Fairfax County Police Department?
Almost 4 years.
And when were you assigned in February of 2023?
I was patrol in Reston.
And I'm going to direct your attention to February 24th, 2023. Were you on duty in uniform and displaying your badge of authority that day?
Yes.
And did you respond to a call for service that morning?
Yes.
What was the call for, if you recall?
The call was for somebody that had been shot to area 521, which was my patrol area.
And where is Patrol 521?
It's in Reston. It's kind of near the town of Herndon.
And is that a location in Fairfax County?
Yes.
Is your uniform equipped with department-issued body-worn camera?
Yes.
And how does your body-worn camera work?
You click it twice in the middle and it activates the body-worn camera and starts recording.
And then when you are done with your shift, what happens?
We dock it at the station where it will upload everything is recorded for the day.
And was your body-worn camera working properly that day?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 4, and I have I've got my computer muted, so we should only see a picture. I would ask if we could just have that for the stand, the defense attorneys, and the witness at this point.
And Wowzer, I don't know. They haven't said anything about DNA. That's been held back, whatever they've got that way.
Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes,
And how do you recognize it?
it's my body worn camera from that day.
And have you had the opportunity to review this before today?
Yes,
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you did and saw as you responded to this call for service that morning that you described earlier?
yes,
Judge, at this point, what I'd like to do is admit this as Commonwealth's Exhibit 4.
Any objection to 4? All right, 4 in evidence.
Judge, I am going to ask if we could have this displayed to the jury, the witness, counsel, and the stand only, not on the screens,
Not in the gallery.
not in the gallery.
Okay,
And there will be sound.
okay,
But-
that's fine.
Cheryl says, could you imagine a tier meter in all of these cases, fake versus real?
Let's do something quick. Stack up on me, I guess. County police, call out. Where's the gun at? Where's the gun? All right.
So, you just get out. This is going on.
Anybody else downstairs?
No,
where's the shot person?
His daughter is downstairs. She's just.
Who else? Just us?
Yeah, she's just what I have. His daughter.
Gun on the back.
One of the patients is outside now.
Give me the wall, kid. All right. We got it.
Can you turn the lights on in here?
Yeah. Give me a, what can I do to help? Chest seal, give me chest seal. Yup. Bring it up. Anything I can do to help? What else was she stabbed? Sorry, no stab. Tank, come here. Got something on their hand. Okay. There. Stand right here. Yep. You got multiple stab wounds to the neck. Okay. Secure those guns. Ma'am, I need you outside now. She's breathing. What do you need? Get medics in here now.
Get a chest seal.
Seems full for medics. He grabbed my arm. He grabbed my arm when I started to find. Okay. Someone get with him. I don't know where he's shot at. Who's that chest wound seal? I need it from the back right now. You got stabbed by him, so someone watch him. Guys, chest seal. Now we're looking for it, buddy. We're looking for it. Can we get calls? He called out.
Here's Gauze.
Up this way.
Here's
Upstairs.
Gauze.
Hey, chest seal on her and help
Wound
her
seal.
right now. Just stay right there. Stay right there. There's another one behind me. Open this up the longer. Yeah, I can't do anything with this right now. Go. Can't do anything with this right now. Someone check the pulse of the guy behind me. Yeah. He's breathing, so.
We got one guy up here, gunshot wound, one female, multiple stab wounds. Okay.
Can someone do this for me? I got one hand kind of tied up now. Up this way. He's in the bathroom, up here. Where you at, Chessio? On our neck. Multiple stab wounds on our neck. Ready? This is on our go. Come on, ready? Go for it. We missed one. Chessio. Give us one.
She was,
Another half. Ready?
or they think she was.
Sit in the top.
You need another chest seal?
Yeah, what do we have? Hey, get another. Hey, LT, get more block kits. LT, we need more block kits. Chest seals you can get.
My brother.
This one we have behind me.
We need you guys in here. I don't know.
Is he shot in the head too?
No, shot in the chest.
That's a lot of blood. Looks like it's probably from a lung.
Securing firearm. Just leave it. Just leave it. We're in there. All right.
Tank.
Yep.
Since we got this kind of waiting for medics, can you talk with him? Shoot him.
Stand by one second.
Medics expediting, or where are they at?
I can feel him.
Guys.
Breathing.
Hey, you have a pulse on him?
No.
No pulse on him.
CPR on, go ahead.
Multiple stab wounds.
CPR on him.
Yeah, if you don't have anything, start going.
Oh, we got medics
Who's
over
most viable, you guys know? She is. All right. Multiple stab wounds to the neck. James, where is he? To the right, we have a pulse, multiple stab wounds. To the left, either the CPR or the gunshot wound. Okay. All right. Who's still breathing? Multiple stab wounds to the neck.
This is bottom.
Don't know if we actually have it. Don't know if it's going on the side. Okay. So she's still
Put it
breathing.
right there.
You can feel blood moving. You can stop doing CPR. Yeah, we're gonna get her.
He's gonna be DOA over there.
Yeah, this. She's breathing over here. She's breathing. That's why we're
Zach,
looking at-
grab him, take him downstairs.
You can't feel pulse. It's hard to feel. Are you hurt? Stand by. Sorry. No, there's no pulse. No, there's no.
What do we need? I think that guy's gonna be definitely DOA for the shot. I mean, we can. I think that might be obvious over there. Here. No. What do you want to do? You want to grab that and go?
We're done. No, this is. She's done.
All right, that's fine. You want to get a rhythm on that?
Yeah. It's right there behind.
I got one right here.
Got it? Okay.
All right.
Where is
Hey,
she?
Justin,
Yeah.
grab the guy out there, get him down, don't worry about it.
All right.
You can hear him a little bit in the background there. I think he said, "This is my house. This is my wife," something like that. It's also there's so much noise going on. It's hard to make it all out, but that'd be interesting to break that down later. This is not the body cam, of course, that we have seen. There's only one that's been released that we played last night. This is all new to us. And it sounds like I think they were saying she had a pulse and was breathing. So I wasn't 100% sure if they just didn't declare her deceased until she got to the hospital, but it sounds like she had a chance at this point still.
Wait, is that not Bombers? I don't know.
This is not Bombers, it might be his. There
was two on the bed when I came in.
Okay.
Okay, this one's got blood on it.
All right.
So stay with him, he might have, I'm not sure if he shot the guy that shot him.
Sir.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm going to wait till they're done getting her out of the way before I'm willing to walk over.
You don't know that guy at all? I don't know. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out where's the gun currently?
We have two firearms right here.
Leave them right where they are. That's where we found them.
We moved them away.
All right, that's fine.
They were on the other end of us.
Where you are?
Hey Sarge, do you want us to escort him outside? Stay with, okay.
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 I'm not sure. We're not working. But we'll get them out. So once they get. All right. Go. Yeah. All right. Downstairs. Hey.
All right, we're gonna move him.
Very closely with that storm down. Don't touch anything.
Got a knife here. Yeah.
Is there kids down there?
Zach?
The kids are out of the way.
The kids are outside. Of course, we're gonna clear the rest of the house.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Just grab one.
Monitor, we'll go with it, that's fine. Zach, stay here. You're with me. We'll get you the rest of the house.
I'm escorting him down.
He's gonna stay, we're gonna make sure no one else is hurt in the house.
Okay, all right. We're gonna get husband downstairs. All right.
Just for the record, we'll admit that under seal, Commonwealth's 4.
Understood.
Yes,
Let's talk
Cheryl.
about what we just saw. When you entered the house, we saw one officer ahead of you. Were the two of you the first two officers to enter the house?
Yes.
And when you came upstairs to the bedroom, did you see any unsecured firearms in the room?
Yes.
Can you tell us how many?
2.
And can you describe the unsecured firearms that were in that room? Did you note anything about either one of them?
One had a flashlight on it and the other one did not.
Okay. Did you handle either of the unsecured firearms?
The one with the flashlight on it, I handled that one.
And what did you do with it?
I moved it twice. The first time I moved it just from the corner of the bed to in front of me. And then the second time I moved it to the other side of the bed near the other firearm.
And did you note anything about that firearm when
Moved it twice. The first time I moved it just from the corner of the bed to in front of me. And then the second time I moved it to the other side of the bed near the other firearm.
and did you note anything about that firearm when you were handling it?
There was blood on it.
And Judge, at this time, I'm going to show Commonwealth's Exhibit 5 and ask that, and it's going to be a still photo, just to witness and counsel.
Okay.
Good morning, Betty. Good to see you here.
It's not the greatest picture, but. Is this the firearm that you handled?
Yes.
And is this the position that it was in when you entered the room?
Yes.
Can you describe the position, what we're looking at here?
The gun is in the bottom right corner of the bed. It's pointing towards whatever's kind of behind me.
And when we're talking about the bottom right corner of the bed, are you standing, this is Commonwealth's Exhibit 5?
Any objection?
If we could publish that to the jury.
In the gallery.
Got it. And when you handled this firearm, did you have gloves on when you handled the firearm on February 24th?
Yes.
And when you left the bedroom, where had those two firearms come to rest, this one and the other one?
On the left side of the bed. If I'm facing the headboard, that's where the last place I saw them at.
Okay. And then when you, the rest of your morning, when you left the bedroom, who was with you?
When I left the bedroom, I was with Officer Beckner. Believe there's another officer walking down the stairs with us, and Mr. Banfield.
And where did you go?
We walked outside, and then we took Mr. Banfield to an ambulance.
And when you got to the ambulance, what, if anything, did you take from him?
A jacket that he was wearing.
And what did you do with that jacket?
I held on to the jacket, and then Detective Falk, who's a crime scene detective, showed up, and then I transferred custody of the jacket to him.
And I'm sorry, you said Detective Falk?
Falk.
Is that OJ Falk?
Yes.
After you left the defendant's company that day, did you remain at the scene? Did you go back into service? What was the rest of your morning like?
We remained at the scene for a while outside, didn't go back inside the house, left the scene for a bit to do other things. And then I ended up coming back to the scene and stayed there until the end of my shift, just on the outside of the house.
I don't have any more questions for you. Mr. Carroll may have some questions.
Cross-examination.
So he handled at least one of the guns there. Good
morning, Officer Hugh.
Good morning.
Were you right after Officer Gibbons as an arrival on the scene?
When I walked into the house, Officer Baumler was the one in front of me.
Officer Baumler?
Yes.
But Officer Gibbons was in front of him, is that correct?
No.
When was Officer Gibbons there?
He would have walked in behind me at some point. I don't remember when.
Okay.
Eventually, there was like a stack of us that all went in. I don't remember the exact lineup.
And I understand, but Officer Gibbons was the one who was in the bathroom with my client, correct?
Yes.
So when you saw, when you walked in, you observed my client rendering aid to his wife, is that right?
I don't recall what I saw when I first turned into the room. I know he was in the room. I don't remember the positioning though.
Okay. Do you recall Officer Beckner arriving?
I remember Officer Beckner coming in the room.
Okay. And were you present when Officer Beckner started, getting chest seals and chest compressions and things like that all of you were doing?
Yes.
Okay. And did you observe, according to Officer Beckner, a panic attack on my client's part?
I wouldn't really know. I wouldn't say a panic attack. I would say I witnessed his behavior.
Okay.
I don't know how you exactly would define a panic attack. I didn't think of it. I didn't think it was anything super.
His words, not mine.
Yeah.
You observed, but you observed my client, correct?
I did.
And around that same time, Officer Beckner reports that some firefighter was kicking items on the ground. Let me see. Kicking the blankets near Joe Ryan, and he was advised to stop by Officer Beckner. Do you recall that?
I was told about what a firefighter did after, but I never really witnessed that in the moment.
And I understand, I mean, it's a fast evolving situation. But that's what I wanted to find out, is if you had recollection of it, but you were told thereafter?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrived on scene, Christine Banfield was breathing, correct?
I never touched her, so I don't know.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you.
Were you aware based on what people were saying regarding her condition?
Listening to the body camera footage after, yes. It sounds like someone was saying that there might have been breathing or there was breathing, but
Okay.
I don't have direct knowledge.
But the firefighters ended up connecting her and actually found a pulse, right?
That I don't know. I know they found something, but I know there's like electrical readings I've had on other scenes.
Was that not what we just watched on that they actually connected her up to whatever device the one firefighter was saying?
They did connect her to something. I don't know what, I'm not versed in what machine they would have connected her
Okay,
to.
and I'm not asking you to be an expert on this. I'm just asking you as the person on the scene what you observed.
Yes, the firefighters worked on her.
Okay, they were tending to her.
Yes.
Okay, that's probably the best way to say it without knowing what exactly they did.
Yes.
And then while you were there, or at least that's what your body camera video shows, they secured her and they brought her out of the house, correct?
Yes.
And then, I'm sorry, I thought somebody was saying something. And then after she was secured and out of the house is when, how long after that was it when you and Officer Beckner and my client all walked out?
I'd say pretty shortly after, I would guess a minute tops.
Okay. Now, in terms of I guess that's the exhibit number 5, and I just keep pointing over here because that's where I saw it, but it's not there. That was a screenshot from the body-worn camera, is that right?
Correct. The picture of the gun they showed.
Do you want to show them the picture again?
I can't judge.
You
I better.
have to get it back on the screen.
I don't want to mess your.
Okay. Okay.
Do you see that?
Yes.
And is this your body-worn camera?
Yes.
Okay. And did you take any actions to prepare this screenshot?
No.
Okay. Now, do you know where this gun was before it was sitting at that situation that's shown in the picture?
No.
Okay. And I think you said after that, it was moved to the left side of the bed, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall who did that?
I moved it.
You moved it, okay. And then if I understand your testimony correctly, you then got involved in the scene and then you ended up escorting my client out, and that was the last that you were in this room?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect? I don't have any redirect. All right, is this witness subject to recall?
I don't think so, Judge.
Is he subject to recall? All right, sir, since you are subject to recall, you cannot discuss this case with anybody and you cannot look at anything from this case, okay? You're still a witness, so the rule witness is still on you at this time, okay?
This is
You are free to go today. If they need you, they will contact you, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
That's a great point. Real Me Too. She says
You have
defense
a
trying to
point,
make a
sir?
point. Husband would have made sure they weren't alive before calling
That's probably
911.
a good time for a break.
For a break?
Next witness is going to be a smidge longer than the first.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes, okay? So we'll put you back in the jury room. Just remember, do not discuss the case with anyone, to include yourselves, and don't do any outside research in that 15 minutes, okay?
We'll be able to fast forward through a little bit of this, but I just want to get caught up on a few. Marlene, I hope everything goes well with your cardiology appointment there. And good to see everybody coming in that was joining us here in the last 10, 20 minutes or so. Good to see Bullhorn Biddy and Sally BS NRN, Jenny Machete, probably a few others hopping in here too. So I appreciate you all joining us here. And someone had a question I wrote down. It was the order of the shots. So yeah, what our understanding is that he shot first, shouting out police,
So we'll come back
hitting
then
Joseph.
at 11:30, okay?
And
Thank you, Judge.
And that secondly, because he was not deceased, he told her to get her gun and finish him off. So she apparently shot him in the chest. And yeah, so I was kind of wondering where he was going with some of that about on the defense there with was she breathing and all of that. And that's exactly where he's going to go. He's going to try to say, well, if the whole point was to take her out, why didn't he make sure the deed was done if there was a slight pulse? I mean, realistically, you take that kind of stabbing to the neck, you're not thinking anybody's surviving. So if he may just not have realized she had a pulse. So but that's that's a little weakness in the argument there that it looks like he's going to go for. So let me fast forward this a bit. Yeah, a couple other comments here too. So, and you're right, Rosebud. It is the same judge as the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial.
We have been watching a live feed from the courtroom, Fairfax County.
All right, so we're probably 15 minutes behind or so, which is kind of why we like to pause and take breaks. Yeah, so they're almost back here, or they are back, I think. Let me get caught up on the comments before we do that. So, yeah, so Rosebud, you're right. That is the same judge. Oh, Nicey Marie says this is the same judge on Quentin's case. You mean Quentin Simon? Is that the last name? Quentin Simon? Has an impossible to pronounce last name. Wowzer has this. I don't think he thought she was alive. That's what I think too. But it could put a little doubt in the jurors, Oh, you might be right. I'm not sure. I don't know. I didn't watch the Quentin Simon case. So I'm not that familiar with it. Yeah, sure, Cheryl, that it is definitely, because I read that yesterday, that it is the same judge, which it's very rare for the Virginia to allow streaming. But I guess because, she had done the Johnny Depp trial and she's not afraid of the high profile and the cameras in the courtroom. We get to watch this one. But a rare thing for Virginia, from what I understand. So we are back from their 15-minute break. So we'll see who their third witness is here. They've brought up the first. They've basically, with the first witness, they verified the 911 calls, which were all interesting. We'd never heard before. Then we got the body cam footage established by one of the first arriving officers, Hugh. And let's see who our third witness is. Oh, you're probably right. Georgia sounds right, doesn't it? I think that's right. Okay, I think here we go.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness, Ms. Bristler?
Judge is going to be Officer Beckner.
Officer Beckner.
Wonder how an IRS agent does in jail with the inmates. Okay, Romy 2 says Savannah, Georgia. I didn't realize it was Savannah.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
I do.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself by telling us your name and spelling your first and last name for the court record?
I'm Zachary Beckner, ZachArybeckener.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm employed as a police officer for Fairfax County.
And how long have you been employed by the Fairfax County Police Department?
February will be 4 years.
And how were you employed back on February 24th, 2023?
I was a police officer on patrol.
With Fairfax County?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you on duty that day?
I was.
Were you in uniform and displaying your badge of authority?
I was.
And is your department issued uniform equipped with body worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe how your body worn camera works for us?
You double tap the center button and it comes on, or it can be activated by lights and sirens.
And at the end of the day, what, if anything, do you do with your body worn camera?
We dock them so that they can be uploaded.
And was your body worn camera working on February 24th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And I'm going to draw your attention, Officer Beckner, to the morning hours on that date. Did you respond to a call for service?
I did.
And where did you respond?
I believe it was off Sablebrook Way. I don't remember the exact address. It was in area 521 of Ruston District Station.
And is that a location within Fairfax County?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Were other officers on scene when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many other officers had entered the house before you that day?
I believe 3 or 4.
And did you yourself go into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were in the house, did you see anyone inside that you recognized in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing or two that they're wearing?
Black suit and a striped tie.
And color of hair?
Brown or black.
Judge, I'd ask the court that the court recognize that the officer has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
I'm going to show you an exhibit that's been marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 6. And I'm going to ask, Madam Clerk, that this is displayed to the witness and to counsel and to the judge at this point only. Do you recognize this? Can you see it?
No, ma'am. There's nothing
okay.
pulled up.
Sorry.
It's a blank screen on our.
I see. Okay.
I mean, all the connections are good. No. Still no.
You'd see it on the screen in front of you if it was.
Oh, yeah, it would be here.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, well. It flickered. Was that you or was that me?
We changed it just to make sure our system was working. So our system's working.
Okay, well. I'm gonna go back to. Where's yours?
Over here.
Just go ahead and log in. There you go.
Okay. Take 2. I am going to hopefully show you a clip on your screen. Can you see anything on your screen?
No, ma'am, it's still black.
Okay, his screen is still black. Still?
There's blue on there now.
No, it's just drawing.
Sorry.
Oh, I see what the problem is. Hold on. How about now?
Well, you should see if you're seeing it.
Yeah, no.
This is what we're doing. There it goes.
Okay, there it goes. Oop.
I can sympathize with the technical difficulties.
All right, now can you see
Yes, ma'am.
on your screen? Okay. And do you recognize what's on your screen?
I do, ma'am. It's my body cam from that day.
Okay, and the video, have you had a chance to review this before today?
Yes, ma'am.
And is what you reviewed a fair and accurate depiction of what you initially did and saw that morning in the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Judge, what I'm going to ask the court to do is seal this, ask the court to admit it as Commonwealth 6, publish it to the jury and the jury only, and I'm going to ask the court to seal this.
All right, any objection to 6? All right, 6 in evidence under seal. Okay, thank you, Mr. Carroll.
Now, as I'm playing this, I am going to stop it in places so that we can talk about what it is that we're seeing.
Yeah, if I were the tech, it'd just be all paper. That's pretty much how it would work.
Anybody else downstairs?
Where's the shop person? Who else? Just us?
All right, hold down, somebody hold down.
Okay, here, where are you in the house?
I'm at the bottom of the stairs leading to the second story.
And what do you note about that door that is in front of you, or what did you note about that door?
That it was open and had an exterior lock.
And did you see a light on inside of the door?
No, ma'am.
They're saying one of the patients is outside now.
So somebody's outside. In the back? Anybody else outside? Who else is outside? Anybody over here? Ma'am, stay here, ma'am. Hey. Here. Who is the shooter? Who shot who?
I got a blowout kit if you need it.
Bring it up.
Is there anyone else in the house? You need kids in the house? You got those guns?
Ma'am, I need you outside now.
Here, how many unsecured firearms did you note as when you came in?
2.
And I'm going to keep going.
What do you need? Get medics in here now. Scene's cold for medics. He grabbed my arm. He grabbed my arm when I just heard that coming. Okay. Someone get it. Someone go with him. I don't know when you shot it.
Who's that chest concealed?
I need it from the back here now. You got stabbed by him, so someone watch him. I have one. Guys, chest seal. Now.
We're looking for it, buddy. We're looking for it. Get balls. Get balls out.
Up this way.
Upstairs. Hey, Chris, seal on her and I'm going to put right now.
Just stay right there. Stay right there. There's another one behind me.
Hey, open this up for Ballmer. I got the other one for him. Okay, go.
Hey, Chess, behind me.
Yeah.
He's breathing, so.
We got one guy up here, gunshot wound, one female, small.
Here, did you notice the knife as you moved over to where Joe was laying?
I noticed it first whenever I was checking for a pulse on him.
Can someone do this for me? I don't have anything.
Was that you saying, I don't have anything?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you mean when you said that?
I was checking for a pulse on the decedent there.
And is that at the point when you noticed the knife?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were checking for his pulse, what part of his body were you checking?
His neck.
Up this way.
And then the officer that we just saw step on the knife, who was that?
Officer Sefiani.
He's in the bathroom, up here.
I don't have a pulse on him.
He got on the neck.
When you said, I don't have a pulse on him right there, the second time, who were you saying that to?
The other officers there to my left, particularly Officer Sefiani.
And the view that you have of the bed at this point, do you know at this point where the unsecured firearms that you saw when you entered the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us where they are?
They're both laying there at the foot of the bed, basically in the same position as whenever we saw them first on my body cam.
I don't have a pulse on him.
Where's the gunshot wound?
I'm not entirely certain, sir.
Let's check.
The officer here who, that is moving Joe's hands, who is that officer?
It's Officer Sefiani.
And had anyone moved Joe's hands that you saw before Officer Sefiani moved them?
No, ma'am.
Chest.
Okay. Hold this down. Let's work on her, okay? Sit in the top. Sit in the top. Sit in the top.
You need another chest here?
Yeah, whatever you have.
Hey, get another ALT, get more blowout kits.
Oh, no. It's a lot of blood. It looks like it's probably from a lung. I don't even know what to do.
Okay, yep. Since we got this kind of wait for meds, can you talk with him?
I don't have a pulse.
When you said that time that he did not have a pulse, what did you mean?
I was checking again to confirm that I still do not have a pulse on him, ma'am.
So is that 3 times that you took a pulse?
I believe so, at least.
And that last time, were you also checking his neck?
Yes, ma'am.
Medics expediting, or where are they at?
Hey, do you have a pulse on him?
No, not at all. What do you need?
Multiple stab wounds on her. So the right, we have a pulse, multiple stab wounds, so left, you didn't see the gunshot. All right. Are we still breathing?
Yes, because I think they're not going to show the bloody scenes, Rosebud. I think that's why.
You can stop him if you're trying. Yeah, we're gonna get her.
Yeah, this. Is he breathing over here?
Where are the unsecured firearms in the room at this point?
They've been moved onto the opposite side of the bed from me.
And is that where they were when you left the room, if you recall?
Yes, ma'am, to the best of my knowledge.
Grab him, take him downstairs. Stand by. Sorry. There's no pulse. I think that guy's gonna be definitely DOA. I mean, we can. You think that might be obvious over there?
Oh.
What do you want to do? You want to grab that and go?
This is his house, that's his wife. Don't know who this is.
All right, that's fine. You want to get a rim on that? Yeah. You want to? I got the monitor. It's right there behind you. You have it? Okay. Where is he? Grab the guy over there. This is not bombers and no case. There was 2 on the bed when I came in. Okay, this one's got blood on it.
So stay with him. I'm not sure if he doesn't know. Where's the gun?
On the bed.
Firearms right here. Leave them right where they are. That's where we found them.
We moved them away.
All right, that's fine.
They were on the bed though. We have a knife right there. Yeah.
Hey Sarge, what's up? You want us to escort him outside? Yeah, right now they're working, so we're coming from.
Got a knife here.
Yeah.
Is there kids down there? Kids around the way. Kids are outside. We're gonna clear the rest of the house.
Someone's gotta go with them. You guys want me to go with them?
You want to go with them? That's fine. Zach, stay here.
All right.
You with me on the rest of the house. What are we doing here? He's just we're gonna make sure no one else is hurt in the house. Okay, all right. We're gonna get them down there.
Okay. How long did you stay in that bedroom after Christine Banfield was removed from the bedroom?
A couple of minutes at the most.
And where did you go when you left the bedroom?
Outside.
And who was with you?
Officer Hugh and Mr. Banfield.
And where did you go with them?
Initially, we walked outside, allowed the first ambulance to leave, and then Mr. Banfield was taken into a second ambulance.
And what was the purpose of taking him to the ambulance?
Just to check on him, make sure that he didn't sustain any injuries that we weren't aware of.
And did he receive a medical evaluation while he was in the ambulance?
The medics did check him out. Again, look for any injuries or anything that we might have missed initially.
And what, if anything, did you do while you were with him in the ambulance?
I searched Mr. Banfield.
Okay. I'm going to show you Commonwealth's 9A, and I'm going to ask that it be displayed only to the witness and to counsel. Do you recognize these items depicted?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize them?
They were some of the items that I collected from Mr. Banfield.
And can you describe what they are?
It's 2 handgun magazines, a set of handcuffs, and a watch.
And do they appear in this photo in the same or similar condition to what you saw them in on February 24th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this point in time, I'm going to ask to admit Commonwealth's 9A. And this can be, sorry.
No objection and publish.
It can be published to the jury.
All right.
When you receive these items, what'd you do with them?
I placed them in a bio bag, is what we call it. It's a plastic bag from the paramedics.
And who'd you give them to after you packaged them?
I relinquished them to the detectives that arrived at the hospital.
Did you take anything else from him during this search?
Yes, ma'am. 2 cell phones as well as his jacket.
And the jacket, did that just pass through your hands to Officer Hugh?
Correct.
Did the defendant make any statements in the ambulance about the firearms that you had noted in the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he say?
He claimed ownership of them.
Did he distinguish between the 2 of them in any way?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was that?
He said the one firearm was his duty weapon, essentially, and the other, the Glock 43X, is his personal weapon.
Okay. And the duty weapon, was there anything that he noted about the duty weapon to distinguish it?
It had a flashlight on it. A TLR, I don't remember the exact model number.
Did he have blood on his hands when he was in the ambulance?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you go next with the defendant?
When we were in the ambulance, it transported us to rest.
I just want to say, Cheryl, Mrs. E accidentally pocket blocked you from the channels, hid you from the channel. So sorry that happened. I don't know if she's been able to undo that yet or not, but anyway, our apologies for that. It was just an accident.
The hospital.
And when you arrived at the hospital, did he still have blood on his hands when you escorted him into the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he handcuffed when you escorted him into the hospital?
No, ma'am.
Was he handcuffed at any point that morning?
No, ma'am.
Did the defendant make any statements about his daughter while you were with him in the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he say?
I believe you said something about her being 4 years old.
And what, if anything, did you see him do while you were in the hospital room with him?
He washed his hands.
And before he washed his hands, had anyone swabbed his hands to preserve samples of blood that were on his hands?
No, ma'am.
Why'd you let him wash his hands?
I felt bad for him blowing his nose and wiping his face with his bloody hands.
And what, if anything, did you do next?
I assisted with anything the detectives needed on scene, and then went back to maintain scene security for the residents.
I am going to show you a few still pictures.
Let him wash his hands is crazy. But anyway, I don't know if it'll matter, but that's just hard to understand because, the shooting and 2 people deceased, and he's already admitted he's one of the people that fired the weapon and let him wash his hands. That's incredible.
Are Commonwealth 7, 8, and 9. And if I could have them displayed just to the witness.
Can we
And
make it 9B since you have a 9A?
oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I meant for them to be, yes, it can be 9B, but I had them as 9 and then 9A, and I just took 9A first, but that's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
All right,
Yep.
so 9 will have,
Yep.
that's fine, thank you.
So this picture is Commonwealth 7. I'm going to show you Commonwealth 8 and Commonwealth 9. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize them?
There's still images from my body cam.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to ask to admit Commonwealth 7, 8, and 9. There's still photos from the officer's body cam.
Okay, just a minute. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so any objection, 7, 8, 9? So 7's admitted, 8 and 9 are admitted under seal.
Yes.
Okay.
And if we could publish 7 to the jury? And this view, is this a view of the door as you saw it coming around, coming into the house at first?
Yes, ma'am.
And this view here, is this the view that you had, the first view that you had of the defendant when you came into the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell what was on his hands here?
It appeared to be blood.
And this view here, what is this view?
It's a view of Officer Sefiani stepping on the knife.
Thank you. Judge, I don't have any further questions at this point for the officer. Mr. Carroll may have some questions for you.
Cross-examination?
Officer Beckner, do you have any idea what number entering the house you were of the Fairfax County Police Department?
I believe I was the 4th person in the house, sir.
Okay. Do you know who the first person in the house was?
I believe it was Officer Baumler.
Baumler?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was Gibbons anywhere near you there?
I couldn't honestly remember where he was until I saw him inside the actual bedroom, sir.
Okay. And the body worn camera that we were just looking at, that was a 6-minute. Was that a clip of your entire body worn camera?
It's a portion of it, yes, sir.
Okay, so because I think if I recall, your body worn camera went for nearly an hour.
It went all the way through till we were instructed by detectives at the hospital that we were able to turn them off, and essentially they took over from there.
So, so some of those things that you answered questions to, like searching my client or taking items from him, that would all be caught on the body-worn camera if it were allowed to continue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at any point in this process, was my client not willing to accommodate you with whatever you asked him to do?
He did everything I asked him, sir. If that's,
Okay.
If I'm understanding you correctly.
Yeah, that's okay. That's what I wanted to make sure. And so, if you were advised to get swabs from his hands, you didn't expect there would be any problems with that, would you?
At that point in time, no, sir.
Okay. So just if I recall correctly, in your body-worn camera, the later portion, you're there when he's told by the chaplain at Reston Hospital that his wife had died, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you're talking about crying and blowing his nose, it was after that.
Yes,
Isn't that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And so up until that time, he was in the original condition as you walked him out. Is that
Correct.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's fair to say he, based on your review of your body cam, he was very upset.
Yes, sir. He seemed pretty emotional at the time.
Okay. And after that, he went over or he was blowing his nose and he got blood on his face and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's when you acquiesced, I guess, to allowing him to do that?
Yes, sir. I was trying to be empathetic at the
Yes.
time.
No, I understand. Was there anybody who told you not to do that?
No, sir.
Was there anybody who had gave you any advice as you were the person who was supposed to be watching him from that point forward that would suggest that you would know that washing his hands was a problem?
Not at the time, no, sir.
Okay. Did you get any sort of instructions other than just have him in a separate ambulance than his wife?
I didn't even have that instruction, to be honest with you, sir. I mean, his wife was taken as quickly as she could to the hospital to receive treatment, so.
Understand. And what we just talked about would show on your further body cam.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Now,
Yep, I thought that too.
you've previously reported that you observed him have a panic attack within the room.
Yes, sir. Whenever his wife had left.
So if you could, just to give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and the judge an idea, when you say panic attack, how did that show? How would that show to someone? Can you describe what you saw?
He seemed unable to walk and went kind of down to the ground to, I guess, steady himself.
Okay. And was that one of the reasons why he was taken in an ambulance to get checked out?
Again, we weren't fully aware if he had any injuries or anything like that. I believe in my body cam it shows that I asked him if he's okay, does he need anything? He said he was having some trouble with his right leg.
Okay. But that's not in what we have there.
But not in the clip.
Not in that clip. Okay, so if we watched the entire thing, we'd see that interaction.
Correct. It was
Okay.
As we were walking outside.
Wonderful. And were you present when the doctor addressed the spasms that were in his leg?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what did the doctor tell him?
I don't honestly remember, sir.
Okay. Now, Officer Sephion, as I understand it, Officer Sephion was the one who kicked the knife, correct?
He stepped on the knife.
Or it moved. After he stepped on it, it moved. I don't mean to suggest something more than that.
Yes, sir. He stepped on it with his heel.
And was that the original place where the knife was when you walked in?
I believe it to be, sir. Again, I didn't see it until I was taking the other gentleman's pulse.
Okay. That's right. And so you would have gone past it and you'd be looking back at it. Is that right?
That was the view that we saw.
And were you the first person to have walked in that direction toward where Mr. Ryan was?
I believe so, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. You don't know what had happened before that?
No, sir.
And then when you, there's a point in the body cam video where there's someone in front of you. Do you know which officer that is?
Which time, sir?
It would have been the person who said something like, "Oh my God, that's his wife."
That was Officer Baumler.
Officer Baumler, okay. Just bear with me, sorry. Oh, and I'm sorry, Officer Sefian, did you observe Officer Sefian, or I know your body camera did you see it as well? Moving Mr. Ryan's body parts around?
Correct.
Okay. What was it you observed?
He moved his hands so we could check for his injuries.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Judge.
All right, redirect.
Well, obviously the
Judge, court's indulgence for one.
Yes, ma'am.
the washing of the hands is crazy. Unfortunate. I don't know if it'll ultimately matter or not, but if you're trying to show, any kind of weakness,
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
Not from us, Judge.
Yes, that's fine.
Wowzer says, sounds like none of them were trained for something like this. They were very empathetic toward him, too much so. Wow, no photos first, kick the knife. I know to get to the victims, but botch the investigation, moving evidence. Wow. Yeah, I mean, they're first, rushing into the scene and stepping on the knife. All that's not good.
Okay, so sir, you're subject to recall, so you're free to go today, but you might be called again in this case, so you cannot talk to anybody about this case and do not do any research and avoid any news about this case, okay? You still have the rule of witnesses in place, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Judge, Lieutenant Gibbons.
Lieutenant Gibbons?
Okay, we've heard that name. That's one of the arriving officers also. And the last one, what was his name? Zachary Beckner. That was body cam we have not seen. There's only one person's body cam we've seen publicly, and that person's not come up yet. I don't know if that's this one or not. And of course, they're not showing the body cam of any of the bloody scenes, it looks like. Just to the witness, at least at this point. No, I don't think so. Wowzer asked, do they normally take photos before treating the patients? You wouldn't think so. I mean, your first priority would be trying to tend to them. Yeah. I think that's what he's trying to say. The scene was such chaos that it may help the defense in how they went about it. Yeah, just showing that generally some evidence got messed up, right? Just trying to plant those seeds of doubt.
Swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law.
I do.
Thank you.
And fortunately, most of these guys do have the body cams, so that kind of helps with that
afternoon.
problem.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself by telling us your name and spelling your first and last name for the court record?
Yes, Michael Gibbons, Michael Gibbons.
And how are you currently employed?
I am a lieutenant with the Fairfax County Police Department.
And how long have you been with the police department?
I've been a police officer for 9 years.
And how were you employed on February 24th, 2023?
I was the Days A Sergeant of the Reston Squad for the Fairfax County Police Department.
Were you on duty that day?
I was.
Were you in uniform and displaying your badge of authority that morning?
I was.
And is your department issued uniform equipped with body-worn camera?
It was.
And can you tell us how your body-worn camera works?
Body-worn cameras are activated either manually or automatically upon activation of emergency lights and sirens, firearm being removed from the holster, or a taser also being removed from the holster or activated.
And at the end of the day, what happens with your body-worn camera?
They're put into a dock so they can be uploaded.
And Lieutenant Gibbons, drawing your attention to the morning of that date, February 24th, 2023, did you respond to a call for service that day?
I did.
And where did you respond?
I responded to 13230 Stablebrook Way, which is in Herndon, part of Fairfax County.
And can you describe the neighborhood as you saw it on that day?
Residential neighborhood in Fairfax County. That house is located at the end of a street with a shared driveway.
And when you responded to that address, what if any vehicles were in the driveway of the home that you responded to?
There were 2 vehicles in the driveway. There was a Jeep SUV and a Volkswagen SUV.
And did you note anything else about the home that you responded to?
Typical Fairfax County neighborhood, houses are relatively close together.
And upon arriving at that location, what'd you do?
I grabbed a blowout kit or a medical bag from my police cruiser, grabbed that, ran up to the residence, where I was instructed that the medical supplies were needed up in the master bedroom of the residence.
And did you respond to the bedroom?
I did.
And what did you see when you went into the bedroom?
First glance, I saw a female that was nude. She was covered in blood, laying on her left side, with a gentleman standing over her with bloody hands. There was an officer rendering aid to her, and then multiple officers surrounding the bed, gathering medical supplies.
And do you recognize anyone from that scene here today?
I did.
Who?
The defendant.
And can you point him out and describe something that he's wearing in his hair color?
What appears to be a black suit, brown hair.
Judge, I'd ask the court to recognize that Lieutenant Gibbons has identified the defendant.
All right, the record will so reflect.
And when you went into the bedroom, what did you do?
I immediately opened the medical bag. A chest seal was requested from the officers, so I opened that up, immediately applied pressure and the chest seal to the female.
And did fire department personnel ever arrive?
They did, and they relieved me from rendering aid.
And what did you do after the fire department arrived and relieved you?
Because it was a crowded space with a lot of people, I went into the bathroom, which was where the defendant was.
And what did you do in the bathroom?
I stood there, kept him separated, and spoke to him briefly for a few minutes.
So you had some conversation with him?
I did.
And what did you ask him?
I asked him first if he was injured, to which he replied no. And then I asked him how long they had been down.
And what was his response when you asked how long they had been down?
He said, I followed up that question with, since you called, to which he replied, she called. She had to find her phone. My hands were covered.
And did he ever ask about his wife or Joe Ryan?
He first asked, does he have a pulse? To which I believe I replied, I'm not sure, or I don't know. He did follow up with, is she breathing? Or is she going to be okay? Is what he said.
And did he say anything about his daughter?
Later in the conversation, it was mentioned that there was a child in the residence. He did ask about her, and I advised him that the au pair had gotten her out of the house.
And how long do you think that your conversation lasted with him in the bathroom?
Not more than a few minutes.
And what happened after the two of you spoke in the bathroom?
After we spoke, the fire department was carrying the female out of the residence. So I had 2 officers ready to escort the defendant out, to which he started to become upset. And we waited a minute so he could collect himself. And then they escorted him outside of the residence.
Okay. At this point in time, I am going to ask for Commonwealth 10 to be displayed to the witness and to counsel only. So if you look at your screen, can Can you tell me if you recognize what Commonwealth's Exhibit 10 is?
My body camera footage from that event.
And have you had a chance to review this before today?
I have.
And is the video that we see, that we're going to see, is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you initially saw and did that morning as you responded to this call for service?
It is.
Judge, I'm going to ask the court to admit Commonwealth's 10. I'm going to ask that it be played to the jury and counsel only, and I'm going to ask for it to be sealed.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 10 is an evidence under seal.
This will also not be the body cam we've seen before because we don't see him going to the bathroom on the other one. And I see Marie was saying the defendant face looking at the officer, the look. I caught that too.
They're working on that. No, not the shooting stuff, but I think it's upstairs. Where do we block it? Top and bottom. She's grabbing the 4-year-old. Okay. Where you at? Left or right? I think chest seal on her and how's we're kind of fighting right now. Just stay right back. Stay right back. There's another one behind me. Hey, open this up for the corner. Yeah, I got it right there. Go. Thank you. What do we need? Chest seal? The guy behind me. Yeah. Exactly. He's breathing, so chest seal. We got one guy up here, gun stab wound, one female, multiple stab wound. Holy shit. Someone do this for me? I got one hand kind of tied up now. Up this way. Just go in the tub. Go sit in the tub. He's in the bathroom, up here. Where do you need chest seal? He's on the neck. Multiple stab wounds on the neck. Ready? As soon as I let go. Go for it. Ready? Go for it. Ready? This one. Chest seal. Get another one. There's another half. Ready? Go for it. Yep. Hold this down. Let's work on her, okay? It's just fucking hold pressure. Just sit in the tub. Just sit in the tub. You need another chest seal? Yeah, whatever you have. Just whatever you. Hey, get another. ALT, get more blowout kits. Is there anything else that we know of other than this? This one and the guy behind me. On this female. I don't know. I do not know. We might have defense wounds to the hand, but.
Everybody's in council. Gonna need your canine or healer at this point. Canine 10.
Just leave it where it is. Tank. Yep. Since we got this kind of wait for Max, can you talk with him? Shoot him. Stand by 1 second. Medics expedite. Do we have a pulse on anybody? I can feel him breathing. Do you have a pulse on him? No. No pulse. Okay. So we have one. CPR on. Go ahead. CPR on. Yeah. If you don't have anything, start going. Start doing. All right. Who's the most viable? You guys know. This one apparently has a pulse. All right. Multiple stab wounds to the neck. Thanks. Where is he? To the right, we have a pulse. Multiple stab wounds to the left. You're CPR. I felt the pulse when I was holding the neck. All right. We have multiple chest seals on the neck. We don't know if we have right here. We don't know any of them. Stab wounds to the neck. Chest seals. Yes. Don't know if we actually have them. Don't know if it's one on the other side. We don't know. Okay. She's still breathing. We can feel blood moving. We can see her. We can see her cheek. You guys good? Yeah, we're gonna get her. Okay. Get down. You do this. Yeah, it's. She's bleeding over here. She's bleeding. You're good. That's why we're moving her. I got him. Take him downstairs. You can't feel pulse. Are you hurt? Do you have any injuries? Sorry, I don't think so. Okay, just stay where you are. Stay where you are. Nothing. So what's the story? Do you live here? This is my house. This is my wife. I don't know him. You don't know him. This is your wife. The other woman is our au pair, nanny. Where is she? I don't know. Okay. I don't know. How long have they been down? It's right there. How long? Right when you called us? She called. She had to find her phone. My hands were covered. Right. You're gonna stay right here with me until we get this sorted out a little bit, okay? Yeah. You don't have any injuries that you know of? Okay. All right. He doesn't know. That's your wife. This is my wife. So he's. Yeah. You don't know that guy at all? I don't know. He's the shooter.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to figure out where's the gun currently. Leave them right where they are, if that's where we found them. We moved them away. All right, that's fine. Just where do you want? Okay, you know, sir, just have a seat. We're gonna close these doors. This way they can work. If you guys are good right there.
Hey, Sarge.
What's up?
You want us to escort him outside?
No, right now they're working, so we're just gonna let them work.
Does he have a pulse?
I'm not sure. Not working. Okay. Okay. All right. So once they, is she gonna be okay? We're gonna let them work for a minute. We're gonna let them do what they need to do. We'll just get you downstairs. Hey, Stefiani, or Hugh, very closely. We're gonna escort him down. Just don't touch anything. Just, let's let them. Sorry, let them go first. I thought they were gonna.
Yes, quilting.
My daughter's here. I don't know.
I think the operator got her out.
Come on, we'll go with it. That's fine. Zach, stay here. You're with me.
Hold on. What are we doing here?
We're gonna make sure no one else is hurt in the house.
Okay, all right. We're gonna get husband downstairs. Give me a second. Have a seat. Just write down. Have a seat. He's starting to lose it a little bit. Hey, boss, can we get one of you guys to?
Yeah, I got more units here. We'll check him out.
He's starting to break down a little bit.
If we could terminate the view. And then,
Okay, I think so. Yeah, Romney 2 says anytime you go to a call where a crime has happened, you always have to suspect those at the scene, of course. Yeah, I mean they should. Mrs. E was saying update from Mr. E. They still haven't brought the infusion medicine. Give me a case update on the trial. Where we are right now, we have basically had 4 witnesses. The first one authenticated the 911 call. The last 3 have been the responding police officers, basically verifying their body camera footage. If there's anything that we've sort of learned, there've been a few some things that kind of make more sense now. Someone had mentioned that Christine was naked, and if we were earlier in the opening argument, the prosecutors say, I think, that part of Joseph's instructions was to cut off her clothing during the attack. So I don't know if her clothing gets cut away or not, but that's what he was instructed to do as part of the role-playing fantasy. See if there's anything else. They played the full 911 call at 8:02. The first call came in. The one that where they hung up was at 7:47. 911 called back 15. This is something else we didn't know. After that first 911 call, the 911 operator called them back 15 seconds later, but they don't answer. So that's going to be a big problem, I still think, for them. The first officer, we have not the reason I think they're not showing the body cam footage is probably just the bloodiness of it, but the officers are watching it and the defense is watching it as they're playing it. We might see it later. I'm just not sure if they're going to shield that from the public or not. Some items have been touched. They moved the one weapon on the bed, and they also step on the knife, all of which might be a problem. And they allow the officer on the stand right now allowed Brendan to wash his hands. So it might be the biggest kind of new information from all of this so far. At least from the witnesses. In the opening statement, of course, we had some things revealed that he had allegedly considered a hitman before this scheme, but thought it would trace back to him. And that the phone was hidden in that drawer. This is from the opening argument. This is their argument is that they hid the drawer so that if she woke up and tried to call for help, she wouldn't know where her phone was part of the plan there. So, let's see. So let me answer a few questions before we get back to it. Oh, I'm super loud. So that's what Mrs. Z is saying in the earbuds. Yeah, and Cheryl says, okay, we saw more on the release footage. Yeah, there is body cam video that they haven't talked to that officer yet, where we have the whole thing. If we get a break, I'll play it if you'd like to see it. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to show this later on. I hope so. Even if it's blurred or whatever, that would be. Oh well, if she's naked too, they're not going to be able to show that on court TV for sure. Let's see. Yeah, the setup for the wife for pleasure is so bizarre, and them at the house and the call boy coming over while they are there. A child there, come on, the child wouldn't be there for that. All right. Yeah, I'm sure I'm louder than the court for sure. I could kind of push the mic back here, see if that helps. But yeah, let's get back into this.
At some point after the view that we just saw, did the defendant leave the bedroom?
He did.
And who was left in the room with you when he left?
First, it was 2 personnel from the fire department, and then a third joined us.
And when you were in the bedroom after the defendant had left, were there any firearms, unsecured firearms in the room?
There were 2 unsecured firearms located on the bed.
And did you make any observations about the state of the bedroom when you were speaking with the firefighters?
Yes, I noticed and stated that the blood appeared to have been there a while. It appeared that it had been soaked into the carpet, started to dry in certain areas, and then there was a specific location near the female that appeared to be clotting or clumping together.
I don't have any more questions for you. Mr. Carroll is going to have some questions for you.
All right, cross-examination.
Officer Beckner, do you know, or Lieutenant Beckner, sorry.
Lieutenant Gibbons, sir.
Do you know what order you were there from FCPD?
For the record, Lieutenant Gibbons, and I do not know.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant Gibbons. I apologize.
It's okay. First handful, 5 or 6 maybe.
Okay. Do you know who the first person was?
Top of my head, I do not.
Okay. And so you essentially at the moment you got in, you took over kind of custody or observation of my client, correct?
So I took command of the scene inside.
I'm sorry, I can't.
I took command of the inside of the residence. That was my role.
Okay. And were you asked to do that?
No, that was my job as the squad sergeant.
Okay, so did you provide a chest seal or anything like that?
I did.
Okay, and then that's when you went into the bathroom and told him to sit on the bathtub and all those sorts of things?
Correct.
Okay, and that was, were you observing that he wasn't able to stand at that point? Or were you just saying, this is where I want you to be while this is going on?
So in patrol capacity, my firearm is located on my thigh. And the stance I was in while rendering aid, my right thigh was directly facing him into the doorway of the bathroom. So to prevent any access to a firearm, as he was identified as the shooter of the event, but also it was a very crowded space. So I determined the tub was a safe location for him to be, either sitting in it, on it, outside of where we needed to work.
Okay, so he hadn't at that point experienced the issues regarding his legs that you saw later in your video?
Not that I had noticed.
Okay, you didn't notice that. Now, the dispatch told you that he was the shooter?
I don't recall.
Okay.
If it was dispatcher, I know officers on scene made comments or statements that he was the shooter.
Okay. Did any of those officers or people on the scene tell you that he was also a law enforcement officer?
I don't think so.
Did you notice that he had magazines on his belt or
no
handcuffs?
No.
Okay. You escorted him out, correct?
I did not.
Okay. Who do you remember escorting him out?
It was Officer Hugh was one of them.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know if it was now Sergeant Bell. He may have been the second officer.
Okay. Could it have been Officer Beckner?
Could have.
Okay. And were you aware that Officer Beckner in the ambulance took 2 magazine cases? I may not know the term, and handcuffs and a Garmin watch. Did you know that was taken from him?
I was aware that 2 magazines and a watch were removed. I was unaware of any handcuffs.
Okay, so when was it you were became aware of that?
Once he was in an ambulance.
Okay, so you didn't realize he was a law enforcement officer until well after the heat of the moment.
I don't think at that point I even knew he was a law enforcement officer.
Okay. And so is it fair to say dispatch didn't communicate any of that information, or would you have missed it if it was communicated?
There's always information that potentially gets missed, especially on a high priority call, where you're trying to get to a residence or a scene as fast as you can to render aid and try to save a life. So if they did, and it was voiced or written in a CAD, I did not notice.
Okay. And have you reviewed your CAD or any of those records from that day?
I've reviewed my body camera footage. I did not review the CAD comment, the CAD event.
Now, is the body cam footage that we just saw, is that a portion of it or is that all of it?
That's a portion.
Okay. And how many more minutes are there that we didn't see?
Without looking at the timestamp, a couple minutes.
Okay. When do you recall? So I think Ms. Bristler may have asked you about how the body camera works and how it gets started. How does it get shut off?
Excuse me. Usually manually, unless it runs out of battery.
Okay. Did you run out of battery?
No.
Okay. So manually you shut it off at some point.
Correct.
How long after the last scene we saw in that audio or video clip was it?
A few minutes.
Okay. No. Would it have been, do you know where it would have been?
After the defendant was in an ambulance,
Okay.
and I was told that there were 2 magazines and a watch removed from this person.
Okay. And then you shut it off?
Correct.
Okay, I gotcha. Now, your observations that you made regarding the room.
I'm just going to answer this question real quick. Nicey Marie, this was 7:45 in the morning or 7:47 in the morning was the first call. 8:02 was the second call where they actually called them to the scene. We don't really know we don't know why she was in the bed, if she was asleep. We don't know where apparently she was an ICU nurse as a pediatric nurse, which I didn't know that till today. So she may have had crazy hours. Maybe she sleeps in the morning. Really not sure about that part of the situation, other than that he was expecting to find her asleep in bed. So I don't know what her normal sleeping hours were, but as an ICU nurse, it could be, pretty unpredictable, I guess. But this happened in the morning.
Do you have training in those observations?
As a law enforcement officer, we're trained to make observations, take note of things that'll help investigators. I have taken numerous classes through our academy, one of which, I don't know the specific name of it, is involving blood specifically.
Okay. And so you knew what clotting looked like?
I knew what dry blood looked like, and I knew the blood as it was clumping. I don't know the technical term.
Okay.
I'm not an expert for that.
Gotcha.
But my observations at the time, that's what it appeared to be.
Okay. Your Honor, court's indulgence. Now, you had testified that he had asked about his daughter, which we hear on the body cam, and then you testified that he became upset and broke down. Was that simultaneous to that?
It was within probably a minute or so.
Okay.
Without looking at the camera.
Do you remember?
I remember it all being very close to each other, or close together. The scene as a whole, although it's multiple minutes, in your head,
And did you say anything to allay his concerns about his daughter, like she was with the nanny or with another officer or anything like that?
Yes, I did. I told him that I believe the au pair had gotten her out of the house.
Okay, and you'd heard that from others?
Yes.
Did that seem to work with regard to him being upset?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Did that seem to work? That the fact that you said that he had broken down?
No, it didn't change his demeanor. It didn't make him happier. That's what you're looking for.
That's a good question. You know, I wonder if the world's just different with this, with the accidental 911 calls, because it happens so frequently now with cell phones. Maybe the days of them going out every time they get a call like that are behind us. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's the protocol anymore or not. But yeah, I was wondering the same thing. But it sounded like she wasn't going to do, the 911 operator wasn't going to do anything unless they called back again.
Well, I'm just curious what you saw.
He was upset. He was visually upset.
Excuse me.
Redirect.
Court's indulgence for one moment.
So I think we got a break.
Judge, I don't have any questions. He is not
I was
going
wrong.
to recall for us.
No need for recall.
Okay, sir, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day, Lieutenant.
Usual.
All right, your next witness.
Judge, the next witness I have is Dr. Kessler, Your Honor. This is going to be a longer.
Why don't you approach him?
So this is a sidebar.
Happy birthday to you.
What? So that's our little sidebar we play when this happened. I think that's the first one we've really had so far in this trial. That's been moving pretty speedily. Looks like they were going to call a doctor next. And not sure what they're discussing. She said this is going to be a lengthy one. So I guess they're talking whether they're going to take a break or not, I suppose. So we've talked to 3 of the officers so far. Sure, there's a strategy to the order. I'm kind of surprised they're not just going through all the officers, but I'm sure there's a reason for that. So let's see. Mrs. E says it was very loud in her earbuds. It was very loud in my headset also, so sorry for that. I'm sure that jolted everybody awake. Nicey Marie says, I accidentally called 911 while trying to reset my iPhone. The 2-button sequence, I'd done it wrong. They called me back because I hang up and said, oh crap, had to explain and give my name and address. I've done it before with my cell phone too, and they've called back and you talk to them, but I don't know what happens if you just never answer again. Sorry about that, Angel Wings. I will try to give a heads up next time I do the sidebar for everybody. Yeah, I bet Mrs. E, I thought of you. She was excited for the sidebar. She'd been kind of waiting for it. We haven't had to use it. And Nightbot's still kind of going at, well, Nightbot's doing a little better. Maybe, yeah, I haven't seen a post from Nightbot in a few minutes, so that's good. I don't know if you can have it calm down or not, or you just have to turn it off. It might be that way. So this is a pretty lengthy little conversation here they're having, but it looks like they're done.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in planning the nature of the course of the evidence in the afternoon, we're going to go ahead and take an early lunch recess at this point from 12:30 to 1:30. That way we'll have more continuity with the evidence as it comes in today, okay? So let's go ahead and do that. Go back with the deputy. She'll give you all your lunch options. Please do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you. We'll see you back at 1:30.
All right, so we're a little behind, so we'll see how far behind we are. Not a whole lot, maybe a half.
All right.
Yeah, so we were behind just maybe like 15, 20 minutes, something like that. So I'm going to mute them.
From where I was sitting, if anything, the most.
We'll let that go here for a minute. Oh, this is funny. Cheryl says they both knew her schedule 2 years. Of course, there is a routine. Right. And then Ms. Z says there's a package on the porch. So I guess I'll go, since we're taking a lunch break here, I guess I'll go do that here in a minute. Thank you, Angel Wings. I appreciate it. I'm doing okay here. I figured at some point I'd have a catastrophe and we just have to end the stream in the middle. But so far we're a couple of hours in and haven't had to do that. So that's good. I thought what I'd do is I will pull up the body cam footage that we have of Juliana. So you can kind of see for yourself how she acted to police. So while we're okay. So Angel Wings wants me to go grab the package. So bear with me just a moment. I will be right back.
Hi, guys. How are you? I just got back from my appointment, so I thought it would be a good time to jump on since Mr. E was out getting his package. I heard a little bit of the testimony from the police officers so far. It looks like an interesting trial. Back on track with Kat. I just hopped in, Mr. E.
I could hear when I was at the door, I could hear somebody talking on the headset. Okay. Well, somebody's joined the live stream.
Hi, Nina Drew.
Were you able to follow much of this while you were doing your errands and different things?
I was in a noisy salon, so half of my earbuds was out, so I could hear some of the testimony of the police officers. It kind of seemed a little uneventful, just more procedural, talking about things. What do you think were the key points so far?
I'll kind of go through it here. So the first they brought up was the 911 calls. So we got a better timeline partly.
I did hear some of the 911 calls. I did hear that pretty well.
Yeah, well, it was interesting. So they had the hang up, which we'd heard that was released. It sounded like somebody moaning in the background. So I assumed that was after the shooting had already happened. And I thought it was the victim that hadn't died yet, because she says that she has to finish him off by shooting him in the chest. Well, that was wrong. So this call was apparently from the basement.
Well, then what was the moaning?
I don't know what
maybe it was. Maybe the television was on down there, because it was a finished, like a rec room type basement that we saw. So
yeah,
it could have been television.
Pardon me. So anyway, they hang up, and then 15 seconds later, 911 operator calls them back, and they hang up, or they don't answer. So then at 8:02, so we know there was a full 15 minutes between the first call and then when they make the final call, and that goes on for a while. To me, it sounded like the fake hyperventilating kind of stuff that Juliana does in the body cam video.
Mm-hmm.
And they're really trying to make sure they get their narrative in the call also. So there's that. Then the opening statement. I just kind of took some notes on things that I didn't
get to hear any of the opening statement. I wondered. I mean, I just know from other cases I've watched, sometimes they're very lengthy, and it seems like these must have been pretty short.
I bet they weren't more than 10 minutes each.
Wow.
They were both very short. So hers,
That's
she pretty,
interesting.
the belief that the theory we thought it is what they're going with. They filled in a couple of gaps. Like he talks about how she wasn't a good mother. And when he's trying to convince Juliana to go through with this and that she needs to be deceased. He talks about how he considered a hitman, but was worried about how that would track back to him, that he couldn't get away with it that way. We learned some more details about Joseph and what he was expecting. So he was expecting to come to the home with the door unlocked. He was told that she would be in bed asleep, and that her fantasy is what Joseph believes is that she wants to be tied up, have her clothing cut away from her, and to not stop no matter how much she begged.
Oh, wow. That is sick.
Very sick. So that's all in her opening statement there. And then she says that at the end, she kind of says, blood is going to be the evidence, the most important evidence here. So I'm thinking she means like the blood spatter patterns and things like that are not going to line up with the story, because Joseph's not going to have the blood spatter. He's not the one that stabbed her. The blood experts, that stuff's going to be very strong. And I don't know how, unless things didn't go how he planned, I don't know how he thought he was going to get away with this, because the blood spatter is going to be on his jacket and everything else.
Right.
Now there are some with the three officers that came up next, the ones that arrived on the scene and everything. There are some problems there. So they stepped on the knife. They moved one of the firearms that was laying on the bed and touched that with their hands. The big one is that the last officer that talked, was it the second to last one? Whoever was actually with, I think it was Beckner that was with him in the ambulance. One of them allowed him to wash his hands.
Oh, no.
And so he said basically like it didn't even occur to him to not let him do it. He felt bad for him.
Well, but just because he had blood on his hands, didn't he have blood on his hands, or didn't he say he had blood on his hands in the 911 call? Something was said about him having blood all over his hands, and that's why he didn't call.
He does say that. So that explained that too. But he also was the one that was supposed to be trying to apply pressure to her. So some blood on his hands would make sense even there. But so it would have been really great to not have washed those hands, because you could probably get a better idea of how naturally that blood, was to get photographs and all that. So that was a big mistake. And of course the defense is going in and making sure they get all that on the record, because I didn't go into his opening statement. So the defense, he basically went with the two defenses we thought they would. The one is they're going to question Juliana's integrity, honesty, that she was coerced into giving this testimony, that she is lying basically to get herself out of jail, that they arrested her and for the sole purpose of arresting him to put pressure on her, which actually is kind of true. I mean, I think that is why they went ahead and charged her.
It doesn't make sense though. There would be no motivation to do what she did, and he was involved. I mean, there's no way that she could have pulled it off alone and then implicated him.
Right.
He shot once, she shot once. So that right there shows that he was involved with what was going on.
Yes.
I wonder about the computer information. Did they talk about the account and that it was her account or any of that in the opening statements?
They say they catfished, that they created the account. That's what the prosecutor says.
Prosecutors, but the defense did not try to allude that she had created the account on her own.
The defense does say that, yes.
Oh,
they
okay.
say that they are going to bring up their own experts, and they say that the reason these guys got taken off the case is because they disagreed with the others, and that they're going to try to prove that. So those are
that's some interesting information.
Yeah. So that's the two main avenues of attack, and then plus they're just any mistakes at the crime scene, they're going to go with that too. I'm really behind on comments here, so I want to kind of get to some of these from everybody. Back on track with Kat says, Mr. E, that's another reason 911 should have been dispatched. We heard the moan. 911 operator heard it. 911 calls back, no answer. Just strange they didn't dispatch. Yeah.
It is kind of strange. That may not be their protocol though. But you would think, you would think that they would have went ahead and sent a patrolman or somebody to the scene just to double check.
Yeah. Rosebud wants to make sure you know that this is the Amber Heard
Johnny
judge
Depp
as well. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
She's acting-
I like her so far. She seems pretty good. The pieces that I've heard her talk, she seems pretty decisive.
And Cat Ride says, just get a divorce. He is evil.
No kidding.
I know. It really is. It really is. It really is sick, like Jenny's saying. Of course, everyone's saying hello to you as you came in earlier.
Hey, everybody.
I didn't mention this. Nicey Marie says there was dry blood, tells you the timeline as well. Clogged blood, dry blood shows happened earlier than their timeline. Yeah, that might be important too.
I think it's weird that, and this is something that I find that if they had done this and planned to do this, why didn't they make sure she was gone before they called? Why didn't they make sure she was deceased before they called?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's a problem. I mean, if she happens to live and she's still got a heartbeat and they're trying to rush her to the ER, there's a chance she could live at that point. And that wasn't very smart on their end to call prior to her, I guess they felt like they had to make it look more legitimate.
What, let her live?
Well,
I think they probably thought she was gone.
But they say, and you hear it on the body cam that she still has a pulse. They say it. And he said, is she going to make it? Is she going to make it? So he knows that she's still alive.
I don't think he knew that.
Okay.
I don't think he knew until they got there and they're checking. I think he's thinking because imagine stabbing someone in the neck multiple times. You wouldn't imagine that person could survive, really.
Right.
I'm not sure. They haven't said how many times she was stabbed yet. But man, that's yeah.
I wonder how this is a heck of a trial. And the au pair has already pled to the charges, and she is being cooperative in this case. Does that mean she will not be brought up on any further charges? Like her case is over? Like there's no more trying for her. She's admitted to what happened and is totally implicating him. Is that correct?
We know part of the deal is they're going to give her credit for time served for the last, I think I said a year and a half yesterday, but it's really since 2023, since fall of 20. So it's a little over 2 years. Her maximum sentence with manslaughter is 10 years, but they won't say what the rest of the deal is. But we think they're just going to let her go back home after the trial. If she does what but they can't publicly make that arrangement known, but that's the belief,
Wow.
Cheryl says, didn't he keep stabbing her? I don't know how many times they haven't said. We haven't heard how many times.
I wondered how many stab wounds she had, and if there was any to the body or it was just the neck area. I wonder if he did, how the 911 lady was telling him to apply pressure and all that. Do you think he did any of that?
Yeah, I do. I think he would have done that.
Why?
To explain the blood on himself.
Huh. But couldn't he say that that's
He
how he
might have
got the
done
blood on it without doing that?
I don't know.
He supposedly supposedly he took the blood and put it on the other guy because he wouldn't
Yes.
have had any blood on him because he hadn't done anything to her.
Right. You know, something else that just occurred to me. They haven't said she was bound, right? I don't think they've said that. But
Not
that was
yet.
he was supposed to do that. He brought that stuff with him, like the zip ties and everything, and chains, I think they say. But she's not wearing clothing. And the order he was told was cut her clothing off first, then bind her, and then attack. If she's not tied up and he starts to attack her, will she have some defensive wounds and things like that?
Cheryl said
From him.
Cheryl said that she said, just let me die. I'm going to bleed to death
Yeah.
anyway. Just stop and let me die, allegedly. Now, how do we know that she said that? Who reported that? The au pair?
Au pair in that statement we played last night.
Okay.
That's what she claims that she said as she passed or as she was being attacked.
Gotcha.
The betrayal, it's just insane. Yeah, it's horrific to live through that.
Okay. And Real Me Too said they were busy cleaning up anything they needed to, and they thought she was already gone. She wouldn't have survived. Gotcha.
Yeah. I'm going to guess it's like 5 or 10 stabbings, and you would just think nobody's surviving that, right?
Right.
You don't have to check the pulse. You would just think, and she quits moving, I'm sure.
I thought Angel Wing says, I would love to have seen her husband's face when he realized she was still alive.
I know.
I'm wondering how his face changes and what's said, because he kept asking, is she going to be okay? Is she going to be okay? I was like, he's just, he's wanting them to say, oh no, she's gone. And they don't say that.
I would really like to see that. I'm going to put this up here real quick. I want to do the au pair, because some of you have not seen her body cam footage while we're on a little break. Just to show her, this is maybe 4 minutes after she gets escorted outside. I didn't do all of them coming into the house. Well, I guess I could. I'll just play the whole thing. Well, now no, it's really not eventful. We'll just play this because I wanted to compare it. Oh.
Do you have to take that down? Oh, there you go.
So,
Hey, can you go with Officer Battaglia really quick? He has some stickers for you.
I was going to take her to the zoo this morning, and then I forgot the lunch we were gonna pay. I turned around and came right here, and then I saw this car. This is her car. This car is the person I guess.
You don't know who that? Do you know who the person is?
I have no idea. And then also his car called her to see what's going on, because it's early in the morning, like, who is here? And then he was straight to voicemail. I called Brendan, it's her husband, he's up there. I told him, I see a strange car, but I don't know who is that. Can you please come here? I'm scared. I was in the car. And then he came here, and then we went inside. The guy, I don't know who he is, he was spanking her. I was just here.
Were you here when it happened, or did you walk up in there and
No,
that's how they were?
yeah, he went upstairs first, and then I went to see what is going on. I left the basement, and then when I went upstairs, Brendan was saying, "Oh, let's drop the knife."
So, Brendan's a police officer.
Yeah, he's an officer.
Is he with Fairfax?
No.
Where is he an officer?
I don't know. I think it's he was officer in Vienna.
Vienna?
Yeah.
Okay.
But,
1 second.
I'm gonna get.
Okay.
Do you need anything else right now?
Not right now. The guy who shot is they think a Vienna police officer. So we got to think about that. That car, we don't know who. That's the guy who came up here that started the issue. This car is the outside guy, the silver car. These two. So this is their car. That is the guy who came here.
Okay. And then it was because they were yelling at each other. He was saying like, drop the. I'm sorry, my first language is not English.
No, you're doing really well.
He was saying drop the
The knife or the gun?
The gun. and Brendan said, "No, police, don't drop the knife." And he was saying, "I'm gonna kill her. I'm gonna kill her." And I don't know if he started stabbing her. I think Brendan shot him, and he asked me help to shot him too because
It's okay. You don't have to get it all out right now.
I never saw that before. Like,
You didn't see the girl before either? So the guy and the girl you don't know?
She's my boss.
Okay.
But I never seen it before. Like, it's a lot of blood.
Okay.
What a mess.
I know. So I just want to see if it sounds, we talked about this last night. If this sounds familiar.
On the floor, and I said, as I got up, I couldn't find my son.
A 7-month-old baby boy was reportedly kidnapped right out of this Big Five parking lot. This is 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro, one of 5 children in this family from Cabazon, reportedly kidnapped last night in Yucaipa. Now, his mom told me that they were here last night at a nearby football stadium in Yucaipa with the other kids playing to change his diaper when she was attacked from behind.
I got him out of the car seat, and I laid him down and so I could get his diapers ready. And somebody said, "Hola," and that's all I remember. And I saw white. And a hearing sound, I fell on the floor, and
So what do you think? Does that remind you of those two performances?
It was almost exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, just the. I mean, it was all so fake.
Yeah. It was so phony. It was a very similar performance to me.
Jenny Machete said that sounded exactly the same, and it
really
did.
It really did.
Yep.
And of course, she's admitted that she was lying. She's admitted and been charged and pled out to that manslaughter charge that it was all fake. Now, if you believe her or not, that's the question, right?
Yep. Yep.
Anyway, I just wanted to play that.
It's crazy.
Someone mentioned also, so I'm going to pull this up. I think they wanted to see her throw the phone on the bed again. So we've heard now the 911 call all the way up to the point where we see Juliana. So you can actually hear every minute from the beginning of the 911 call up to this point. I think they tell her to throw the phone down, maybe. But let's see.
Hey, Paul, or Jose, you got that. You got that. I mean, watch out, man. There's a dog back there. So somebody's outside. Someone's outside in the back? In the back? There's a dog in the back. Anyone else outside? Who else is outside?
Oh, nobody's outside.
Anybody over here?
In my room. In here.
Stay here.
Hey, who is the shooter?
Who shot who?
Brendan, he's an officer.
I got a blowout kit if you need it. Bring it up.
Yeah, she says right there, Brendan, he's an officer. I didn't catch that the first time we listened to that.
Yeah.
So everyone in that room.
They're assuming that he's a policeman. He's not that kind of officer.
Yeah.
You know?
They don't know,
Yeah.
But at least they know that he's, trained. And so does that help with the benefit of the doubt here at first and all that?
Mm-hmm. I think it seems very haphazard, don't you? I mean, I just don't think they seem very well trained in something like this. They kind of seem like, I don't know. Do you think that it just gives me a weird vibe in the way that they're going into the home?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Of course, everything's so, I don't know. I guess I kind of.
I just think it seems very odd.
They don't know what they've walked into. They don't know if they've got an active threat. So their number one priority right now is to make sure there's not somebody barricaded somewhere.
Right.
Because they got 2 people down and at least 2 more people in the house. So they don't know.
Yeah.
They don't know what
I just think it doesn't seem like they're handling it methodically with those risks in place.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. It does look a little chaotic.
Yeah.
In the house, any kids in the house?
want, I'll hold down here.
Okay.
Bring her down here, and we can get info directly from her. Hey,
Nancy, can you come down with me?
Anybody else have blue?
So, okay. So she doesn't have a phone in her hand, does she?
Okay.
Oh, she goes to pick it up. I see.
Oh, she picks it up.
Yeah.
We're getting the ambulance here now.
My host kid is downstairs.
Okay.
I'm here.
How old's your host kid?
She's 4.5.
4.5. Where is she?
I need to talk to her. She doesn't know anything. What's
Can we get her and we'll go outside?
I'm gonna get her.
She's not in the 4-year-old.
So she's
We're
not
gonna go
4,
outside.
she's 4.5. So she's almost kindergarten age. So this kid's very aware, I'm sure, that something is really bad going on in her home.
Yeah, she might be. Don't know
And
don't know if she could hear it or not.
She's got 2 smart, educated parents. So this child, unless she has special needs or something, she's going to be very hyper aware of what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't really, I was thinking more like 3 to 4, but she's between 4 and 5. And she says specifically there, she's 4.5. So that's creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
Yes. Nicey Marie, she's an au pair. She's staying with the family on a visa, a live-in nanny. Yes.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I meant to answer that question. Yeah. She's from Brazil. She's been there for she had been there about 2 years before this happened. And then the affair supposedly started sometime in 2022.
Okay.
Just please.
It's okay.
She's just 4.5.
I know this is hard. Let's get her outside, and then I need to get some information from you.
Hi.
Hey, I'm Officer Bell. Nice to meet you. Do you want to go outside with us?
You need to go outside, okay?
Let's go.
Come here. Come here. I'm gonna take this
Yeah, whatever you need to do. What's your name?
Juliana.
Here. All right, let's get outside, okay? It's okay. Just breathe, okay? Yeah, let's go out this way.
I wonder if they're saying to just breathe, if they're talking to the little girl or they're talking to the.
Do you want to hang out with the
I'm not
officer
sure.
right there?
Yeah, I'm not sure. They're going to offer her stickers or something and go get in the car.
No, like that's enticing for a kid. Oh, here, go get some stickers. Oh, good grief.
Right. Well, no, that's probably it's probably something they keep on hand, for situations.
Yeah, probably.
Good. Still breathing.
Sorry?
Still breathing.
Still breathing?
Hey.
Do you want me to put her to watch a show or something?
If you just want to tell me quickly what happened.
I don't know what happened. Everything happened too fast. I was going to take her to the zoo this morning.
Can you go with Officer Batani really quick?
Why don't you come with us? Yeah.
He has some stickers for you.
I was going to take her to the zoo this morning.
The stickers thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's so
Sure.
funny. He has some stickers for you.
I
This
know.
leaves this traumatic situation where something bad is going on, but we've got stickers for you. That's funny. I just think that's funny. Having worked with kids for almost 30 years, I don't think I would say stickers. I would say, come on, we're going to go, do something else. I said stickers. Mm-mm.
Yeah, for a kid, maybe just checking out the fire trucks and the ambulances and stuff would be more interesting than
Yeah,
stickers.
I mean, absolutely it would be.
Cheryl says, she's my boss, you sick bee. She treated you like family, so sick, bad actors all around. Yeah.
And
know.
I don't think
It's such a
Cheryl said they had
betrayal.
her locked in the basement. They didn't have her locked in the basement. I think what they did is they told her to stay in the basement. The basement was a nice finished family room basement. It wasn't like she was locked in a dungeon, but they put her down there and told her to stay there until they came back. And so I don't think they were being mean to her. I think they were just trying to keep her away from what was going to happen.
Yeah, and this is about the chaos. Starflower, the priority is to save lives. No one was in charge. And
Yeah.
that is their number one thing. They got to go out there and try to, but they also know that, someone was shot. It wasn't, an accidental death. So they stepping on the knife and moving the,
Right.
well, it's the washing the hands is really the one that's just really bad. I mean, you step on a knife, it's just an accident. Moving the gun, maybe they had to do that to get to hit someone, but I'm not sure because we can't see what the scene was. Unfortunately, all that's on the body cam footage, so they can see
Right.
the original placement of everything. But the hand washing, you never get that back.
Rosebud said, I had no idea there was a child involved in this. That was in the house. What on earth is the matter with people? I know. But no, that she had taken her to the zoo that morning and was coming back, but they had it all timed and calculated. So it appears that, they had a plan. They told her to go to the basement. They told her to stay down there. They probably gave her something to do or whatever to keep her busy.
I know.
And didn't you say something about the windows that they had supposedly changed out the windows to block sound from the outside?
Yeah, just a month or two earlier, he had put in brand new windows and they tested the sound to see if she could hear him. Like she would go outside, he would yell and scream inside to see if it muffled the noise enough, like as a test.
Wow.
He also was learning Portuguese. I forgot to mention that. He had been learning that. Yeah, it took her to the shooting range and everything. So Rosebud, what happened with the little girl, when they came back, instead of going through the front door, they went around the back and entered through the basement, left her in the basement, walked upstairs, and then eventually made their way to the bedroom where everything happened. Suanna, good to see you. She says, I know I missed a lot. How are y'all? Fog had surgery. Maybe dog had surgery.
Dog had surgery.
I bet. Well, I hope the dog's doing
hope
better.
he's okay.
And let's see. Wowzer says, I had to go back. I'm behind, but catching up. Well, they're on a lunch break as we speak. Let me double check and make sure they're still at lunch.
Kenzie said the zoo at 7:47 and 8:02 in the morning. Yeah, that's an early zoo morning for sure.
I mean, that's making sure you get the early rise. The zoo even open at 8 o'clock.
I think it does open pretty early, but who's to say in that area? Maybe they had like a mommy and me group in the mornings that met early for that kind of thing.
Yeah, we didn't talk about this. Wowzer says, I'm behind, but I wonder about that Garmin watch.
Did you have on a Garmin watch?
He did, and they took it from him. So that was the first mention that we've heard of that watch.
I didn't miss that part.
I wonder if she wore anything like that, like
the au pair.
Christine.
Oh, Christine. Well, it wouldn't have mattered if she was in bed.
Yeah, but maybe it would show heart rate and stuff like that. There's certain kinds of watches, right?
Yes, yeah.
But we don't know. A lot of this we're just finding out today because they did a pretty good job of keeping this all quiet. So Suanna said it was the dog. So the dog had surgery. So hope it's doing well. Let's see. So we do you want to? I could pull up other stuff if we want from the that we did the other day.
Oh, from when we covered this case, you mean?
Yeah. If we like, if there's anything you think that's worth going back over. They said a doctor is coming up next. I don't know which one that's going to be.
I wonder. I noticed that the defendant is using his right hand to write notes. So I would wonder if the other victim was right or left-handed. That would also be helpful in knowing that for the stab wounds.
Yeah, and I think they said the stab wounds were to her left side, I think is how they said it. So her left meaning would be here,
Across.
so a right-handed person would stab that way. So, assuming he's right-handed, the victim, that
No, a right-handed person would actually stab. Yeah, the right side of her body if she's facing him. Yes.
her left, but right as your face. Yeah.
Right.
So I'm not sure without seeing the pictures. It's hard to say for sure. Rosebud is saying, let me make sure I'm understanding this case correctly. The husband and wife had some kinky, weird stuff that they did. So they invite this guy over to role play, but in the reality, the husband wasn't playing.
No.
That's not quite right. So what it is, au pair moves in, au pair and Juliana and the husband begin an affair. He doesn't want a divorce. So he devises this is all allegedly right now, other than Juliana's pled guilty. They devise a scheme where they open a fake account under Christine's name with her picture, and they start looking for men that are interested on this fetish site to try to find that are interested in violent fantasy. And they eventually find the victim, Joseph Ryan, and he's 39 years old. He lives somewhere Springfield, Virginia. And
he's big into live action role play and stuff himself anyway, and he also was on this site.
So they have like ground rules, and this fake persona says, "Oh, this is my first time ever doing anything like this." But the fantasy that he thinks he's being invited to is that he's supposed to pretend like he's an attacker, a violent attacker involved in SA, right? She tells him, she or Brendan, posing as Christine, says, the door will be unlocked. I'll be asleep in bed. When you come up, the fantasy I want is for you to cut away my clothing, bind me up, and then essay me. And no matter how much I resist, don't stop, no matter what I say. So that's what he thinks he's walking into, but he believes it's a consenting adult acting out a fantasy. But it's not, of course. So when he goes in,
she is in bed, she is asleep, she's a nurse, and when he goes in, he thinks that she's ready for him.
Yes, Juliana and Brendan are nearby, ready to come back to the house. Brendan's at a McDonald's. I don't remember where Juliana is. Maybe he texts saying, "Hey, I'm almost there," something like that. I don't remember that part of it. They're communicating through the app Telegram.
I think she is pretending to be going to the zoo, and that was her excuse. But I think she's kind of waiting somewhere for him to give the all clear. Hey, go back to the house now.
Yeah. So when they come back, they get out. They see his car there. They go around the back, go in the basement, leave the girl there. According to the prosecution, she messes up, and Juliana calls 911 early. I think they're going to say that she forgot. She's not supposed to call them until after the attack or something.
Rosebud's still confused. She said, but she thinks someone's really attacking her.
Yes. So
the
wife thinks it's real.
Yeah, the wife thinks it's an attacker.
Yeah.
She has no idea about this role play guy.
Yeah, she knows nothing of this. She's just in bed, and she gets attacked by this man, and so Brendan and Juliana are waiting at the top base of the stairs, and when they hear the attack happening, then they go upstairs. When Brendan walks in, he shouts out "police officer," something like that, and then shoots Joseph in the head. And then he takes the knife from Joseph, and then he attacks his wife, stabbing her multiple times in the neck. And according to Juliana, she's saying at some point, just let me die. I'm not going to survive anyway. Something along those lines. She says it in her recorded testimony when she makes her plea deal later. So he's trying to paint himself as the hero, coming in trying to save his wife's life. I keep thinking of that moment. She's being attacked. She thinks something terrible is about to happen. She's apparently naked, we would learn today. So she's already been assaulted to some extent. I don't know if she's tied up yet or not. I don't think she is. They haven't said that. But anyway, he's attacking her, and she thinks her husband's just saved her life. And then he picks up the knife and turns to her. How horrifying. that must have been. So that's what we think happened. I mean, that's at least the allegation. That's what Juliana says. And then so Rosebud says, so him and his girlfriend planned to unalive his wife through this role play, which they unalived the person doing the role playing, and then they unalived her. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And Ryan survived the initial shot to the head. So then he has Juliana pick up another weapon and finish him in the chest. So just all incredible. And then Cheryl says, it's not about being mean to the child. It's the plotting and planning. I just meant the child was put in the basement so she didn't have to hear anything. They probably gave her a snack and TV.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Well,
it's just sick. It's absolutely sick.
I think there might have been a misunderstanding about the phrasing of putting her in the basement earlier. And that's what she was clearing up.
Yes. Yes.
She just means.
It wasn't like, like they were being mean to her by doing it, but yeah, the whole thing's being mean to her.
Yeah, and that's actually
they took her mother away from her.
That's one of the charges he's facing, is because he did bring her back.
Yeah, that's one of the charges. I forgot how it's worded.
Yeah, I'm going to pull it up and just see.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see what his charges are. Absolutely. Rosebud said, all I know is these two are going to hell and no questions asked. Absolutely.
It is.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's really, it's unbelievable. It's just so evil to so many people.
Well, I'm just really surprised. I'd never heard of this case. I mean, we weren't really big into the true crime stuff at the time that this happened, but these are like nationwide cases. Like I would think like Scott and Lacey Peterson or the Murdaugh case, or, some of these ones that the Tepe case, it's all over the news. Every news station has been carrying it. So I'm really surprised. I don't remember hearing this, and maybe I did and just kind of forgot about it, but it's crazy.
It is surprising.
L. Kennedy says, why do you think that the husband didn't take the second shot? Why did he have the au pair take the second shot? I have my ideas. I think probably just because, so it wasn't just him that was responsible. I don't know.
I think that's a possibility, so that they're both kind of tied together. I'm wondered if, I don't know the order. So I don't know if he had already started stabbing his wife before he realized that Ryan was still alive. So maybe he didn't want to touch the gun with the bloody hand after and all of that.
And
I don't know.
Can you tell us when this happened? Rosebud was wondering the date.
February 24th of 2023, or February 24th of 2023. And I've got the charges here. So he's being charged, of course, with the aggravated unaliving of both Ryan and his wife, one count of use of a firearm in the commission of a felony, one count of felony child abuse and neglect. And that's because of him deliberately putting his daughter in that position. And then one count of felony child cruelty for the danger posed to the child during the events.
Wow.
The maximum sentence he can get is prison without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 13 years of incarceration.
Gosh, I hope they find him guilty, because if he gets off of these charges,
aggravated for Virginia is the most serious offense they can get for that crime there. So if he gets that, it's automatic life without parole. So there will be no like discretion to the judge. If he's convicted, it's life without parole.
They didn't even consider DP?
They don't have it in Virginia anymore.
Oh, okay. They used to years ago.
Yeah, I think it's just been like 6-8 years ago, something like that. They got rid of it.
Yeah, if they had the DP in every state, a lot of this stuff would never happen.
Yeah, I think
make an example out of a few of these people, and these things would be curtailed quite a bit. I mean, just get a divorce. I mean, it's crazy. That probably won't be the last time I say that.
I know. I was just looking when they got rid of the death penalty. No, it didn't come up. Oh, it did. Okay. Since 2021.
Yeah.
But they hadn't had an execution since 2017. I mean, it's
That poor kid. That poor kid.
I think I don't know who was talking about this. They were talking about psychopaths, like with Chris Watts, and how I can't think of who I was listening to. Might have been allegedly innocent. I'm not sure. But someone was talking about how psychopaths, their way of thinking is people are just tools to them. So they oh, well, I need out of the marriage. I could divorce, or maybe it'd just be easier if I staged this elaborate crime, even though it'll massively traumatize my daughter, even the au pair. I mean, if you pretend you love her at all, you're putting her through a nightmare situation, also risking her freedom just for the inconvenience of a divorce. Really,
I wonder, do you know if they took a statement from the little girl?
they did, and they can't. Well, at least whatever she says this day, they can't use in court. I don't know if they were able to do an interview later or not, but they had to have his permission, and they didn't. So whatever was said,
Why would you have to have a parent's permission if they're the ones responsible?
it's just a Virginia law. The judge already made the decision on it.
Wow.
I had the article yesterday, but we never read it. I can see it. Check and see.
That's crazy. I mean, I get that. I get that, but I would think that you could get a statement. I mean, no matter who did what, you should be able to get a statement from anyone that was in the home regarding what they saw and heard.
Yeah, it just had to do with her being a minor, and it being a criminal investigation or something like that. I'll pull it up and see what it was.
That's
I
crazy.
just can't remember.
Well, it's just like the Mangione case. They're trying to get the backpack thrown out, and they feel like if the backpack search was illegal and it gets thrown out, that they don't have enough evidence to convict.
I'm sorry. Repeat that one more time. I was reading something there.
I said that reminds me of the Mangione case. Right now, they're trying to decide whether or not the backpack is going to be admissible as evidence, and if it's not, and they cannot use that in the court, they think that the case is going to be very difficult to prove.
Ooh, okay.
And that's all going on right now. I saw something about that a couple days ago.
So what the judge said on the daughter is that it would only have been admissible if the child was being directly victimized by the parent. But she said even though those indictments came later about the daughter, at the time the interview was done, that was not the basis for the interview. So otherwise, they have to have a parent's permission to interview the daughter. It's just the way the statutes are written.
Well, you know what? They need new statutes.
Oh, okay. We're back.
Oh, good.
So let me get this ready. Okay. All right. They've been back a couple of minutes. Let me find. Oh, sorry.
At this point in time, that all of the photos that are part of Dr. Kessler's testimony be sealed.
Okay, that's any objection to that?
No.
Okay.
Okay,
All right,
thank
we can
you.
do that. Anything else on that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. May have been lifestyle, right? Dreaming. I mean, they do have a very nice house. I think it was estimated around $1 million or something.
He doesn't have a very innocent look, that's for sure.
No, he does not. Not a sympathetic face, is it?
Angel Wing says, yes, Auntie, that is really big news here in New York about the backpack. Yes. Be anxious to see how that plays out too.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness?
Judge, our next witness is Dr. Kessler.
Dr. Kessler?
I'll be right back.
I wondered the same thing, Pam. I was going to ask Mr. E if he knew anything about that, if he had life insurance.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Yes, I do. Thank you.
The nanny's family lives in Brazil. She's from Brazil. She just came over to the U.S. as an au pair.
Could you please state your name and spell it for first and last name for the court record, please?
Yes, Dr. Megan Kessler, Meghan Kessler, Kessler.
And what is your profession?
I'm an assistant chief medical examiner, also known as a forensic pathologist.
And what is a forensic pathologist?
A forensic pathologist is a type of doctor who is specialized in pathology, which is the study of disease, and then further subspecialized in forensics, which is the study of disease as it relates to law and medicine.
And where do you work?
I worked for the Commonwealth of Virginia, Office of the Chief Medical Examiner at the Northern District Office in Manassas.
And how long have you been with that office?
Approximately 9.5 years now.
Auntie, I'm going to leave it playing, but I've got to take the dogs out, so I'll just be back in a couple of minutes. I'll listen to it on my phone while it's going.
Okay.
And where did you work before you joined the Virginia Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Just prior to coming to work in Virginia, I completed a fellowship program with the state of Maryland.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Richmond. I graduated from medical school from the Kentucky College of Osteopathic Medicine. I completed an anatomic pathology residency program with Penn State, after which I completed a subspecialty fellowship in forensic pathology with the state of Maryland Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, and became board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And are you a medical doctor?
Yes, I'm a DO.
And you said you were board certified. Could you tell us how board certifications are acquired?
To become board certified, the requisite training, years of education is required, as well as obviously taking an examination and continuing education to recertify.
And do you belong to any professional associations?
I do not.
Have you provided any training or educational presentations to others in your field?
Yes, I regularly am involved in training pathology residents from Walter Reed and the University of Virginia, pathology assistant students from Old Dominion University, other interns, forensic fellow within our agency, local medical examiners, and others.
What kind of training did you go through with the medical examiner's office when you arrived?
After I arrived, I'm required to maintain my dual board certification in anatomic and forensic pathology, also my state licensure in medicine, and the continuing medical education that's required.
And what do you do as part of your job as a forensic pathologist at the medical examiner's office?
My primary duty is to complete autopsies to determine cause and manner of death and collect evidence and write reports as related to that.
And have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology in a court of record before?
Yes.
And have you done so in Fairfax County?
I have.
Do you know how many times?
I'm not sure in Fairfax. Within the Commonwealth of Virginia, it's at least 50 times, and likely a majority are in Fairfax.
At this point, Your Honor, I would offer Dr. Kessler as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
I have no objection.
No objection. All right, she'll be so offered. Thank you.
And did you perform an autopsy on the bodies of Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield?
Yes, I did.
And prior to the
That
performance
looks so
of
fishy.
those autopsies, where were the bodies of Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield kept?
After they arrived at the office of the chief medical examiner, they were intake and put into a cooler within our secure facility until the time of autopsy.
And before you performed each of their autopsies, did you break open the seal of the bag containing each body?
Yes, both bodies, the transport bags, were sealed with a wire seal through the zippers.
Before we discuss the particulars of each autopsy, did you prepare a report documenting your observations and findings?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I am going to ask for Commonwealth Exhibits 11 and 12 to be displayed to the witness and counsel only. And I am also going to pass out paper copies to the witness, if I could, please.
You've seen these, Mr. Carroll, correct?
I think I have a copy. I just wanted to look at it. Thank you, Judge.
Do you need to look at them?
I mean,
Go ahead and review them to make sure.
It's the redacted.
It's the, yeah.
oh, okay.
I agree. And I see Marie. He looks pretty evil. Or guilty. He just looks guilty.
Looks good to me, Judge.
All right.
Hi, Women's Warrior. Thanks for joining us. And thanks for liking.
Okay. So I'm first going to show you on the screen what has been marked as Commonwealth's 11 and ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, may I scroll through?
Yes, I think.
Thanks for joining us.
It's also, you have a paper copy of it in your hand.
We'll do that. Yes, I have a copy of this CME1 report of investigation, my autopsy report, my handwritten notes from autopsy, and a copy of the certificate of analysis, the toxicology report.
And now I'm going to show you Commonwealth's Exhibit 12 and ask you if you recognize this exhibit. It's the other paper copy that you have.
Yes, there is a CME1 report of investigation, a copy of the death investigator scene report, a copy of my autopsy report, a copy of my handwritten notes from autopsy, as well as the certificate of analysis, the toxicology report.
Okay.
We haven't missed
And
anything. She's
Are
just
these your autopsy?
going
reports
over
from,
the documents that she's going to go over.
of Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield?
They are.
Okay. And Judge, at this point, both exhibits I would ask for to be entered as Commonwealth's Commonwealth 11 and 12. They should be sealed.
If we could approach this for a moment.
Looks like a sidebar. Any excuse to do the sidebar.
That's right.
All right. So,
I'm going to look up some stuff about this judge.
okay. Yeah, I didn't really, other than the Johnny Depp thing, I hadn't too much. And good to see you, Women's Warrior. Been a little while. It's good to see you in chat here. Cheryl had said, why do we even have the death penalty when they get to live for 30 years or better? What is the point if you're hands down convicted of a heinous crime? In my opinion, you should not spend one more minute. Yeah, 30 years is too long. We had a one in Middle Tennessee. It was one from the 80s, and the guy had like dementia before he got it executed,
Right.
which is
So 11 and
just
12
wrong.
under seal.
We're glad to do it. Penny, thanks for being here with us to cover this. That's the theory. I've heard people ask about Pam. Was there life insurance? And I don't know. I have not heard if he took out a policy before or anything.
During an autopsy, are you able to determine a person's exact time of death?
No.
And why are you unable to determine a person's exact time of death?
To be short, the science is unreliable and not quite there. There's a lot of different factors, including why somebody has died, what physiologically is going on inside of them that change things that happen after death. There's a lot of things in the circumstances and the environment around them, the temperature, the light, the airflow that can change the rate at which things change after somebody has died. So it makes it difficult and unreliable to pinpoint an exact moment that somebody has died.
And when you perform an autopsy, what does that entail?
An autopsy is a comprehensive examination of somebody after they have died. It is documenting as they are received. It is documenting things externally, so as simple as hair color and eye color, any injuries on the outside of their body. Then an incision is made and an internal exam is completed, documenting any natural pathology, any injuries on the inside of the body as well.
And do you take photographs when you perform an autopsy?
Yes.
And did you take photographs during these autopsies?
Yes.
I'd like first to talk about the autopsy of Joe Ryan. Were you able to determine his height and weight?
Yes.
And was his body clothed when you began your exam?
Yes.
After documenting the clothing, what did you do with it?
The clothing was removed, photographed, and packaged and transferred to law enforcement.
And did you take any physical samples from his body?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe what physical samples you took and what you did with them?
What's called a PERC kit was completed, which is a physical evidence recovery kit. It's something that consists of specific samples to include head hair, swabs from the oral cavity of the mouth, the underwear, comb of the pubic hair, pulled pubic hair, genital swabs, and anorectal swabs. Also, a sample of blood on a blood card and fingernail clippings. In addition to that PERC kit, I also did swabs of the palms and the backs of the hands and fibers from one of the hands as well.
And what did you do with these samples after you finished collecting them for the physical evidence recovery kit?
I placed them in sealed bags and transferred them to law enforcement.
And can you describe for the jury what your physical findings were from the examination of Joe's body?
He had 2 gunshot wounds.
And where were those 2 gunshot wounds located?
There's a gunshot wound of the head. The entrance was on the right side of the head. And there was a gunshot wound of the chest, which with the entrance on the left side of the chest.
I am going to first show you Commonwealth 13, and I'd ask that to be displayed to the witness and counsel only at this point. And Judge, as we described, these photos are sealed.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's a photograph from autopsy that has the ruler with the case number N2023-00363 on it.
And what does the image depict?
It is a right profile view of Mr. Ryan's head.
And is it a true and accurate depiction of the wound as you saw it and when you performed Joe Ryan's autopsy?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to admit this as Commonwealth 13 and publish it to the jury.
Any objection?
No.
All right, 13 under seal to the jury.
Can you tell the jury what is meant by the terms entry wound and exit wound as it pertains to a wound caused by a bullet?
An entrance wound is where a bullet enters the body. An exit wound is where it might exit the body and leave the body.
And were you able to tell if this wound to Joe Ryan's head was an entry or an exit wound?
Yes.
How can you tell that this bullet was an entry wound?
It's an entrance wound. It has a characteristic round appearance with an abrasion to the edges of it. And also, there is no exit. A bullet was recovered from the wound path within his head.
And what means, if any, exist that would inform a medical examiner's determinations regarding the distance from which a person had been shot?
When a gun is fired, not just does the bullet leave the muzzle, soot, dirt, debris, there is burning gunpowder flakes that are leaving the muzzle as well. And if the gun's fired close enough to the person, the skin, it can be deposited and cause some characteristic injuries on the skin. If it's fired from farther away, those particles are light enough that they kind of drop out and they don't leave any evidence.
Were you able to make any determinations about the physical distance between Joe and the person who shot him from your examination of this head wound?
Based on this examination, the distance is indeterminate. There's no evidence of soot or stippling on the skin of the wound.
And in relation to where the entry wound is located, can you tell us where and how the bullet traveled after entering Joe's head?
The bullet entered the skin on the right side of the head, injured muscles of soft tissue, the skull, the facial bones, the bones around the eye, the right eye, and the left cheek, and caused fractures of the base of the skull, bleeding on the brain. And it traveled from right to left, front to back, and downward.
And given the path of travel of the bullet through those areas, which of Joe's bodily functions might have been impacted or would have been impacted, and how?
It is causing, the wound path caused bleeding on the brain, which is an injury of the brain. It impacted his eye. He can no longer see, he has no eye. There's evidence that there was breathing of blood, hemoaspiration, and swallowing of blood.
What if any effect would you expect this injury to have on a person's ability to see, speak, or make vocal sounds?
So the injury, the gunshot wound path injures the right eye. The left eye is still intact. He could see, potentially. To be able to speak or make noises, the injury is not of his larynx where the vocal cords are, where the sounds are generated. So potentially could still make noises. There's no physical injury of that area.
And in the course of your work as a medical examiner, are you able to quantify in terms of time the speed at which a bullet wound would be able to kill someone?
Sometimes.
And can you describe those temporal differences? How you would describe them?
There are times when I can say a wound is immediately or instantly fatal, and that's typically when it's an injury that disconnects the brainstem and the head, ceasing breathing and heart functions. This wound is still intact. This wound is considered rapidly fatal, meaning seconds to minutes, injuring vital structures of the body with some survival.
And given that you found no exit wound caused by this bullet, were you able to locate the bullet, and where was it?
Yes, a bullet fragment was recovered from the left cheek, just in front of the left ear, and bullet fragments were also recovered through the wound path in the head.
And what did you do upon locating this item in Joe's head?
The bullet fragments were photographed, placed into a bag, and sealed and transferred to police.
And at this point, I'm going to retrieve Commonwealth's Exhibit 14. I'm going to pass up, if I could, what I'm identifying as Commonwealth's 14. And I'm going to ask if you're familiar with that exhibit.
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with it?
It is a bag containing my bag, which I sealed And that bag contains a note card labeled fragments, my signature, as well as the fragments.
And is this exhibit in the same or substantially similar condition beyond the packaging as when you removed those from Joe's head during the autopsy?
It is.
And Judge, at this point, I'd ask to admit and publish Exhibit 14.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 14. How do you wish to publish?
Judge, we'll just leave it there at this point in
Okay.
time because I'm going to move on to
All right, that's fine.
a few other things, and then we can publish a bit later.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Commonwealth Exhibit 15, photograph, and I'd ask for this to be displayed to the witness and counsel only. Can you see the photograph?
Yes.
Can you tell us what this image depicts?
It's a photograph after Mr. Ryan has been cleaned up from his head down to his torso.
And how do you recognize it?
It also has the ruler with the case number.
And is this a true and accurate depiction of this chest wound as you performed Joe Ryan's autopsy?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, I'd ask the court to admit this as Commonwealth's 15, and this can be published to the jury.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 15 under seal and to the jury.
And was there any evidence present that would have helped you determine the distance between this injury and the firearm that inflicted it?
There was no visible soot or stippling on the skin around this wound.
And when you examined his clothing, the clothing that that was present, did you find any defects in that clothing that he was wearing when you began your exam?
Yes, there was a hole in the left side, the front side of the shirt.
Okay. I am going to show you Commonwealth's 17, 18, and 19, their photographs. I'm going to ask for them to be displayed to the witness and counsel only at first. This is 17, 18, and 19. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
They are photographs of the shirt, the first of which had the ruler.
And is this this shirt that you removed from Joe Ryan during his autopsy?
It is.
And are they all true and accurate depictions of the shirt as you saw it during the autopsy?
It is.
Judge, at this point, I'd ask the court to admit as Commonwealth 17, 18, and 19 the photographs of the shirt, and then allow them to be published to the jury.
You want them under seal? So,
Judge, I don't think that these need to be under seal. There's
That's
nothing. Yeah.
okay, that's fine. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 17, 18, 19.
So first showing 17, 18, and 19.
Has he been out on bond?
And if we could terminate the
no.
gallery at this point.
No.
Thank you.
It's a good question. I don't think we talked about that.
I am
No, I
going to
didn't
show
think so
you
either.
Commonwealth's Exhibit 20, which is another photograph. And I'm going to ask for it to be displayed to the witness and counsel only. Can you see the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It has the ruler with the case number and is a photograph of the middle section of Mr. Ryan's body before the clothing and medical intervention has been removed.
And is it a true and accurate depiction as you saw this view during the autopsy?
Yes.
And at this point, Judge, what I'd ask the court to do is admit Commonwealth's Exhibit 20, and I'd ask for this to be sealed.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 20 under seal. Thank you.
And then you said before medical interventions were removed. Can you describe the medical interventions?
As seen in this photograph, there are 2 EKG electrodes on the lower portion of the abdomen. You can see one on the arm. There's also a chest seal, which is an adhesive seal over the gunshot wound on the left side of the chest.
And the chest wound, is the chest wound an entry wound or an exit wound?
An entrance wound.
And how do we know this?
It is round, has an abrasion, and a bullet is recovered from the body.
In relation to the end, where the entry wound is located, can you tell us where and how the bullet traveled after it entered Joe's chest?
The bullet injures the skin, soft tissue, and the muscle, the rib cage, the pericardium, which is the sac that the heart resides in, the heart, the aorta, which is a major blood vessel coming off of the heart, and the outside of the esophagus, which is the food tube to the stomach, and the T8 spine. The bullet traveled from left to right, front to back, and upward.
And given the path of travel of the bullet through these areas of Joe's chest and his upper body, can you tell us which of Joe's bodily functions would have been impacted and how?
The injury of the rib cage will impact breathing. The rib cage is needed for breathing. The injury of the pericardium in the heart puts a hole in the heart, so therefore it is now bleeding, leaking blood, and no longer pumping blood to the body effectively. There are holes in the aorta, which is a major blood vessel carrying blood, so now it is also bleeding. And there is injury of the T8 spine, the actual bone that the spinal cord is in. And the spinal cord itself is markedly softened, it's contusion, and bleeding around it. So it is also injured.
And given that you were, that there is no exit wound that we've seen, were you able to locate this bullet?
Yes.
And what did you do upon locating the bullet?
It was removed and photographed and sealed and transferred to police.
Do you recall where in the body it was removed from?
It was removed from the T8 spine.
And at this point, I'm going to show you what's been marked, what I will identify as Commonwealth's Exhibit 21. Are you familiar with that exhibit?
I am.
And how are you familiar with it?
It is the bullet with the labeled card, bullet chest with my signature inside the sealed bag, which I sealed and initialed.
And is it in the same or substantially similar condition as it was when you removed it from
Yes.
Joe's body during the autopsy? And Judge, at this point, what I'd ask the court to do is admit this as Commonwealth's Exhibit 21.
Any objection?
No objection.
21?
And Judge, if we could just simply allow the jury to see the exhibits, I can walk.
Did you want to do it with a document camera or?
I was just going to walk them around, or not.
I'd prefer the document camera if you could, it'd just be easier, but if you're concerned about it. You want to get to Victor. You just have to touch the top button. There you
I cannot find an answer to that question, Pam. It doesn't look like the news is reporting about where the daughter is. So we don't know which side of the family she's with, but probably either his or Christine's.
Wow.
And Cheryl says, my uncle was brutally murdered by his stepson. My uncle took care of him and let him move back into his house after his mom passed away. He fed him and gave him a job. He stabbed him to death for money.
Sad.
Wow.
Yes.
Horrific. So sorry.
These are the fragments that you recovered from the head, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then, are you able also to see this on screen?
I am.
And is that the bullet that you recovered from the chest?
Yes.
Thank you. going to, these have been admitted.
They've been admitted. We'll take them.
And they're moving some furniture around or something there, I guess.
They are.
When you examined Joe's heart, was there anything about the structure and its injuries that was significant?
As I previously said, the bullet traveled through the heart. So now the heart is leaking, bleeding, and is no longer able to effectively pump blood.
And are you able to make any determination about his condition when that bullet injured his heart?
There was 1,200 milliliters of blood in the left side of the left chest cavity, which is 1.2 liters. So with the hole in the heart, some blood will leak passively out. However, to get 1.2 liters of blood into the left chest cavity, there has to be some sort of a pulse indicating there is some survival for at least an amount of time.
And regarding the blood that was on Joe's face, did either the head wound or the chest wound result in that amount of blood on his face?
There's a gunshot wound to the right side of his head, and as is, when I received his body, there was blood from his nose, ears, and mouth. And that injury of the gunshot wound to the head injured the skull and the facial bones, which injured the sinus cavities and the airways. So it can result in blood coming out of the ears, nose, and mouth and onto the face.
And do you have a reasonable opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause and manner of death of Joe Ryan?
Yes.
And what are they?
The cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner is homicide.
Now I'd like to turn to the autopsy of Christine Banfield. Were you able to determine, I'll give you a moment to get situated.
They did not determine which one caused his imminent death, but I'm assuming they mean the chest one, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
Were you able to determine?
I think she was saying that either would have. You know, she said with the head shot, it would have eventually been fatal, and so would the chest. So I don't know which one was first, though.
Gotcha.
But either one would have done it eventually. Sounds like Mrs. E is back.
Was she clothed when you examined her?
She was partially clothed with socks.
Socks.
And did she have anything else on her person other than clothing?
Yes, there were glasses on the top of her head and her hair. She had a necklace around her neck. She had earrings in her earlobes, and she had 2 rings on her left fourth finger.
And were you able to determine her height and weight?
Yes.
After documenting her weight, her socks, jewelry, and glasses, what did you do with the items?
The personal effects were photographed and packaged and transferred to law enforcement.
I'm going to show you a photograph.
So she said she had jewelry and glasses on, right? Like glasses up in her hair.
Oh, did she say that?
Yeah. You want to
Oh, I
rewind it a
missed
tad? I'm going to
Yes.
rewind it a tad.
I heard her say she had socks on. I missed the glasses.
Earlobes, and she had
Right.
2 rings
Sorry, I
on
didn't
her
go
left
back.
fourth
Okay, let me go back a little more.
the ears, nose, and mouth, and onto the face.
And do you have a reasonable opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause and manner of death?
Okay, I went
of
back
Joe
a little
Ryan?
too far, but
Yes.
it won't be long.
And what are they?
The cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner is homicide.
Now I'd like to turn to the autopsy of Christine Banfield. Were you able to determine, I'll give you a moment to get situated. Were you able to determine, I'm sorry, was she clothed when you examined her?
She was partially clothed with socks.
Did she have anything else on her person other than clothing?
Yes, there were glasses on the top of her head and her hair. She had a necklace around her neck. She had earrings in her earlobes, and she had 2 rings on her left fourth finger.
And were you able to determine her height and weight?
Yes.
After documenting her weight, her socks, jewelry, and glasses, what did you do with the items?
The personal effects were photographed and packaged and transferred to law enforcement.
I'm going to show you a photograph that I'm going to identify as Commonwealth's Exhibit 50, and I'd ask for it to be shown to the witness and counsel only at this point. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It has the ruler with the case number on it.
And what is depicted in the photo?
It is the glasses after they were removed from her body.
And is it a true and accurate depiction of the glasses that as they were collected from Christine as at the time of her autopsy?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask the court to admit this as Commonwealth's Exhibit 50 and publish it to the jury.
Okay, any objection to 50?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, 50 in evidence.
I just want to say while they're talking.
And I'm sorry, you said these glasses were found where on her person?
The top of her head.
Yes,
That's
I don't know.
That's so strange. How could they stay on the top of her head while all this was going on?
Well, you know what we haven't known was was she actually asleep in bed? Was she knocked out with drugs of some kind? You know, some kind of roofie situation. We really didn't know. But her wearing her glasses in her hair, earrings, and apparently her clothes were torn away, but she had socks on, would make you think she wasn't going down for a nap or to bed.
Some people
Your
wear their
earrings.
jewelry. No, some people sleep in their jewelry. That's not unusual.
But your glasses up in your hair and your earrings?
Yeah, glasses in the hair is very odd. Like that makes it sound like she maybe was up in her bed reading. I mean, that's odd. Glasses won't stay on your head too. If your head's going down, like look, like I just, you move it on, she's moving back and forth. So, and nobody would put glasses back either. Like someone that's staging a scene wouldn't put the glasses back up on her head.
Yeah, you wouldn't think you would go to bed.
I don't even see how it would stay there when they were transporting her, because I know mine slip off and on constantly.
Yeah, maybe she's just kind of got thick curly hair or something. And it stayed.
I don't know. It would have to be pretty thick.
Anyway. So these are questions we've had. I haven't really understood how the attack happened, but maybe this will give us an idea.
And at this point, could I ask for the gallery view to be terminated?
Thank you. Would the jury also, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you take any physical samples from the body?
Yes.
And can you describe what samples you took and what you did with them?
Yes. I also completed a PERC kit, a physical evidence recovery kit, which included the standard samples, head hair, oral swabs, underwear, combed pubic hair, pulled pubic hair, vaginal swabs, anorectal swabs, a blood card, fingernail clippings. In addition to the standard samples for the PERC kit, I also completed swabs of the palms, swabs of the backs of the hands, swabs of both sides of the neck, and swabs of each breast. And I removed various fibers from her body.
And what did you do with those samples when you collected them?
All of those samples were packaged and transferred to law enforcement.
And is there a particular, was that also in a physical evidence recovery kit?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could, let's talk about the physical findings from your examination. I'm going to direct you to page 6 of your report in the section titled Evidence of Injury. And
Yeah, this ought to tell us a lot. There's a lot of this part of it we don't know.
Judge, if, we could display Commonwealth Exhibit 11 to the jury.
They're seeing it.
Okay. There it is. Okay. You described some of the wounds as cutting wounds and some of the wounds as stab wounds. Can you describe the difference for us, please?
By definition, both wounds are sharp force injuries, so some injuries that are caused by something sharp, like a knife. Stab wounds, by definition, are deeper than they are long on the skin, and cutting wounds are longer on the surface of the skin than they go deep.
And I am going to show you a series of photographs at this point, and if I could have the view now be to counsel and the witness only for this portion.
AANT, Wowzer wanted you to catch this. So she was saying that if the glasses had nose prongs like that, they might have gotten caught and stayed. That's why.
Yes, yes, and mine typically don't have those nose adjustment things on the side. So if they're reading glasses, a lot of times they will have those things on the side, and they do get stuck in the hair. And I noticed in the picture, she does have long, kind of thick hair. So there's a chance, but there's a lot of scuffling around that obviously happened, and thrashing, obviously. And so I just think it's weird. It's a weird thing to stay intact through all of that.
Yeah. Well, welcome in, Mrs. E. We appreciate you joining the trial coverage today.
Yeah.
Everything go okay? I know it took forever.
Yeah.
That part of it was eternal, right? It always is.
He's just really tired. He went to sleep.
Yeah, I figured.
Go rest.
All right. So we have I don't know how much you were listening to on the way here, but we have the forensic pathologist, and she basically went through.
I heard the gentleman.
Yeah, she got through with Joseph, and really the big information here is that so far we know that Christine was wearing socks, a necklace, a couple of rings, earrings, and had glasses like up in her hair.
And they stayed intact until she started the autopsy. Can you imagine your glasses staying on your head through all of that happened to her? Mm-hmm. And it had to be that they were really hung with like the nose prong things. They had to be that. That would be the only way, because mine fall off if I walk across the room, let alone, and I wear all different kinds of glasses. I never have the same pair on twice, it seems like, and they fall off so easy.
Yeah.
And hi, Wow. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Yep. So we'll see. But I'm
information.
Yeah, this is what I really want to know too, is about the wounds, where they are, how many, all of that.
I think this is going to tell a very important story.
Mm-hmm.
Aw, Angel Wings. Thank you. We love you right back.
Thank you.
We love all you guys.
I'm going to show you a number of photos that I'm going to identify by number as I move through them, and just ask you to look at them at this point. I've got Commonwealth's 22, Commonwealth's 23, Commonwealth's 24, Commonwealth's 25, Commonwealth's 27, Commonwealth's 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39.
It should be 39 and
Sorry.
40.
sorry, not 38, 39,
Not 38.
not 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
They're all photographs of Ms. Banfield at the time of autopsy that have the ruler with the case number.
Judge, at this point, and are they a true and accurate depiction of what you saw as you performed the autopsy and took these photographs?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, I'd ask the court to admit the photographs, and then I'm going to talk about them and display them.
Right. Any
Judge,
objection?
may we approach?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Here we
Do
go.
you want me to do it or are you doing it?
No, you go ahead.
All right. Man. That stop too. What that was you having lunch and isn't that what
No,
that was?
I was at my son's and
That was during the Megan
cat
Boswell.
I was trying to eat and the cat kept jumping up on the table where I had the computer set up, and he was like all over the place in my face, and I was like, he was knocking my computer over, and I was like, stop.
Yeah. So that made it into the little meme there.
Yep.
Uh,
He was driving me. I always say she because I have a female cat. He was driving me crazy. His name is Bruce, and he's a little bit of a pistol.
while we're waiting for them to come back, I had looked up to see the experience of these attorneys. And but John Carroll is the defense attorney. He's had a long criminal defense and civil defense history, but he also was a prosecutor early in his career. So he's kind of got both sides of that experience. No celebrity cases or anything like that. And Eric Klingen is kind of similar, has a very long career also, but also started out as a defense attorney and then became a prosecutor. So they've seen both sides of those coins. Let me see if I can find on, but the lady that's really kind of leading this, I don't know if I've find her name.
Sorry, Angel Wings. I'll try to come up with something that's not so jarring and loud.
I don't know why it's louder.
It's really loud.
I don't know who the lead. I think I wrote her name down.
Caring for all says, is he changing his plea? Guilty? I don't think so.
Boy, that'd be pretty.
That'd be crazy.
Saying that after looking at all this, I changed my mind. I'm pleading guilty.
Hello, Carmen. Nice to see you.
All right, so I will enter into evidence then 22, 23, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, all entered evidence over the objection of the defendant and under seal.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Okay. If these can be published to the, okay, gotcha. Looking at Commonwealth's exhibits 22 and 23, can you describe where on Christine's body this stab wound appeared?
This is the left side of her neck, and it's a stab wound that's horizontally oriented on the left side of her neck with a cutting wound extending from the superior, which is the top aspect of the stab wound on the left side of her neck.
And going forward to 24 and 25, Can you describe where on Christine's body this area of multiple stab wounds appeared?
Yes, this is the left side of her face and neck. I'm sorry, the right side of her face and neck. There are multiple stab wounds and cutting wounds in this photograph. There is a vertical stab wound depicted as letter C on my autopsy report, which injures muscle and goes to the bottom of her skull and causes a fractured notched defect. There are 3 stab wounds on the left side of her neck that you can also see in this photograph. They're closely oriented and on the skin. The wound paths commingle, meaning overlap, underneath the skin and the muscle in her neck. And they injure the left jugular vein, which is a major vein in the neck, the right carotid artery, and the larynx, which is the breathing tube, the epiglottis, the esophagus. There is a stab wound at the anterior aspect as well, kind of towards the front of her face with a cutting wound, as well as an abrasion present in this photograph.
And can you describe the various depths of the wounds that we see here?
The wounds range from a 1/4 of an inch deep to up to 2.5 inches deep.
And what means or observations, given your training and experience, informed your conclusions regarding the number of stab wounds on the side of Christine's neck?
Did you switch to law and crime?
In terms of the number,
Right. Why?
I counted. And for the ones that are very closely oriented beside each other, I used my training and experience
know we were
to
using law and crime.
reapproximate them. The elastic fibers in the skin, kind of pull them apart more so that I could reorient them to be able to kind of put them back together to see them better.
And are any of the wounds that you described on this side of her neck or the other, are any of them immediately fatal?
No, they're all rapidly fatal injuries.
And did you note any additional injuries to Christine's body during your exam?
Yes, she had abrasions and contusions about her body.
And you recorded those?
I did.
Before we move on to those, I am going to retrieve Commonwealth's Exhibit 26.
Maybe we were talking. I might have missed this. Apologies. I thought we were on court TV this whole time. Did she say how many times she was stabbed in the neck? She didn't actually give that number, did she?
Did you all hear a number? No, I heard her say the orientation was horizontal.
Yeah.
I didn't hear a number.
And multiple, but not.
Maybe they haven't gotten to that part yet.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think she's actually given a total. I can try to find court TV in the meantime.
No, that's okay. We can use either one. It doesn't matter. I just thought I just noticed it.
So
I wanted
really
to make sure we were thinking the right person.
I just assumed. I didn't realize I had clicked on this one.
And did you see dreamings about the glasses?
I hadn't looked at the chat a bit.
Oh, thank you, Romy, too. I didn't sneeze. I coughed. I've got a tickle in my throat, so I may have to step away in a second. Get something. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Pam.
Has he been drinking a lot there, Pam? I didn't catch that.
And Rosebud, if you tell me which video you want me to play, I'll see if I can find it. I just don't remember what you're talking about.
Is it the member one?
It might be.
I think it's the member one because she said she'd been a member for 11 months. So she may be talking about the membership, Crime Dog members on
Dogpound.
Yeah.
one?
No, maybe, yeah.
Oh, the one we play when somebody gives the membership?
I don't know.
Maybe. Anyway, sorry.
Back on track with Kat says, I appreciate how you all take constructive criticism or don't get upset when someone says the volume is too loud or when someone doesn't agree with you. I know a few that can learn from y'all.
Aw, thanks.
What are you trying to say back on track with Kat?
Yeah. What do you mean by that?
Are you being passive aggressive right now?
Just kidding. Just kidding. We all criticize each other all the time.
No,
We're pretty used to it.
I'm one of those people. I'd rather people tell me something they've got a problem
Well,
with
Exhibit 26.
than not.
All right, any objection?
Like if you've got a piece of spinach in there.
26.
Yeah, I want to know.
I'm sorry, good.
Any objection to 26, the knife? Okay. All right, entered evidence, 26.
If we could remove it from.
Aw, thank you.
Oh, we actually see evidence.
Ooh.
Dr. Kessler.
Oh.
That item, Commonwealth's Exhibit 26, as you're looking at it, is that item something that could have caused the wounds to Christine Banfield's neck?
We love you right
Yes,
back.
it is a single-edged knife of a compatible size with the injuries on her neck.
And if we could display it on the document camera? Sure.
So that's the weapon?
That's the.
Yeah, that's the weapon.
Mm-hmm.
See, and that was one smart thing, if you want to say he's smart, but he used the weapon that he brought in order to make it look more authentically
And I don't want to
done.
I don't want to get graphic, but that type of particular weapon
instrument
is not one that you would use
button on the top.
to actually do that.
Right.
It's one you'd bring for a fake scenario.
Right.
That type
That's
of-
what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I'm trying to say. Well, Pam, that's probably the first filtered water he's had in a while. That's why he's drinking all that water. Maybe it tastes better than the jail water. You think? I'm just kidding.
And the
I bet
toilet wine.
There you go.
I bet it's not easy for an IRS agent in the clink.
Oh,
Yeah, that we were talking about that earlier before you got here. I think. Just wonder what that's like.
Mhm.
Like it-
Zooms in and out.
and law enforcement with our IRS, even worse.
Mhm.
There you go.
Of course, most of those guys in jail probably never paid taxes at all.
Yeah, I think the guy brought that knife because he wasn't actually going to be doing any.
right. That's what
you
I'm
know,
trying to say.
Yeah,
That's
any assault.
exactly what I'm
Right.
trying to say.
Yeah,
Is that
it
might
was
be
a role
damning.
play knife. Yeah,
I would say that might be damning to the defense as well. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
I wonder if he'd have brought like a retractable or a fake one, what they would have done.
I know. I bet he hadn't
my
thought
gosh,
about that.
Susanna.
Okay.
What if it had
Look,
been too dull to do the job?
I would
Susanna has that
like to talk about some of the additional injuries that you noted in your report.
What is it?
The photographs that we're going to be looking at have already been admitted.
This might
But
get
they
in.
are under seal. So we're looking at Commonwealth's Exhibit 27. Can you describe the injuries that are depicted in that photo?
In this photograph of the front of Christine's head and face, there is a abrasion on her forehead. There's an abrasion on her left eyelid. You can see abrasions on the left side of her chin.
And then moving on to 28 and 29, can you describe the injuries that we're seeing in these photos?
This photograph shows 3 abrasions on the left side of her chin.
And I am going to go back to 24, which we've seen before. Is there an additional injury that you noted that we can see in this photo?
On the right side of her chin at the angle of the jaw, there are contusions, which are bruises.
And going forward to Commonwealth's 30, and you describe the injury that we see here.
That is an abrasion on the underside of her chin.
And in Commonwealth's 31, can you describe the injuries additional to the stab wounds that we see?
There's an abrasion at the kind of the back side of the neck. There's a bruise on the top of the right shoulder.
And moving forward to 32 and 33, can you describe the injuries we see in these photos?
In this photograph, there is a cutting wound on the top of the left shoulder with 2 adjacent abrasions or scrapes.
This seems to be going pretty quick. Mm-hmm.
And
Already
in
forensic.
Commonwealth's 34, can you describe the injuries that you see?
These injuries on both sides of her body too. Some of these have been to the right, some of them have been to the left. For whatever that means.
Like 2 people were attacking her at the same time?
I don't know. No, I don't think that.
What do you mean?
It's just, if you just think of coming at someone, and if you're right-handed, you'd think
Right.
everything's going to go on her left side.
Right.
The right. If you're facing, why would there be injuries to the, unless she's moving around?
There you go, using your critical thinking
Just
again.
I don't know. It's just interesting. I'm sure they'll, but we can't see this, so we don't know. We don't know.
In this photo.
In this photograph, you can see a bruise on the front side of her right arm, the upper chest on the right side, and the left side.
Defensive wounds.
And in Commonwealth's 35, go ahead.
Is another photograph of the bruise on the front side of her right arm.
And Commonwealth's 36 and Commonwealth's 37, can you describe this injury for us?
This is a photograph of a bruise on the inside of her right arm.
Caring for all. That's a good point.
And
for those of you who are listening,
looking at Commonwealth's 39, can you describe that injury for us?
Caring for all said, I'm sure she was startled by the role play guy and fought back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know we can't see these photographs, but it's hard to kind of imagine
I can actually almost imagine it.
Because I'm thinking of that right arm. She's using that that's where that top injury was, because she's using it to block, him. And I don't know, you wonder if the role play guy was even being that volatile with her, know?
Yeah.
He may not have been. I mean, I don't think he intended to truly hurt her, but he was doing what he thought she wanted. I mean, just the sickness that it must take to tell someone and coach them to what to do based on what he thinks her reactions are going to be. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And an innocent person. I mean, well, everybody was innocent, don't get me wrong, but I mean, just this random guy who happened to answer an ad or whatever.
Yeah.
It's I think you used the word diabolical.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely what it is.
Oh, and in the opening statement, they make it sound like they had approached several people and the other people saw the red flags with this scenario. And so they finally found this guy that kind of fell for the
kind of
trap.
naive. Yeah.
Wow. It took the right kind of person, and I think he was already into the role play stuff, so it just fit right along with that persona.
Yep.
And that is a more close-up photograph of the bruise on the front side of her right arm.
And the Commonwealth's 40.
This is a photograph of her body from the right lateral, the side, which includes the bruise on the front of her right arm.
And Commonwealth's 41, can you describe the injury for us in this photo?
This photo shows a portion of the right hand, the palm, and the right forearm, and there are abrasions across the forearm.
And 42, Commonwealth's 42.
Is a bruise on the back side of the right hand.
And Commonwealth's 43, can you describe the injury in that photo?
This is the inside of the left arm or the medial aspect, and it shows bruises.
And you say medial aspect, what's that part? What does that mean?
The inside, the side that's closer to your body.
And in Commonwealth's 44, what injury do we see here?
This is the front side of her right thigh, and there is a dark bruise and a fainter horizontal bruise across the front of the right thigh.
And in Commonwealth's 45, can you describe what injuries we're seeing here?
This is a picture of the left leg at the knee, and just below the knee, there is a bruise on the left leg.
And in Commonwealth's 46 and Commonwealth's 47, can you describe the injuries that we see in those photos?
These are photographs of the front side of the right thigh. The first photograph is further away, the second is close up, again, of a bruise.
And in Commonwealth's 48 and 49, can you describe the injury in that photo?
This is a photograph of the back side of her left leg at her calf. The first is a far away picture, and the second is a closer up photograph, also of a bruise.
When I was reading your report, I noticed that the abrasions are all described as orange or red. Is there any significance to orange and red abrasions?
The color red typically describes bleeding, or what we call vital reaction. So the body is perfused. There's blood in the capillaries and the blood vessels around that area. The heart is pumping, there's a pulse. Vital reaction are typically associated with red abrasions and injuries. Orange abrasions are a little more unclear. They can be what we call perimortem, which is at or around the time of death, or they could be postmortem after death, and they are lacking that red vital reaction.
And I also noticed that the contusions or bruises are all described as purple, blue, pink, gray. Is there any significance to these colors?
As we're all well aware, bruises can come in a variety of colors. Typically, after a bruise appears, it can have a different appearance on different people. And as a bruise breaks down and heals and ages, it can change colors. Typically, a bruise that is more than 24 or 48 hours, a bruise that is yellow or green is typically more than 24 or 48 hours. Just because a bruise isn't yellow or green doesn't mean that you can age it.
And so if you noted green or yellow contusions, would you be able to tell us how old those were?
That would be more definitive evidence of, yes, that is an older bruise.
So is it fair to say that the bruises that we see on Christine Banfield are not as old as a yellow or green bruise would be?
There are no yellow or green bruises, so therefore there is no definitive evidence of older bruises.
And I want to talk a bit again about the wound paths and the cutting wounds and the stab wounds on Christine's neck. Is there anything about their location on her body, their shape, their commingled nature that can tell us anything significant about her condition when they were inflicted?
Because they are closely oriented, the shapes are needed to be reapproximated, which could indicate movement by her or the assailant in the knife, which indicates she is alive.
And when you examined her respiratory system during the autopsy, what, if anything, did you find?
There is evidence of hemoaspiration, breathing of blood into the lungs, and swallowing of blood into the stomach, indicating she's alive.
And when you examined her gastrointestinal tract, what, if anything, did you find?
There's blood in her stomach from swallowing.
What is the significance of finding blood in the area where you found it?
It's from the injury of the upper airway and the esophagus, so the breathing tube and the food tube in the neck. And that blood is traveling down into the lungs and down into the stomach.
And I noted that the location was listed as the lumen. What does that mean?
That means inside the stomach.
And does the amount of bloody fluid have any significance?
There was 50 milliliters of blood in the stomach, so that's, some can travel passively, but that's how much was present in the stomach.
And do you have a reasonable opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause and manner of the death of Christine Banfield?
Yes.
And what is that?
The cause of death is multiple sharp force injuries, and the manner of death is homicide.
I don't have any further questions for you. Mr. Carroll is going to have some questions for you.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Kessler.
Hello.
How are you? Sorry, I just need to get my act together a little bit, Judge. Dr. Kessler, looking at Joe Ryan's autopsy that you performed, there were injuries on one of his hands. I think we talked about it when we were in person. Do you recall discussing that?
Yes.
And what's the nature of those injuries?
There's, on his left thumb, there's a bruise on the back side of it. There's a bruise on the palm side of the thumb with a cut or a puncture.
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
On the palm of the left thumb,
Okay,
there's a bruise with a cut, puncture injury.
okay. And would that be consistent with the knife that you've viewed?
It could be.
Okay. Now, was there any sort of discussion as to toxicology with regard to Mr. Ryan? Did you do any sort of testing regarding that?
Yes, toxicology was completed.
And what, if anything, came out from his system at that time?
The toxicology was positive for THC, carboxylic acid, 11-hydroxy tetrahydrocannabinol, and was inconclusive for tetrahydrocannabinol in the blood.
In the blood?
Yes.
Okay. And so what would that breakdown of what you just testified to, what would that indicate to you?
Those are typically components of marijuana. However, I defer further questions regarding the toxicology to the toxicologist.
Okay. Would it be, well, then I don't want to put you on the spot and say anything about that. I won't ask that question. And tetrahydrocannabinol is either marijuana or a byproduct of marijuana, correct?
Perhaps.
Okay. And would it be within your bounds to be able to say that there was marijuana smoked prior to this time when they ended up in the Banfield house?
I can't say that.
Okay. But it was evident in the toxicology?
It's in the blood.
Okay. Now, in your dealings with the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, how many people did you talk to? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Was there one person that was the person in charge of discussing things with you in the medical examiner's office?
There is typically a representative from the Commonwealth Attorney's Office who is assigned the case.
Okay, and do you know who you spoke to about this case?
This case is from 2023, so the Commonwealth attorneys have changed throughout the course in regards to this trial here today. I discussed the case with Ms. Bristler and Ms. Sands.
Okay, did you talk to anybody else in the Commonwealth Attorney's Office?
Relevance, what's the relevance? You want to approach the
Yes.
relevance? Okay.
Mr. E, you're muted. So if you're talking to us, we can't hear you.
All right. How's that?
That's better.
If he, I think he's trying to paint it all as a big conspiracy. I think that's where he's going with that questioning.
Oh, wow.
Right.
And Angel Wings, thank you so much. I just got a cash app from Angel Wings.
Oh, thank you, Angel Wings.
Angel Wings.
Appreciate it very much.
Let's see.
Glad you're joining us for this.
Since we're waiting, I'll play you a song. Let's see. I would guess that would be, I don't know, the super chat.
Sure.
What
I
would
think
you
the
call it?
blood, I think they mean like after her throat was stabbed, the blood went into her stomach that way.
Yes. She swallowed it.
Yeah. We still don't know how many times she was stabbed.
They haven't said.
Let me play. I'm going to play a song for you. So turn your speaker down. I'm going to do super chat because I don't have one for Cash App.
I'm gonna guess this forensic pathologist. Her favorite place to be is not a witness stand. I don't think she loves doing this at all.
No, she said
It's
that.
very
Didn't she say
uncomfortable.
it was her former job?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, I don't think no.
I thought she said at the beginning it was she
No.
formerly worked for the state of Virginia.
I don't think so.
I didn't catch that if she did.
Well, I was in the car, so I couldn't hear it completely well.
I want to go back over what she says later and listen to it more.
You could probably speed it up. You're behind, aren't you?
I could. Yeah, but let me see if
What's a cavapoo? Asking, Cheryl wants to know what a cavapoo is. A cavapoo is a Cavalier Spaniel Poodle mix. And that's
Cavalier
what
King Charles Spaniel.
Sorry. A Cavalier King Charles Spaniel Poodle mix. And Brownie is one, and our other dog Bailey is one, and Aunt E's dog Charlie is one.
It's usually a cavapoo's mixed with a miniature poodle so that they're smaller. So all of our dogs are smaller.
Yeah.
Their dad was a miniature poodle. Mom was a Cavalier.
Did that correspondence in any way cause you to change any of the findings that you would otherwise find?
No, I had already made all of my findings and developed my opinions, and they have not changed.
Okay.
Sassy.
I don't have any further questions.
All right, redirect.
Why did he ask that question?
Actually, I'm sorry, I have other questions not on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Dr. Kessler, in terms of the injuries to Christine Banfield, the injuries to the neck, do you have an opinion as to, I know you said rapidly, they were rapid, I forget the term you used.
I described them as rapidly fatal.
Rapidly fatal, yes, thank you. I wanted to make sure we got that. And these were the wounds that were on the neck.
Yes.
And I think you had said rapidly fatal was from seconds to minutes?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time of seconds to minutes, was there anything that would have hindered her ability to speak or say something?
There is injury of the larynx, the epiglottis, and the airway, perhaps.
Okay. So the possibility of speaking existed at that time?
I can't definitively say there, but I can confirm that there is injury of that area, not of her vocal cords, but injury of her airway and her larynx in the general area where sounds are made. But I can't tell you yes or no definitively if she could make noise or speak.
In communications, I guess in your contact with the police department, was there ever a request to determine if there was another knife?
I don't recall.
Were you ever asked for anything like that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And is it fair to say then that the knife that you just presented to the jury was the only knife that you had any sort of contact with?
It's the only one that I recall seeing, yes.
Bear with me.
Where's he going with that?
Trying to place doubt in the jury's mind, I guess.
That there might have been another knife, maybe. I'm surprised so far they haven't been able to tell that if that
Particular knife.
Yes, because they can usually tell if that was the weapon based on the way the cuts are made, the depth, where the blade is. They can usually tell you, yes, this is consistent with what was done, what was used. I mean, they did kind of vaguely say that.
On
But
page 2 of your report for Christine Banfield, it says postmortem toxicology was positive for phentermine. Would that be something that would have been provided through emergency means or?
Phentermine.
Do you have any way of knowing?
I have no way of knowing.
Do you know what phentermine is?
It's typically a weight loss drug. I don't know why she had it.
Okay. It wasn't something that was administered as part of, I would assume that it wouldn't be administered as part of any sort of life-saving measures or anything like that.
Not that I was indicated to me.
Okay. Judge, I don't have any questions.
All right.
Any further questions?
All right.
Thank
Now
you.
read your rest. Thank you.
That's weird.
Why does that matter?
Okay.
I don't know. He's setting something up, I guess.
Well, I am quilting
Judge,
also has a
all right.
cavapoo.
Is this witness subject to recall or is she free to go?
Judge, not for me.
Mr. Carroll, is this?
No, thank you, Judge.
Is she subject to recall?
No.
All right, you're free to go, doctor. Thank you. Have a good day.
I'm really
I think this is
surprised
a-
that they would not leave some of
This is
these
a good
people
time to take our
subject to
afternoon
recall.
break for 15
I was
minutes.
going to say
So we'll go
the
ahead and
forensics, you would
take,
think.
Our afternoon break
Specifically.
for 15 minutes. Again, don't talk to anybody about the case and don't do any outside research. Okay, we'll see you in 15 minutes. Okay.
Afternoon break.
Yeah.
I find that really odd. Actually,
Why
this
would-
whole procedure is a little odd. After
Why-
watching other trials,
Why would her weight loss drug matter?
it wouldn't. It's
I
just
don't
an
know.
appetite. It's an appetite suppressant. It's very common. It's not. It doesn't do anything to you to make you one way or another. It's just an appetite suppressant. It's very common. It's actually an old weight loss drug. I mean, it's not even a newer one.
So Real Me Too is saying he is trying to call the au pair a liar, saying the wife spoke.
I see what you're saying there. He's trying to say that she couldn't have spoken, and the medical examiner said, "Well, I can't say that she couldn't have. Her larynx, her vocal cords were intact, but the larynx was cut. But that doesn't mean she couldn't have tried to speak and
Right.
maybe got something out."
Nick the Hat says this trial is Virginia. That said, everything should shock you. I'm surprised they haven't brought out a guillotine.
See, I thought they were more, because DP's not on the table, is it?
Not anymore. Not since 2021.
That's what I thought in Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Although look at their seal. They've got a violent. That's the most
It is a
violent
little
state seal
violent.
I've ever seen.
That is a pretty violent
I mean,
seal.
celebrate your warriors, but show the victim down on the ground being. That's
Bludgeoned.
It just caught my eyes. Like, man, that's.
Speeding in
Yeah.
in Virginia is a misdemeanor. Isn't it a misdemeanor everywhere?
Speeding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Or a misdemeanor. I don't know.
Usually it depends on how many miles an hour over the speed limit you're going as to whether it's a misdemeanor or not.
What would it be otherwise? Because it's an infraction, right?
It's an infraction, but usually a misdemeanor is like 9 miles an hour over the speed limit, or if it's 10 or more, like that has a lot to do with the fine level that you get.
I see. I think it's a misdemeanor in Tennessee,
Well,
isn't it?
He said a lot of my friends had to go back to Virginia for court. It's a misdemeanor in that state, but elsewhere it's a summary.
Oh, okay. And then go back
So you had to go.
Go back to Alicia's comment.
Misdemeanor has jail time, he said.
Not always.
Maybe just shows her dishonesty or maybe addiction about the weight loss.
That wouldn't be addicting at all.
I know, but they're just trying,
Just trying to
placed out.
It's like Joe having THC in his system and all of that,
Well, and if anybody
that didn't surprise me at all. So
anything with THC, they're going to be more subdued. They're not going to be keyed up and crazy, and that's just not the way THC works in the system.
Yeah, right.
And
Yeah.
so, I mean, that even makes him less likely of a suspect to do something like that.
Well, but I'll tell you something else though. Besides that part, as far as the toxicology goes, I have wondered was she given something to knock her out
That's what I wondered.
unconscious?
Right.
But if so far all we've got is but she's not the official toxicology expert. We'll get that person later, it sounds like.
Well, another thing too, I'm surprised they didn't bring up that they didn't counter question about how long that he could have possibly had that in his system, because I would have thought as a prosecution attorney, I would have come back and said, can you establish how long based on that? And they made with the toxicology person, how long that was in his system. And would that have made any difference in his, aggressiveness or anything like that?
do you remember?
Really? They do it by the mile, $6 a mile over for
my
speeding.
God.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, you're going
That is
10 over, you're
crazy.
getting charged 60.
And Angel Wings thinks it's funny that you noticed the violence.
I mean, I've sat here and stared at this thing and I just now kind of looked at it. I was like, wow, that's even his hat's tossed to the side. It's just interesting.
Do you remember the comedian years ago that was talking about if people got high and that they're not as much of a danger?
Yeah.
Like
You mean Bill Hicks?
is that what it is?
Is that who you mean?
Yeah. Is
It's
that
like you never see two at a concert. Hey.
No, I'm talking about like instead of like you never see them knock over a liquor store.
Oh, I don't know.
It's like, hey, you want to go knock over a liquor store? No, let's make some macaroni and cheese.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds familiar, but I don't remember who
I
that
don't know
is.
who that was. You remember that?
I remember the bit now as you say it. Yeah.
I changed my mind. Let's make some macaroni and cheese
Yeah.
instead. I'm doing it in Mitch Hedberg's voice.
It could
with
be a
that.
Mitch Hedberg.
Maybe it was.
Our judge, one of the facts about her, she used to be a Marine. She was in the Marines for 4 years. She was not appointed. She was elected. She was elected to her position. She sounds like, they said she handled, they thought the way she handled the Johnny Depp trial was very, very good.
And I think that'll come up in the forensic, the digital forensic evidence.
It's going to be
it's going to be the crux of the whole case, I think.
the defense. That's going to be there are two main things. They're going to debate whether this was actually her account or a catfishing account, and they're going to try to attack Juliana and her credibility. That's the two main things. And it looks like also just the mishandling of the investigation. So like the stepping on the knife, letting him wash his hands after, all that stuff.
I'm curious if they will have any family members testify, because with the Murdaugh case, an example, it was also an M case, and they had family come in and testify, basically like character witnesses. And I'm just wondering if we'll see that in this case. This case seems very cut and dry. There's not a lot of emotion yet.
I'm going to see if there's been a list.
You think
of that.
he's going to get a guilty verdict? Nick says guilty or not guilty. Open.
We
bench.
should
I
we
say
should
guilty,
do a
$1.
we should do a poll before, or we could do it right before the verdict. Excuse me.
Yeah, I
Angel
mean,
Wings is going to take that bet for $1. Guilty.
He's very odd behavior sitting there.
Karen
If-
Crawl says guilty. Real Me Too says guilty. I mean, I think he's guilty, but I haven't heard all the evidence yet.
I did so far. The far-fetchedness of it sounds like something that was contrived. It does not sound like something that happened organically.
No. Yeah.
we're doing, is he actually guilty, or do we think he'll be found guilty?
I don't know. You'll
That's
have
kind
to
of two
ask
different
Nick to
questions.
clarify. Back on track says guilty. VA is hard to win, Nick says. So, okay, that's the question. Do you think it's going to be a guilty verdict, or right?
Yeah.
Or is he actually guilty?
I mean, you do kind of, I mean, I
Found
do want to
guilty.
see how Juliana does on the stand, because if she just
If
crumbles,
she tanks it.
I mean, if it's bad, it might,
Nick's saying he will be found guilty.
Okay. I that's what I would think. But I don't, it's not a slam dunk.
None of these are. I mean, we sat there and we were concerned about Megan Boswell,
Mhm.
and that was a slam dunk too.
Because it wasn't a slam dunk, Megan Boswell. Because they didn't even know they didn't really have an eyewitness to the crime.
That's true.
They didn't know what day she was.
It felt like it was
killed.
going to be a slam dunk. You're right.
There were some problems. It was a very circumstantial case.
In a lot of ways, yeah. It was.
Yeah.
Nick says, I don't know anything about the case. I just think the jury will find him guilty.
Well,
just
give him an update.
just
real quick.
odds. I mean, your odds of going to a trial at this point are not good as a defendant anyway, right?
Right.
I mean, just what are the? I would guess it's in the 90s that they get a conviction anytime it makes it to trial, something like that.
I'll actually be anxious to hear which jurors actually make the decisions, like how many, because we know we've got some
We've got some alternates too. right?
alternate jurors that may or may not be able be ruling on it or voting. I know of on the Murdaugh case, they had at least 2 come out and 2 of the alternates come in for the final decision. So I
Well,
know
I
that
mean,
happens frequently, especially if it's long.
It was strategic because they have 7 women and 9 men, so they want to have those extra guys. I guess I don't know.
Usually they try really hard though to have 7 men, 7 women, and then the alternates be a man and a woman as well. And so if if
Well,
a man goes out, a man goes in.
You understand the logic behind that?
I don't.
Would make a man. A man is more likely going to be able to relate to a man who's in a bad marriage.
Oh, you think a man is more likely to come back not guilty on this than a woman?
Yes, I do. What do you guys think? I really do. I absolutely do.
That's interesting. I don't know. I've never studied like jury
But I'm
strategy and stuff
thinking
like that.
I
psychology-
think actually,
psychology-wise.
I don't think so, because I think a man could see why he put himself in this situation with this girl, this au pair. And I think they would see, oh, I bet he did do that. I bet he was interested in her. I bet he did want to get rid of his wife. I think that they could understand his perspective and why he did what he did, but I don't think that they would vote that he wasn't guilty for it.
I disagree.
Oh, Nick says the men will be distracted. Hang on. The men will be distracted by whoever the foreman is, and it'll probably be a woman.
Come on, Nick.
Oh, you're right. That I believe this 100%.
Oh, yeah. Well, that is a good
If you were
point.
to make a guy vote guilty on a whim to save time, absolutely. They don't want to sit there and debate it. Let's get this over with. Especially if it goes
That
on
is a
today.
good point. That's a really good
That
point.
part I would agree with for sure.
I can see it both ways.
Yeah, I don't know. That's an
See,
interesting.
I assumed that they picked men because men can empathize with his situation.
Yeah, I think
that's
that's
why.
How could you empathize with that situation?
Or sympathize, I guess. Sorry. Over the years, I've stopped using sympathy and use empathy more. And it's because the
Everybody
world does that.
Everybody
and
does.
it's completely, it's not the same word,
No.
Mm-hmm.
And I've picked it up, unfortunately.
Yeah, no kidding, Alicia. No kidding.
I heard some wild stuff the other night with that in particular, that particular person you're talking about. I couldn't believe it.
I'm to the point now where nothing can-
Nick is so cute. Nick, we were alive and adults when OJ happened.
We don't need the documentary. We were front row.
Yes, we were front row. And I remember I was at my
The world
brother-
stopped for that trial.
My brother-in-law and sister-in-law, we were at the rehearsal dinner, and that was the night of the Bronco chase, and literally nobody was paying attention to anything going on with the reception. They had TVs on. It was in an Olive Garden, and I believe you were working that night, and we were watching.
I was going to
the
say
Bronco
your
chase.
waitress came over and told you what was going on. If you remember,
Yes, you were the waitress.
I said-
Yes,
About
ma'am.
the Bronco chase or
yeah,
the
whatever. I
Yes.
said,
I was watching I think I was watching the Bulls and the Knicks play, and they broke in with it. I think that's what I was watching.
I walked over to her table and I said, OJ Simpson's in a Jeep and they're chasing him down the interstate.
Yeah, and everybody went to the
Everybody
bar.
stopped.
I remember watching it in our family kitchen. It was
crazy.
Yeah, it was nothing
Because
like that.
No one understood why OJ was going down the interstate.
Well, if the gloves don't fit, you must have quit.
That's right. That was a big thing.
The thing that would be harder for people to know now, really, to understand, was just how beloved OJ was before that happened.
Yes.
He was like
very beloved.
I mean, he had every endorsement.
Yeah.
I mean,
he
all
was.
over
It
the
was
place.
shocking.
It was really shocking.
It'd be like, who would it be like?
I was just trying to think of who you could compare it to.
Somebody today
that's a
Would it be
very
like Peyton
beloved
Manning?
like a Peyton Manning,
Somebody that's
Michael
just-
Jordan.
Like, even Jordan's got the gambling. Like, he's not a
well-
complete like choir boy.
I mean, OJ was
Peyton
just everybody
Manning.
loved OJ. Everybody loved OJ. He was a great, just this, great guy.
Everybody loved him. He was in the Naked Gun movies.
Yeah,
Everybody loved OJ.
he was a media guy, and
He was
really,
there were very few football players back then that were out there, like the
Right.
Joe Namath,
that had crossed
OJ
over.
Simpson.
Yeah,
Who else? I can't even think. Mean Joe Green, maybe a little.
yeah, and even then, it's,
Merlin Olsen, who was on.
That's another good one too. Nick said Cosby. Cosby
Yeah.
would have had similar results, but the judge forced a decision. The second trial, he wouldn't allow the jury to deadlock. Yeah, the Cosby thing. That was another very beloved person, but he was ultimately found guilty.
I don't know.
But
If
that
that was
was-
as shocking as OJ though. OJ was the first one where
Well,
it was just
yeah.
blew you away.
Cosby was not as brutal because it wasn't M. It was the
Yeah.
SA.
Well,
and
it's still pretty bad.
It
was
was
still
still-
bad, but it was
still
not
a
as graphic
shocker.
and
It's a
shocking.
shocker
Yeah.
when this is somebody that you and I and Mr. E grew up watching. He was our favorite TV dad.
Oh, he was.
yeah, I love that
Yes,
show.
they were like what you wanted to be as a dad.
Right.
Like you
Right.
thought, well, yeah, this is how I'm going to raise my kids, whatever.
Do you remember when
Right.
he charged Theo rent? I was like, that's
Yeah.
brilliant.
Oh yeah, the Monopoly
Yeah, and
thing
Cosby
and all
was
that.
over.
Yes, it was
Cosby
great.
was overturned, but I think I don't think anybody thought of him the same after the guilty verdict, even though it was overturned, because I think it happened, and I think people realized it did, and it really tarnished his image. And
See, I don't know anymore about any of it. I don't
well,
know.
see, that's why I don't
know. I don't know about any of it because I don't know
Mhm.
what's real and what's not real with these celebrities anymore. I
Yeah.
really don't.
Like
Nicole
the
said-
new one with the guy from 30 something. I don't know. You don't know.
It's pretty
Oh,
bad.
Timothy Busfield. Nicole said, "Imagine turning 16 and only OJ court case was on TV. Horrible birthday."
Oh, I'm sorry.
But as a matter of fact, I was just reading on X a little while ago that they have got federal marshals looking for him. He has still not been located. Timothy Busfield.
Oh, the guy
Why
from
don't they
30
ask?
something.
Why don't they ask his
Yes.
wife?
They haven't
yeah,
found him yet.
Yeah, Miss, I'll take down all the evidence. Yeah, no,
Okay.
he's not been found.
He's
No.
married to Melissa Gilbert.
What are you
which,
saying?
for those
I'll
of you who
take down
don't
all
know,
the. What do you mean by that? I'll take
She
down all
took
the
down
evidence.
all
their
her
Twitter,
social
their
media.
Instagrams, all the stuff.
Well, and a lot of her social media or Instagram had them giving these boys gifts and toys and things, and all that was removed. They said that it was hush money.
Well,
So it's disturbing. It's very disturbing. But I don't trust anything that comes out of Hollywood. So FYI, I don't watch any movies and TV anymore because of it.
Wasn't she like president of
SAG?
SAG, yeah.
She was president of SAG at one point.
So she had
but a
some
lot
power.
of people have been. I think Fran Drescher was the last one I remember. But yeah, we lost chat. They're like, stop talking about this stuff.
I don't. What is it? You call it?
What?
Off topic.
Off topic.
Yeah.
Well, see, and there was this big rumor about him many years ago, Timothy Busfield, taking advantage of Jennifer Love Hewitt back when she was like 12 to 14 years old. There was scuttlebutt then, and it got brushed under the rug. And so I think there's there's a lot still going on, but she deleted all her, Melissa Gilbert deleted all of her social media. And
yeah. Alicia, we heard about that last night. She was talking about the special education teacher. I know that was very sad.
I know it was terrible.
And
but
I want to be sleuthing something. Welcome in.
But the New York Post put an article out a few hours ago that said about 11 hours ago, U.S. Marshals joined search to locate West Wing actor Timothy Busfield following child SA charges.
Just making it worse, dude.
Yeah, that's shocking. So that maybe he's gone.
Gone.
Yeah.
And then the Post also put up.
Where's he gonna go? He's famous.
Yeah, they put up also 2 days ago. The West Wing star Timothy Busfield was ordered to pay $150,000 for case involving allegations of child SA 30 years before arrest warrant. So this is a history.
Oh.
I mean,
we'll have to do this Friday. We'll go deep dive on him Friday.
I guess I just don't want to.
Oh, 1 minute ago, breaking. Timothy Busfield just surrendered to law enforcement 1 minute ago in New Mexico after an arrest warrant was issued for the actor.
Yeah, that's where he
was.
Okay.
This just came out from OK Magazine USA 1 minute ago, breaking.
Well, there you go.
New Mexico starting to become a filming hub for TV quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yep.
After Breaking Bad, it started to be it.
They don't do anything in California anymore.
Hardly anything. They do New Mexico if they want that Western setting, and then they do Atlanta for everything else. Feels like, or Canada, of course.
Interesting.
Wow, that's.
I don't think it was Sarah Gilbert. I don't think it was Sarah. He was married to Melissa Gilbert.
Melissa, that's her sister.
Sarah Gilbert was the one on Roseanne.
Right. She
Right.
was
I do that.
Yeah.
Those names all the time too.
She's not going to be married to him.
No, she's with the Four Non-Blondes lady. That's her partner.
Or she was. Well, she was. Is she still with her? I think they separated.
Oh, really? The singer?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think they separated. Maybe.
I don't know. That's what they were together for a while. But anyway,
We're like a TMZ crime
this
right
is
now.
not a short break.
No, it's not. This is more than 15 minutes
Wow.
because we were behind anyway.
And hey, Nina, nice to see you. See, look at this coverage is what made him surrender. Put the pressure on him.
He was watching. He was watching our
He
live
heard
stream.
me
There's
say
a
they're
warrant out
coming
for me.
for you, buddy.
What? Oh, that's
Changing America.
Yeah.
That's so funny because I mean, literally, the second I started refreshing, it said breaking.
I know.
1 minute ago.
Isn't it funny how things happen like that?
Oh, caring for all is being sarcastic. Love your singing. No, you don't. You're so funny. Yes, Melissa Gilbert was Laura Ingalls on Little House on the Prairie, and I did not even know she was married to him until this came out. I had no idea.
It was much later in life that they got married. It was not like early in. It was just, I don't want to say maybe 10 years ago. I don't know. It's not been super long.
Janet Medina says, yay, finally catching a live. Never heard of this case until yesterday. And just when I thought you shocked me even more with it. Wow. That's the way we
That's
felt.
how we felt. Yeah.
That
And
was-
thank you
it's
for
such a crazy
joining
one.
us. Welcome to chat and welcome to, we appreciate you letting us know.
The au pair should have never been an au pair.
No kidding.
You think like when you something like that, what will her life be? You know,
She's going to go back to Brazil.
Well, if
She'll
she's
be fine.
deported or sent back to her, I don't guess she would be deported because she was here on a visa. I guess it would be deported, but if she's sent back to her country, there's really no ramifications. She'll go back in as a normal citizen. None of that'll follow her.
people there probably won't even know about it hardly.
Well,
you
heck,
know?
we didn't even know about it, and we live in the United States.
I know.
Like I said, when we found it, I said, this is crazy. And then we went a little bit further. Wow, this is even crazier.
Yeah. I am kind of surprised that it just hasn't gotten more attention.
Well, I actually was, I was looking at, it's getting attention today now.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. It's all over the place now.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, maybe once people I don't know. It just didn't pick up for some reason. Now maybe it will. I think when she takes the stand, it'll blow up.
Yeah. I was looking at the different lives that are going on. Law and Crime, Court TV, of course. I don't know how you switched over. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Several people doing
At
what we're doing
least
today.
6, maybe more.
Well, there's several people that this is all they do. They do courtroom stuff, and we don't,
We don't do it all the time.
I know, I know a couple others where we're going to do it. But
speaking of which,
we're going to get the OJ Simpson side talks and the
yeah, or are you going to get
Cavapoo discussion
Cavapoo
during the breaks? Breaking news with the 30-something guy.
Oh,
what's that mean? Oh, please sign off. Nina Drew wants her.
You know what? We can look at it right now, but one of us has to go get the kids. Okay.
Oh, is it already that time?
Yeah, but do it because I have nothing to add that's interesting.
I'm not sure that
They've been listening to me for 4.5, 5 hours,
and they're still here.
And they're still. Well, we've lost a few. We lost the 30-something guy.
Awesome, Nick.
He was
And
busy.
he helped me break the story on X about Timothy Busfield. Yes. Woo-hoo! Getting that cred.
Per my source, Auntie.
Her
Timothy
auntie.
Busfield.
Oh,
Okay.
it's kind of crazy. I can't wait to see where this goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I want to see what Wannabe. So Wannabe
Mr.
Susan
E,
something.
Mr. E got a job offer at the courthouse to run their IT. Oh, that's funny. Cheryl said it just broke. You heard it here first, folks.
So real dreaming of blue sky.
Timothy Busfield, which you missed.
Timothy
Busfield
turned
has
himself
been
in.
arrested. Yeah, just a few minutes ago. Auntie broke it here, actually.
Well,
I mean, that's so funny because I just refreshed and it said Justin. I mean, it was like, whoa.
Okay, I'm gonna share this
Network
screen
News.
just for a
News
second.
Network.
So what did blue sky dream? You missed the forensic specialist, I think. I think that's when you left, if I remember correctly.
Do we like this, Auntie? So on one side it says nobody cares, and on the other side it has our logo. If you don't like it, I'll keep working on it.
I like it. Do we want?
I know it's pretty basic. Oh, I didn't think about doing a different color.
The ones I have on today, Nina Drew, or you mean the other ones I've worn that were red? These are leopard, kind of like a cheetah print.
Which one?
Yes, Half Pint has had some bad luck with her men.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll go
Or
back
Half
to
Pint.
I'll see if I can find a different color. I think these only come in white. I can't remember.
I like the white. I mean, I like the white.
But it'll show dirt.
Yeah.
But didn't you get one in white already?
I don't have one. No, I have a coffee mug. I have just the crime dogs coffee mug.
Okay, Nina said the other ones. I don't know if she means the other coffee mug or. Okay.
Oh, she's talking about her glasses. Those big
Oh,
red
the
glasses
other
are
ones,
your
the big
best.
red ones. Oh yeah, obviously they offend some people that they're just too big, but I really don't care.
Oh, that was a troll.
I don't think they're
I
offended.
know, but they're like,
That-
they're big glasses. I don't, you
that
know
was
what?
a troll trying to get you to do exactly what you're doing right now.
They made you
Yeah, but that
dance,
troll's not here now.
and your glasses aren't on.
Nope.
They got you.
Gotcha.
Now I've got like 5,000 pairs, and I just pick up one.
Okay, I'll have to see if I think it
I'll
only
be-
comes in white, Auntie.
If it only comes in white, then we'll do it. White is good in Florida, Nina says.
Caring
That's
for
true.
all says we
Right,
should put
here's-
crime scene tape on it. On the
Oh,
cup.
that's a cute idea.
Mhm.
There's my clear ones. What do you think about the clear?
I think
like the
this is
color.
riveting content.
I think
I
what
know.
I thought I'd do, actually, we have had people kind of come in throughout the
Yes,
day.
wowza wow. I did see what you said to that troll. That
What
was
did she
funny.
say?
Last night or today?
There was
Had
a
it
troll who
today.
was commenting about my glasses. She said something really funny.
Oh, no, I guess I missed it. Was it last night?
No,
Or
it was like 2 or 3 times ago.
Oh, okay.
They were
But
commenting
the-
about how big my glasses were.
But the best thing you can do to a troll is ignore them.
Yeah.
I
Because they
did. I
go
didn't say a
away.
word. I
They
didn't
go
say a word.
away. They go
Well,
because they were seeking attention. That's why they're being hateful.
Yeah.
I just thought I might do you think it'd be a good idea to just do a little recap of the day?
Oh, Wowzer said,
Before we
I
get into
like
the-
big glasses and I cannot lie. I like big glasses and I cannot lie. I got it.
I would do a recap. I'm gonna go get the kids.
Okay.
Do you have his phone?
And
No, it should be on the charger in there.
Okay.
and I do have to leave at
Where are you going?
going to eat. It's a no cook night. My husband was like, "We're not going to eat. We're going to eat tonight." I'm leaving at 4:20, so I'll have to get off about 4:15.
We're fasting again.
I know.
Wowzer wants the recap.
Yes.
All right, Nina Drew, I will wear the big red glasses for you next time.
So if you are kind of just joining us here, and briefly on just what the case is, you think don't do that? You think everybody knows? You think everybody already knows the case?
No, I think
why are you choosing?
I thought you gave me a look.
No, I'm getting ready to put my glasses on.
Okay.
I'm cleaning them. I was just staring at you while I was doing it. Sorry.
It's okay. I thought you were giving me the don't do it.
Carol.
So Brendan Banfield, Christine Banfield, married couple in Fairfax, Virginia. She's a nurse. He's an IRS criminal investigator. And in 2023, she was killed with multiple stabbings to the neck. A man also in the bedroom, Joseph Ryan, he was shot twice, once in the head and once in the chest. The story from the defense from Banfield is that he stopped an attack on his wife. But the story that the prosecution is alleging is that it was all an orchestrated event to kill his wife so that he could move on with his au pair with whom he's been having an affair for the year or so leading up to this event. So a very complicated, orchestrated setup, essentially, where he allegedly made a fake account on a fetish website under his wife's name so that he could lure Joseph Ryan there, thinking he was getting involved in a role play fantasy where Ryan would be the aggressor and Christine would be this pretend victim. Christine, of course, has no idea that she's about to be involved. And Ryan, when she resists, thinks it's all part of the game. And so that is basically the case. And when Banfield comes upstairs with the au pair, once the attack happens, he shoots him. And his wife at first, of course, would think that she's been rescued. And then he takes the knife that he had and stabs his wife in the neck multiple times. So anyway, it took a little while, but the Juliana, the au pair, she's pled guilty to manslaughter, and she's going to be a cooperating witness at some point during this trial. And today, what's happened was the opening statement, which basically laid out what I just described to you. And the defense, they're basically attacking Juliana, saying she's got a lot to gain by cooperating. They're also going to use a sloppy investigation as part of their strategy. And then they are also going to allege that the fetish website account was legitimately Christine's. That's basically the 3-prong defense there. So first witness that came up was with the basically confirmed the 911 calls and how they happened. So there was the first one that was a hang up that happened at 7:47 in the morning of February 23rd. Then they have about 15 seconds later, 911 called them back and they did not answer that call. From that point on, 15 minutes pass. At 8:02, they called 911, and that's the call that we heard for the first time this morning, which at some point we'll go back and listen to all of that call because there will be a lot of information in there. But that, they allege that they give their story, that he had come in and shot that man in the head, defending his wife. Then we have a series of the police officers, 3 of those that arrived on the scene. They kind of confirmed their body cam footage. It's nothing the public has seen, and I don't think we will see on the body cam. But let's see, what did we learn from that? The worst thing to come from that was that one of the officers that was with Brendan Banfield allowed him to wash all the blood off his hands before they had a chance to swab it, take pictures, or anything like that, which was a huge mistake. They describe the scene. They describe Banfield looking like he's in a panic attack, and that kind of language is stuff that the defense is trying to jump on,
Yeah,
trying to show.
and you do see that in the video. I mean, he did say that he's like he's having a moment or something. Is how the officer termed it, but it was all fake.
Yeah. They go through. Well, we can't see it. Unfortunately, we could hear him talking a few times. There's other mistakes that they are not. I don't know mistakes, but they step on the knife. They move one of the weapons on the bed. So,
Well, and they allow her to pick up the cell phone in the room and put it back in her pocket from the bed. I mean, there's a lot of things that crime scene should have been secured immediately.
And it sounds like they might have gotten a pulse. So whether or not she was alive, or we really don't know what point exactly she passed away. It might have been at the hospital that they finally pronounced her dead, but she might have been gone before that. We don't know. And then the forensic pathologist has been really the last witness we've had that went on for a pretty good while.
It was very civil questioning, though. Did you notice that?
This has been.
I know I keep going back to the Murdaugh, but they had all these different forensic people testify, and they were not as nice to them. I mean, they really cross-examined them and say, and tried to get them to say other things that they wanted that would support the defense. And they didn't do that here. I thought it was very, very superficial questioning.
Yeah, it's been really not very contentious yet at all with any of these witnesses, has it?
No.
Yeah, it's a good point, because Megan Boswell even was very.
Oh yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Oh yes, and remember that cross-examination of the coroner in that one. The doctor, they were going at it.
Yeah, they were.
I mean, we had some great moments in that case that were just like, whoa, I can't believe she said that.
Wannabe Sleuth and something says, I was a nanny for my neighbors at 18, and the husband used to hit on me. And when I told the wife, she was cool with it. I was like, how can I convince these people I died until I can? Wow.
I know. That's it. It's sad that some people are okay with things like that. I would be livid if I was a parent and a nanny came to me and told me that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
This is a long break. Caring for Austin.
Yeah,
this is a long break. It is.
So what happened exactly to Christine is something that the public has not really been told. We still don't know how many times she was stabbed. But just according to Kessler, the pathologist, she had several abrasions, cuts, scrapes, multiple stab wounds to the neck. Some of these injuries are to her face and her eyelid and arms and left and right side of her body.
Do you think she was saying that most of her bruises were the red type that happened while she was alive? Is that the way you took it?
Yeah, because at one point she was talking about how green and yellow indicate healing had happened over 24 to 48 hours, and she said there weren't any like that.
Right.
These were all recent bruises. Of course, what she was wearing was the socks, glasses, necklace, earrings, and 2 rings.
And see, I would have also questioned her or cross-examined her because she said all she had on was socks. And when she talked about what tests were done on her, she said that they did testing on the underwear. And she had said she didn't have anything but socks on. So how did they test her underwear? Nobody questioned that. Nobody said, so, or even got clarification. Are you saying she had on underwear or she had no underwear? Because you indicated you tested the underwear.
Yeah.
Nobody, I mean, I don't know, maybe I need to be an attorney, but that was something that was not clear.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. So I still don't understand, because according to them, the role play game was supposed to be front door was going to be unlocked. He comes up the stairs. He's supposed I think in the order they say is cut away the clothing, then tie her up, then assault.
It sounds like
I don't think she ever got tied up.
I was going to say, it sounds like she was never tied up because of the defensiveness of the bruising on her arms and stuff. It doesn't sound like they were behind her. Nobody's even mentioned that.
Yeah, and no, they did not talk about the splatters, really, did they? Blood splatter
No.
kind of stuff. I don't think we've had
No.
any talk like that.
That would be the questioning for a crime scene investigator. They would be the ones to testify, and they would be actually specialists in blood spatter.
Alicia says, I nannied for my cousin. She had triplets, and her husband did the same gross out move on me. I'd never trusted anyone else but me to watch my baby. Wow. Your cousin's husband.
I tell you what.
Boy, that's audacious.
It is.
I mean, those things happen. I mean, it happens a lot. I mean, we hear these
Yeah.
stories all the time in the fairs and things. It's often the babysitter situation, isn't it? So what else from that? So, and then they go into there was some THC and Joseph, and with his autopsy, he had the 2 gunshot wounds. Both would have been fatal. Which one actually was fatal, we don't know.
It sounds like if he was truly groaning and still moving around or breathing or whatever, it had to be the second one that kind of took him out, or the first one finally took him out.
Yeah. And there's a great deal of blood and everything.
I agree. Real Me Too said, well, maybe her clothes were nearby, but it should have been better addressed. But you wouldn't take clothes nearby and have a medical examiner examine those necessarily. They would have been crime scene tested and not medical examiner tested. The medical examiner should only test what's on the body when they receive it.
Yeah.
So that's the way that usually goes. And then a crime scene investigator might swab the underwear, might swab or get hairs and fibers from clothes in the room, but the medical examiner is supposed to only deal with what's on the body.
Maybe that'll become more clear later.
Yeah, this whole case is wow.
Yeah, it is.
And he just seems kind of cool, calm, and collected in a way.
Yeah, I mean, he's taking his notes and he's paying attention.
Yeah. Pam, I think she did say what was in the kit, but I thought she specifically said what test that she did, by saying she swabbed and she took the fingernail clippings. She went through the list of what she did, which she did say the underwear, and that may have just been an error because, the other guy probably did have clothes on, and she probably did do those tests on him. I agree, Real Me Too. That's what I'm thinking. He's not very aggressive in his testing.
No.
You know, his questioning, not his testing, but in his questioning. I think he's really kind of lame, actually.
You're not a fan
Mm-mm,
of the
not yet.
attorney? No.
No, not his.
Because you're not rooting for him, or because you just think he's actually not doing a good job?
I don't think his questioning is very good. I don't think, you know, he doesn't seem passionate about his defense for his client. I just don't think he just seems kind of, I don't know, too calm.
Yeah, I don't know where he's going with it at all.
This is someone's life in jeopardy and livelihood. And if you believe in your client, your questioning is usually very strong, and you come off authoritative, and you want those answers, and you want directness. And I didn't see that yet. And maybe it's just because we're just getting going. But if you'll remember, even with the Megan Boswell case, they were very, the prosecution was very well versed in the questioning technique, and how they were, you know, I just felt like they did a really good job. I know with the Murdaugh case, the prosecution, they were fabulous, and they had a team. I'm anxious to see if there's only going to be just one attorney, or there will be a team of attorneys. Usually there's always more than one with the defense. I mean, with the prosecution, they usually have a team, because you're representing the state.
I was trying to think, like, what at this point would you need to see to think he's innocent? What could the defense do? Like, I was thinking,
have to show that it was her, that was all for her, that she did it, and then called him to say, "Oh my gosh, this happened. Please come home."
you'd have to be convinced that was true.
Yes, I'd have to be convinced that was true, because he's hanging out at Walmart. I mean, not Walmart, at McDonald's, sitting, waiting for the guy to drive by, waiting. I mean, you know, it seems so calculated and orchestrated, even with the fact that they came in through the basement. Nobody would go into their house through the backyard, through the basement door, and leave the child in the basement playroom or whatever, and then shut the door and tell them to stay there, then go upstairs. I mean, that's just not normal.
Not in any kind of emergency situation, if that's what they thought.
No.
I think I need to hear his side of the story and believe him. I think I would need him on the witness stand.
I don't. Do you think he'll take the stand?
I don't think
I
he
don't
would.
think he will either.
No,
I don't think so either.
but I think I would need to hear. I would need to hear how this happened, and it would have to make sense to me, because their story at this point doesn't make sense to me, because of things like that, like the basement thing, and the training her at the gun range, and getting her new windows, you know, to seal the sound.
Those are all pretty damning evidence.
Yeah. Why did you do all those things?
Right. Alicia says the only thing that would convince me is video footage of somebody else doing it, and that clearly is not available. So, as Law and Order says, dun dun dun.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's another thing that would put some doubt in my mind, would be if she actually did have that account and had it for a long time and had been with other people.
Right.
You know, then I might buy but for her at 37 years old, just out of nowhere, decides one day she's going to get involved in this, I would find that very hard to believe, unless this has been a secret thing for her for a long time. Then I wouldn't believe it.
I don't think he's that. I mean, I just can't see risking everything you have for him. He just doesn't seem that attractive. Not that, you know, it doesn't seem like he's this big personality. I don't know.
No, he doesn't seem to have the charm. Whatever,
Mrs. E said, I couldn't stand Megan's attorney. I didn't hate Megan's attorney as far as just looking at him critically, and as far as an attorney that represented her well. I thought he did a pretty good job considering the evidence of representing her and questioning the other witnesses.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Megan's attorney, I remember saying, and people were like, I hate this guy.
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
I
I
didn't.
get it because you're not rooting for him, but
Right.
I thought he was really putting up a good defense. Like he was questioning and challenging everything.
I think he was doing everything he could do to try to make her seem like there was a possibility that she wasn't guilty.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's no way. I know that didn't they move directly to an appeal?
Oh yeah,
her?
they're gonna try all that. Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I don't see that ever
I don't.
working.
I don't. Yeah, I don't see a way out for this guy right now. Thinking this.
Oh, answer Pam.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I got it up.
Who is Megan? Oh, Megan Boswell. So Megan Boswell. I don't know which town in Tennessee, but out in East Tennessee, her just a little over 1-year-old daughter disappeared around Christmas time, and then wasn't reported missing until about 3 months later by the grandfather when he became concerned about not seeing her around anymore. And so, as it ended up turning out, Megan did several interviews, and they were like red flags, like crazy about her deception. So people were very suspicious of her. She changed her story countless times, blamed multiple people, including her mother and strangers and people at some campground and all this. Had all these wild stories. But did a lot of press with mainstream media during the time also.
Lots of press.
Yeah. Eventually, they find the little baby Evelyn on some family property in a little like playhouse. An old playhouse had been kind of turned into a shed of Megan's from her childhood, and Evelyn was in a trash can, deceased, and just treated like trash, really. And it was still in there. And
Sad. It was a sad case.
yeah. And so we did that trial, and the motive was never exactly proven. It just it seemed like it was a situation she wanted to get on with a new life with a new boyfriend. That was kind of the implication from all the testimony. And they had a lot of family and people that knew Megan and that kind of thing testifying. But it seemed like she just wanted to start this new life with this guy that was running a restaurant, I believe. Wasn't that the deal?
His dad owned a restaurant, and this guy's dad owned a restaurant, and I think he probably was like the manager. I think he was the manager of the restaurant, and she worked there, and she saw this as her ticket out of the poor living conditions. I mean, she lived in a really kind of rundown trailer, and it just wasn't a great situation for her and Evelyn. And I think she looked at it as a way to get out of her situation and go get with somebody that maybe had money and could take better care of her. And she didn't want the baby weighing her down. So she just took care of it. And so many people had said in her family, they would have been happy to take the baby and all these things. But ultimately her father led police to their property. And that's where they started looking and found her.
Yeah, I mean, at 1-year-old, you could even put up for adoption, and they would get adopted pretty
quickly. And she was precious. Oh my gosh, she was the cutest little thing.
So it's just and she had friends that would have taken her. I remember them saying,
yeah, she had friends that testified that they were her friends and would have helped her. But the sad thing is, when she was a young mom, the first year or so of her life, she seemed to take really good care of her, and for the most part, and was proud of her. But it turned quickly.
But she's not admitted it. She's fighting it. When they did her sentencing, she went up there and was like, "I've been treated badly by the courts,
the state of Tennessee."
And so they gave her the life sentence plus, basically. She got charged with like 20 crimes.
Yes, it was a bunch of stuff, but it was like something. What's it called to a corpse? When you abuse of a corpse.
Oh,
Abuse
yeah.
of a corpse. I mean, there's all kinds of charges along with the M charge.
Yeah. So Alicia says, have these sickos ever heard of divorce and giving the other parent the child? So much easier.
Well, and the person that thought they were the father wasn't even genetically the father of this little girl. He also testified in court, and I don't think she knew who the father was. It's what it sounds like, because the guy she told was the father was in the military.
Oh, yeah.
And they ended up testing DNA, and he wasn't even the father.
Yeah. We don't know who the father was.
We never found out through the case who the true father of the baby was.
We thought we would, and that never came out.
Yeah.
Real Me Too says the Leilani was different. She reported Quentin missing the same day. Megan and Casey didn't report them missing. Both had family report them.
Yes. Well, and Megan's went on for so many months before it was even reported. Her father finally said, if you don't report the baby missing, I'm going to. And he ended up reporting the baby missing. She kept saying, him Han saying she gave him the baby to her mother, and her mother was off with the baby and her husband. And then they gave it to somebody at a trailer park, at an RV park. And that person took the baby. And I mean, it was just one story after another that she made up.
Yeah.
It was a crazy, crazy one.
And for Tennessee, it inspired what they call Evelyn's Law. So now in Tennessee, if you have a child go missing, you have to report it within 24 hours.
Or it's a crime. Yeah.
Or it's a crime now.
I wonder if they're going to come back today, because we're talking it's almost 4:00 Eastern time.
I know. Did they just decide?
I guess it's only 3. I guess they're an hour behind as well.
It is surprising that they've been on this one.
Yeah. They've been gone a while. It's been a good little bit.
Yeah.
I'm anxious to see who their next witness is.
They were, I mean, up until now, they were going pretty fast. So,
yes, I thought they were zipping through them.
You
But
never
like
know.
I said, I thought the questioning was really, really superficial.
And their opening statements were fast. This trial might go a little quicker than because they're estimating 2 to 4 weeks basically on these trials usually. This one might be closer to that 2 weeks. But Megan Boswell, they said the same thing.
Yeah, Megan's was how long? Was it 5 days, 6 days?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was just a little over a week, but not every day.
Right.
But yeah, that was quick too. And but the defense rested. They never brought up a witness on his side, and that might be. I mean, that could happen here too. Actually, I think he's going to bring up witnesses. I think he's going to bring up these other experts.
Well, I think he'll bring up a counter experts that will, that's what they always do. If they have any kind of defense whatsoever, they got to bring up experts that'll say, well, no, that's not necessarily true. But so far, nothing has been testified that was all that controversial. So, I mean, we're going to have to be hearing some more controversial type of findings in order to refute anything. And then I think that they possibly will bring up character witnesses about him as a father or as a husband or something. Usually they do for both sides.
Yeah. I wonder what the deal is with this break.
I don't know. Romy too says sometimes the jurors hold things up. I saw it happen many times at Quentin's trial. They get tired up in the bathroom. They get tied up in the bathroom, like everybody going to the bathroom and stuff. But geez Louise, I think everybody in the whole courthouse could have gone to the bathroom by now.
You would think so. It's almost like a second lunch.
I'll check and make sure we're not missing it.
Oh, yeah.
But it looks like the stream is live, so it shouldn't be. Crime.
Well, we kind of talked about it earlier, but while we're here, mentioned that the Linda Brown, that the lady we had been covering, she was found up in Chicago, deceased in the water. But then we also had the other missing person we mentioned last week, the RJ. What was his last name? Brown, maybe. That's not right. But the little boy in Oklahoma, the 12-year-old, he's been rescued. And so that's all That's all amazing and great. And then somebody mentioned in our chat earlier, but do you know this, Auntie, that the stepdad tried to hang himself in his cell? Did we talk about
Yes, we
this?
talked about, yeah, we talked about it.
Yeah. So that's been charged with that. So that's kind of the latest on that situation there.
What was the other channel you were watching it on?
You mean this trial?
Yes.
I think we've been on Law and Crime the whole time. I just thought we were on Court TV.
I'm going to look and see if Court TV has it on. Huh. I mean, it looks like it's still live.
Yeah. I think we're still live. I think they're just, it's probably just an extended break. Mrs. Z is reminding me here, we had a hookup tracker during Megan's trial with how many guys Megan had been with.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I have on Court TV, there's somebody on the stand.
Oh, really? Are they replaying something old?
No, it's live, Virginia versus Brendan Banfield. So there's somebody on the stand.
Okay.
So you might want to go to Court TV. And I would do it, but I know I'm going to have to step away here in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Or so.
Yeah. Well, we'll
on Court TV, we've got somebody, so we'll have to rewind it a little bit. But there's someone on the stand.
All right, give me just a moment here.
Oh, they're reading the dialogue from the website. It sounds like where they had the correspondence between that and the person, the fetish guy.
Okay, so they've been back.
They've been back a while.
They've been back a while. Okay. All right. So let me get.
Co-defendant. I'm just going to wait for the jury to come back in, please. Okay.
Can you make it bigger in the corner? There we go.
Okay. So. Well, I'm sorry about that. We'll try to get caught up.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court record?
Yes, Juliana, Juliana Peres, Peres Magalhães, Magalhães.
And how old are you now, Juliana?
25.
And do you know the defendant?
Yes.
What's his name?
Brendan Banfield.
When did you meet him?
2021.
Well, I didn't realize this was happening, but this is our star witness here today.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I didn't even recognize her because her hair was blonde.
I know, but this is her.
She seems very, I mean, look at how she looks.
Well,
wow.
I know.
This
22.
Wow.
I know. I didn't expect this so
When
soon.
did you meet him? When did you meet him?
Can you specify? Sorry.
When did you first meet him?
In person when I first came to the States, and before that, through a video call with the family.
Okay. Do you recall what month or year that was?
When I came to the States?
Yes.
It was October.
Do you know what year?
2021.
Okay. And when you first met Mr. Banfield, what was your relationship to him?
Professional. He was my boss.
And you said he was your boss.
Yeah.
What was your job?
I was their au pair.
And so you said you worked as an au pair. What does that mean?
Au pair is like a nanny position, but somebody comes from another country, providing care for their kids, and in exchange they live with their family. And yeah.
Okay.
Basically.
Do you get paid to be an au pair?
Yes.
How much?
$200 a week.
And how long of a stay did you have as an au pair?
We can have from a year to 2 years. But as an au pair, I stayed for a year.
Okay. And Did you, so you arrived, you said you arrived in October of 2021, and you
Mhm.
said you stayed for a year?
Yeah.
And then did you extend that stay?
Yes.
And how long did you extend the stay for?
I think it might have extended for another year.
Let's talk about when you lived with the Banfield family and worked for them as their au pair. Where did you live?
I lived in their house, in their home.
Okay. And who lived there with you?
It was Brendan, his wife, Christine, and their daughter.
And we know who Brendan is.
Yeah.
Who's Christine?
Christine was Brendan's wife.
And you said their daughter?
Yeah.
What was their daughter's name?
Valerie.
What was your life like with them?
With the family?
Yeah, when you first got there, what was it like?
It was kind of a period for me to adapt to the family, to my job, to the country. But I was very welcome, I guess.
And what was Brendan like when you first came to live with the family and be their au pair?
We barely spoke. Like, my relationship was mostly with Christine and Valerie. Brendan and I barely spoke at all. It was just.
Okay. What was Christine like?
Christine was very friendly, very welcoming, very fair. Yeah.
Did you spend time with her and spend time with Valerie together?
Yes.
And did you spend time on your own with Christine?
Maybe a couple times going to a store or, yeah.
Do you recall if Christine had a blood disorder?
I heard about it, yes.
And do you know the name of it?
I do not know.
Do you know if she took any medication for it?
As far as I know, no.
What was Valerie like?
Valerie is very loving, very caring. She's just.
How old was Valerie when you met her in 2021?
She was 3.5, I guess.
I'm sorry, say that again?
3.5.
And were there any other children that were living in the Banfields' home while you lived there too?
No.
Do you know if they had an au pair before you were their au pair?
Yeah.
Who was that?
It was Amanda.
And when you began working for the Banfields, you need a minute? When you began working for the Banfields, do you remember what their jobs were?
Yeah.
Or do you know what their jobs were?
Yeah, Christina was RN, and Brenna was working, I guess, as an investigator for the IRS.
At some point, while you were working for the Banfield family, did your relationship with the defendant change?
Yes.
How did it change?
It became sexual, physical relationship.
And do you recall when the relationship changed?
It was August 2022.
And did you keep the relationship, this new relationship?
For my part, some of my friends, they knew because I told them, and I used to post on my Instagram. But for his part, yeah, it was a secret.
Okay. You said you told some friends about it.
Yeah.
Do you remember which friends you told?
I told Beatrice about it and Pamela.
And did you take any photos of you and the defendant after you began a romantic or physical relationship?
Yes.
And you said you had posted some things to social media?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to show you a couple of photos. And if I could have this view be to the witness and counsel only, please. Yes, ma'am.
She looks so young.
She is. She's just 25, I think.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you Commonwealth's 51, 52.
I didn't recognize her
53,
either.
54. This is 51, 52, 53, and 54. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
It's me and Brendan.
And are these social media posts that you made?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, what I would ask the court to do is admit these as Commonwealths 51, 52, 53, and 54.
All right, any objection? Okay, 51, 52, 53, and 54 in evidence.
And we can publish the first one to the jury. Can you tell us who's under the emoji here?
It's Brendan.
And then a couple of these have noise.
And Mr. E, I'm going to be stepping away. I'm going to be
Okay.
listening on my phone. So I'll see you guys next time. I'm sure I won't be back before it's over today.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you for doing it
And
with
then
us.
this one, Commonwealth 53. Can you describe who this is?
It's Brendan's hand.
And whose leg is that?
My leg.
And the date on the photo that is posted, is that the date that the photo was taken?
Yes.
And this photo here, Commonwealth 54, who's under the emoji?
It's Brendan.
Do you know when this photo was taken?
It's from the same day as the previous picture.
As the previous one?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I want to go back to 52.
Really know this? You don't see. I need you. I miss you. And now I want you.
And in that post, who is present in that post?
His person behind the emoji.
And who is behind the emoji?
Brendan.
And is it you and Brendan singing in that post?
Yes.
So you began a sexual relationship with the defendant in August of 2022 when you were how old?
I was 21.
And when this relationship began, did you ever think about how it might end?
No, I didn't really think it was serious, a relationship.
And did the defendant ever talk with you about any long-term plans for the two of you?
Not initially.
Not initially. Did he ever, though?
Yes.
When did that talk start?
I think it started after he talked about his plan.
Okay. And did he ever talk about the two of you getting married or the two of you having children?
Yes.
And do you recall when that talk began?
Also, after he mentioned his plan.
Did he ever talk about his relationship with his wife, Christine Banfield?
Sometimes it would come up in our conversation and he would talk about it.
And what did he say?
He used to say that she didn't seem to care about where he was, what he was doing. She didn't seem to care about him at all. And that she was helpless and just lazy.
Do you recall when he said those things?
When?
Yes.
Well, many times during our conversation when she came up.
And did he ever talk to you about anything else about his relationship? Did he ever talk about getting a divorce with her?
No, he basically said divorce was not an option.
Did he say why?
Money was involved.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Money.
Okay, anything else?
Money was involved in Valerie's custody too.
And what about those things? Did he say anything specifically about money or Valerie's custody?
Yeah, he said that he didn't want to have to share Valerie with Christine, that she wasn't good for Valerie. So he wanted to have Valerie full time. And money, because she should have more money than he would if they ever split.
And so he didn't want to get divorced. Did he tell you what he wanted to do?
Yes.
What did he say?
He mentioned his plan to get rid of her.
And you said he mentioned his plan to get rid of her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When did he talk about that first?
I would say it was in October 2022.
And what specifically was his plan to get rid of her?
Initially, he didn't really know what he would do. He just mentioned that he was thinking about it, and he would think better and let me know when he thought about it. Yeah.
Where were the two of you when this first conversation took place?
New York.
And were you on a trip to New York with only him?
It was him and Valerie.
What did you think when he told you that?
At first, I thought he was joking. Yeah, for me, it was a joke.
And you said that you were in New York when that conversation happened.
Yeah.
Did the three of you return to Virginia after that trip?
Yes, we did.
And did he talk about this plan again after you returned?
Yeah.
And did he give you more information or more detail about what he intended to have happen?
Yeah, he said he wasn't going to hire anybody because that is something that throughout investigation can be discovered easily. And that he had heard of a website called Pet Life. He's never done anything on the website, but he heard about it, and that's what he was going to do.
And did he tell you anything more about the plan at this point?
At that point, not really. He was still thinking about it.
And at the end of October of 2022, did you visit a shooting range?
Yes.
And did anyone come with you?
Brendan.
The first time that you went to the shooting range, do you recall signing any paperwork?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to display a photograph. I would ask for the display to be to the witness and counsel only.
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to look at the screen in front of you. Do you have, is there a document on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm gonna scroll through this document for you slowly.
Just for the record, could you, the exhibit number of the
Oh,
document?
it is exhibit number 56.
Thank you.
Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the waiver you have to sign when you first go to the shooting range.
And did you sign this?
Yeah.
Is that your signature there on page 6?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to ask to admit this as Commonwealth's 56 and allow for it to be published to the jury.
Any objection? All right, 56 in evidence and published.
And I'm going to just bring it back up to the top so that the jury can see it. Do you recall the date on the form?
Yeah, October 29, 2022.
And on that date, Do you recall shooting a firearm?
Yes,
Do you remember if it was a handgun or a long gun?
it was a handgun.
And was the defendant with you while you were firing the handgun on that day?
Yes,
Did you ever go back to the firing range again?
eventually we did.
Do you remember when you went back to the firing range?
I'd say back in December.
And did you practice firing a firearm on that December visit?
Yes,
And again, what kind of firearm? Do you recall if it was a handgun or a long gun?
it's a handgun.
And was anyone with you when you returned to the firing range in December?
It's Brendan.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to ask for the view of Commonwealth 56 to be terminated to the gallery. And I am going to move to Commonwealth's 57 for the view of the witness and counsel only at this point. Do you see a photograph on your screen?
I do.
Okay. And do you recognize this photograph?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
it's me at the shooting range.
And do you know who took this picture?
Brendan.
Judge, at this point, I am going to ask to have this admitted as Commonwealth's 57.
All right, any objection to 57? All right, 57 evidence and published.
Did the defendant tell you why he wanted to return to the firing range for that second visit?
Yes,
And why was that?
that's in case I need to use it if something goes wrong.
And what would go wrong? What was he concerned about going wrong? Had he told you more of his plan at this point?
At that point specifically, I can't really recall.
But he told you that he wanted you at the firing range because you needed, in case something went wrong.
Yes,
Is that right?
yes.
After the December visit to the shooting range, what, if any, additional steps did the defendant take to move his plan forward?
It was in January when he created the account on the website.
Okay. So were you present when he created the FetLife account?
Yes,
And did he use his own email address to create the account?
no, he did not.
What email address did he use?
He created a new email account for Christine, and Christine's name.
And were you there when he created that email address?
Yeah, yeah.
And do you recall what device he used to create the email address?
To her laptop,
And when you say her laptop, whose laptop are you talking about?
Christine's laptop.
And do you recall what device he used to create the FetLife account?
That was the laptop.
And when you say the laptop, are you talking about Christine's laptop?
Yes,
And do you recall the name of the profile that the defendant created for the FetLife account?
Anastasia Knight.
And was there a photograph added to that profile?
Yes,
Who is the photograph of?
it's Christine's body in a bathing suit.
And who added the photograph to the profile?
Brendan did.
And who typed the words for the profile?
Hear that?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Brendan did.
Okay. If I could have the view terminated to the gallery at this point. And I am going to ask for exhibits 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65, all photographs, to be displayed to the witness and counsel only at this point. I'm going to show you a series of screenshots, and then I'm going to ask you about them. So this is 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65. Do you recognize these photos, these screenshots?
Yes,
How do you recognize them?
as the FetLife account.
And Judge, at this point, I'm going to ask to admit Commonwealths 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65 to be admitted under seal and published to the jury only.
All right. No objection. All right, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, admitted under seal.
Okay, and I'm going to run back through them. Okay. So Commonwealth's 58, is this the FetLife profile that was posted?
Yes,
And the
Actually, the
about
exhibit.
section here that we can see, who wrote the words in that? Who composed that?
Brendan.
And then in 59, Commonwealth's 59, is this also a part of the FetLife profile?
Yes,
And then Commonwealth 60, is this the photograph that was used as the profile photo for the FetLife
yes,
profile? And then Commonwealth's 61 here, is this the group, for lack of a better word, that this profile was posted in?
oh, sorry, can you repeat it again, please?
Sure. This photograph here, Commonwealth 61, is this the group within FetLife that you use to communicate with other users?
Yes,
And then Commonwealth 62, is this the post that you and Brendan used on FetLife?
Is there an object? What's your objection, Mr. Leading? Okay.
Okay, understood.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Take a look at Commonwealth 62. Can you describe for us what it is?
it's a post made on a profile.
And what website was this posted on?
FetLife.
And what was the reason for posting it?
It was what the account was first created, I guess, and to tell people what she was looking for.
And whose idea was it to post this? Whose idea was it to post this?
Brendan.
Okay. We can terminate this view at this point. How did you and Brendan, how did you use the laptop? How did the two of you use her laptop without her knowing about it?
It was because every time she used to get home from work, she used to throw her backpack by the door, and in the backpack was her laptop and her work stuff.
And once the FetLife account was created, what, if anything, did the two of you do with it?
Texting other people, other guys. They would also text looking for whatever it is that they're interested in.
Okay. And had Brendan explained to you at this point in time, or was there any explanation given to you about what it was that he was using FetLife for, or what it was he was looking for from another FetLife user?
Yeah.
What was that?
the website is for BDSM, people that like that kind of stuff, and he said we would be able to find somebody that plays like aggressive or that likes playing with blood and that kind of stuff.
And why? What was the, what if any reason did he want to find someone like that for?
Well, because the person would be eventually, the person would be invited to come to the house, and he needed to know that the person was willing, or he was going to do what he had in his mind.
And what was he using FetLife to ask other users to do to the Anastasia profile?
Things like pinning her down, gagging her, spanking. Yeah.
And when the two of you used FetLife to message other people, were you, who would do the typing? Were you typing? Was Brendan typing?
To talk to other people?
Yes.
You asked. Sometimes it would be him, sometimes it would be me by his instruction when he was with me.
And were the two of you typically together while you were using FetLife to message other people?
Yes.
And was Christine home or not home when the two of you used FetLife?
She was home.
Always?
Yes.
Why?
Because he always mentioned for us to make sure to log in on that account when she was also home. So it would have, throughout the investigation, it would have been very clear that like whenever she was using the profile, she was home, and yeah.
And you said because during the investigation, why would there be an investigation?
Well, he always thought like in advance. He knew how the investigation would go. Like he always knew, and yeah.
But why did he know?
What did he know?
Yeah, why? You said because he always knew about the investigation. What did he know about an investigation? There hasn't been one yet.
He knew eventually we would have one investigation.
Why?
Because there would be murder, and it's just what happens. Investigation.
And did he tell you that?
Yeah.
What specifically did he tell you about that?
Well, he knew that we needed to have some alibis. He knew that he needed to change his routine. A few weeks prior, so it wouldn't be odd that he wasn't, just at McDonald's on that day specifically.
Okay. I am going to show you a couple of items one at a time. The parties have stipulated to the admissibility of the next two items, well, the next several items. The first two are going to be Commonwealth 66 and 67. And Judge Commonwealth 66, I'm going to ask to have published to the jury and counsel only, and I'm going to ask that these be under seal.
66 and 67?
Yes.
There's an agreement to admissibility, is that correct, Mr. Kara? Okay, so 66 and 67 are in evidence under seal. Let me see. Yep.
I was wondering why you guys didn't respond to my question.
We muted when the dogs lost their minds, and so I
Yes.
forgot to unmute.
How funny. I said, I don't think it's looking good. I agree with Sophie. She's not convincing me at all. And, I went into this believing,
Yeah, I don't like that part where she's saying that they have to have the computer in when she's in the house, so that when there's an investigation later, and
I think I also said, I really hope they have more evidence than this, because this is crazy.
Yeah.
And I also said, is it possible that if she were able to testify in her own language, in her native tongue, that maybe it would come off a little bit more convincing?
Having a couple of technical difficulties, so I'm going to move on for a minute, and then we'll go back to 66 and 67. Did you and the defendant ever travel out of town together?
Yes,
Where did you go?
to Winchester, Virginia.
Do you recall when that was?
When?
When?
Not exact date, no.
Do you know if it was before or after that the defendant created the FetLife profile?
Can I say if I'm not 100% sure though?
You don't recall?
No.
Okay. How did you arrange to go to Winchester together?
He was going for an overnight stay in a hotel for his job.
Okay.
And
go ahead.
And he took his car, his work car, and they took the white car, his to drive.
And when the two of you were in Winchester, was there ever any posting on FetLife at that time?
No,
And why would that have been?
because like I said before, that he always made sure to.
What's your objection, Mr. Carroll? Your microphone, I can't. It's very hard to hear you. What's your legal objection?
Legal objection. She's asked and answered that she didn't do any posting. And so
Asked and
any
answered.
further question?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
He said asked and answered.
I don't think I asked her if any of them posted on FetLife while they were
Okay,
out of town in Winchester.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Sorry. Did either of you post on FetLife or message anyone on FetLife while the two of you were in
She said that was what I think that's what she was saying. Brendan was saying about her, like when he would complain about her,
Oh, wow.
lazy and things along those lines wouldn't be. Yeah.
Okay.
And so
I think I missed that part.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's hard to pick up everything she's saying for
That's
sure.
true.
Winchester?
No,
And why is that?
because we would only post when we were home and she was home at the same time.
Okay. And were there any other things that the two of you did to make it look like Christine was the one messaging in FetLife? Do you want me to ask that a different way?
Yes, please.
Did the two of you ever message people or post on FetLife when Christine was home and only one of you was home?
Yes,
And whose idea was that?
Brendan.
And did he say why?
Yes,
And why was that?
because again, when he talked about the investigation we would have at some point, he pointed out that the police would have access to where our phones pin, and so we wouldn't be able to accuse him of doing that because sometimes she would be doing it, posting and messaging, and she would be home and he wouldn't be home, and other times I wouldn't be home, and so there would be no way to actually prove it, and that's the alibis he talked about.
Can you recall any specific instances of how it would have worked for one of you to be home posting while Christine was home and the other one was out of the home?
That normally happened when both of us went to the gym and he would tell me to leave earlier and go home so I'd get home before him, and for me to log in the account and text people, talk to people, and other times he would tell me to hang in the gym behind and he would leave earlier so he would be the one logging in and talking to people.
Okay. And the gym that you're talking about, do you recall which gym that was?
Yeah, Lifetime.
And did the two of you, and do you know which location?
Yeah, Ruston.
Did the two of you go to Lifetime Fitness together frequently?
Yes.
Did Christine go with the two of you?
It was just maybe a couple times, but nothing. It was normally Rana and I.
Okay. I'm going to go back to Commonwealth 66 and 67 at this point. If we could see 66.
You can publish from the table, please.
Just give us a second. Jury, it's already not evidence in the gallery. Oh, sealed. No. Okay. Yeah. All right. So looking at Commonwealth 66, can you see it on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the top of your screen, there's a column that's titled User ID. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. The user ID identified as Anastasia 9.
Okay.
Who wrote the messages from Anastasia 9? Not that specific message, but just in general. Who is the person or persons who are writing the messages from Anastasia 9?
It's either me or Brendan.
And the other user IDs that we see that are largely numbers in this view, are those messages that are received by you and the defendant using the Anastasia 9 profile?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask for us to scroll forward a little bit to location number 367 or cell 367. The user ID Taco Supreme 7000. Did you come to know who that was?
That's Joe.
And now if we could switch to Commonwealth 67. The Taco Supreme 7000 profile that you came to know as Joe Ryan. We see that profile, and we see Anastasia 9 communicating in this view of the spreadsheet. Do you recognize these as FetLife chats that you and Brendan wrote from Anastasia 9 and received from Taco Supreme?
Yes.
And when the two of you were using FetLife, I've asked you before what it was that Brendan was looking for. What is it about Joe's answers and messages that attracted Brendan to selecting Joe? Did he ever tell you?
He told me at some point too, but he was always making comments like that Joe was the white person.
That's a good point, Romy, too.
Did he say why?
Because he seemed to be like the person who would do the things that Brendan needed the person to do.
Okay. And I'm now going to ask you to look at Commonwealth's 68, 69, 70, 71, and 72, one at a time.
Can you go back to that one?
Go back to that.
Yeah.
Hi, NorCal. Nice to see you. Okay. There's a few people that find her believable.
And
Yeah.
Judge, let's look at 68 first.
We're just getting back to the podium. Hold on.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I do
Wrapping
think
it
we
up.
probably, these are all Excel spreadsheets. and I
Okay,
think
do you
we're
want
having-
to
yeah,
with me?
Yeah, we're having trouble with Excel from this computer.
Okay.
So first, if we could look at 68 from the witness and counsel views only.
I really wish they'd let us see these exhibits.
I know.
And again, Your Honor, the parties have stipulated to the FetLife chats. So I believe that all of these exhibits can be admitted, but I'd ask that they be admitted under seal.
68, 69, and 70?
68, 69, 70, 71, and 72.
Okay. Is that correct, Mr. Carroll? Do you need to see them all? She said you've already agreed to not the miscibility, but just to the foundation.
These are the same exhibits that were provided to council last weekend. They're,
If you could go through them, do you want me to go through these and make sure? Okay. You need to see them, is that what you, okay, I'm sorry, just, if you have your microphone on, I have a lot of trouble hearing you up here. Okay, all right, so you need to see.
I do, my
Okay,
client
well,
and I need to
You
see.
could go through all those exhibits, Ms. Bristler.
Okay, so looking at 68 is a short one.
Is that the one
That
that's
is-
on screen right now?
Yes.
Okay, no objection.
All right, so 68 in evidence, under seal. Is this 69 we're
This
looking
is
at now?
69.
Oh, Susanna doesn't believe her.
No objection.
All right, no objection, 69 under seal.
Susanna says, I deal with the public too much. She doesn't just.
That's 67?
She
Is that
just
correct?
doesn't
I'm sorry,
seem
70? 70. 70, okay.
like she's
70.
credible. And
Understand.
even though she's not hesitant, she's not giving the full
71.
answer either. And the attorney is
71.
kind of coaching. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't you think when they get to the forensic stuff, they'll read them?
You would think.
Yeah, Sophie, I kind of feel like that too. I think that she's just trying to get out
Sorry,
of this.
71 under seal, and then 72.
Oh, real me too. Good point. If she lies, she loses her plea.
Yeah.
Good point. I'm surprised they haven't wrapped it up. It felt like on Megan days, they would wrap it up like 3 o'clock.
Also under seal. Okay.
We're behind and they're still going.
If we could go back to 68.
They just want to get it over with. I mean, I assumed that she would be like day 3 or 4.
I know. I'm sure there's a strategic reason for that. I just don't know.
Can you see on your screen Commonwealth 68?
Yes.
Okay. And
yeah,
you
wowzer.
see again in the menu, in the title bar there, you see ID, conversation ID, user ID, body. So the conversation ID that we're looking at, I just want to check and make sure we're both looking at the same thing.
That's a good point too, NorCal.
446774523.
Yes.
Okay. So we see these messages between this user ID and then the Anastasia profile. This user ID says, wish I could get you to come meet me at my hotel in Richmond next Wednesday night. And then the Anastasia profile says, thank you, Richmond is too far for me. I'm looking to chat a bit before meeting someone.
Well, here we go.
So why would it be that you guys wouldn't have pursued this user?
Because all along, his plan was for the person to come in the house. Yeah.
And when we're looking again at the Anastasia profile, is it you and or Brendan who is operating the Anastasia profile?
Yes.
Okay. Then if we could move on to Commonwealth 69.
Pam says she was a nurse
So,
administrator.
Just making sure that we're looking at the same thing on the screen. I'm looking at conversation 447868690.
Yes.
All right, okay. So this person is looking for someone to meet up with at restaurants and coffee shops and just talking and getting to know one another. They'd like to go to an event eventually, and they say they're pretty new to FET World, but willing to learn. And then the Anastasia profile says, I'm not looking to go out on dates, sorry. Why is it that the two of you wouldn't have pursued, why would Brendan have not pursued this person to further converse with?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
It's okay. So this person is asking to meet out in public.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that Brendan was interested in having the Anastasia profile do?
No,
Why not?
because again, he needs somebody that would agree to come to the house. Yeah, so could do the things that he needed the person to do.
And meeting out in public is not something that.
No.
Let's look at the exhibit Commonwealth 70. I want to stay at the top first. Okay. So again, just making sure we're looking at the same document. I'm looking at conversation ID 452721523.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So this user ID messages the Anastasia profile and says, saw your ad, I'm interested, a little bit about what I like and have done in the past. First off, restraints, and I've used rope and some leather cuffs and some vinyl tape. The profile goes on to describe pretty specifically what experience and what equipment that this person has and can bring to this relationship. Is this someone that, is this someone that the two of you might have been interested in?
Can I just read it over?
Say that again?
Can I just read it over?
Yes, of course, take your time.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. I was
Yes.
going to take advantage of the silence, but it's okay.
And if you could scroll down a little bit. So this conversation looks like it went on for a little bit longer than the past two conversations. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you look at cell number 931, the profile says, the other user says, I would expect that you might want to meet somewhere in public before doing anything in private. Your call on how or when to do that. Most weekdays I could get away at some point during the day to get a bite to eat or coffee or a drink after work. And then it goes on from there. Did you guys answer that? You take a look at the spreadsheet and let me know if you see an answer to this request to get together.
No,
And why wouldn't you have responded?
because that's not something he was interested in, going for a coffee or meeting in public.
Okay. And then if we could go on to Commonwealth 72.
Rosebud, I know you were gone, but this is actually the au pair. We didn't know when she first came on the stand because it just didn't look like her at all. But this is the au pair, just earlier than we thought.
And then if we can move down to cell number 571. There we go. Okay, so in this conversation, and let's make sure we're looking at the same conversation again. I'm looking at conversation 448599624.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So in this conversation, there's some initial talk, and then in cell number 571, the Anastasia profile says, I don't have restraints. It's something you would need to bring and be comfortable doing. Sounds really intense. And then there's more, but I'm not going to read that aloud. Why did the other user need to bring restraints?
Well, because we didn't have it. And whoever the person was going to be was supposed to bring all the stuff, like the restraints and or cups, whatever the person's supposed to have to bring.
And whose idea was that?
Brendan's.
And what else was the person eventually supposed to bring?
Eventually, you want the person to bring a knife.
Okay. And when we look at cell number 572, this user responds to the Anastasia profile, and this user says, so I'm a vet, we'd need to work up to restraints. I don't recommend them until the second or third time, once trust is there. And then in 573, this user says, if you're for real, let's grab a drink or coffee in public to see if there's attraction, no expectations. I work out in Fairfax County on Tuesdays if you're around. And then Anastasia responds in 574. And is it you and Brendan still operating the Anastasia profile at this point in time?
Yes.
So you tell her, I'm not interested in going on a regular date. That takes away from the excitement and the thrill of the first meeting. Why is that? So this is the third time that we've seen FetLife users saying, let's meet someplace, let's meet in public. And this person says, essentially, I've been doing this a while, and usually we don't get to that part until the second or third time we meet. So why is it important why is it significant why is it again that that the Anastasia profile keeps refusing to meet in public?
Because of the plan I had in mind, that to happen in the house, the person would need to come over, bring their stuff, and because it was not real, it was not Christine talking, so there was no way going out on a date to first meet the person.
All right, let's move on to Commonwealth 71.
71, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And then just again, make sure we're looking at the same conversation. I'm looking at conversation ID 446943660.
Yes.
This conversation, and I'm going to ask if we could just scroll through the conversation so we can see kind of the length of it. So it looks like this conversation is longer to me. Does it look longer to you?
Yes.
And if we could look at cell 145. So in this conversation, can you take a look at cells 145, 146, 147, and 148, 149?
Sorry, I'm behind in chat.
Right.
And so this user is still expressing, this is a new user, this is a different user, and this user is expressing discomfort at coming to someone else's house. This user says, I mean, I'm more than fine to play that role, just not at someone else's house where your husband could come home at any time. And then the Anastasia profile, which again is that you and Brendan as the Anastasia profile.
Yes.
And so you tell this user that he works a set schedule and that she works a rotating schedule, and childcare responsibilities make it harder to plan around, and that they're only comfortable at my house and feel best about being there and recovering and relaxing at home afterwards. Again, the Anastasia profile, you and Brendan are saying, we don't want to come outside of our house. And is this for the same reason?
Yes.
And then,
Oh my goodness. Rosebud had asked, she says, I'll have to do the replay to understand the full realm of this testimony. Did you want to just kind of give her, this is their star witness.
Of,
right?
well, really, the beginning was not as important. Maybe it just was more like timeline of her when they started a relationship and that kind of thing.
Basically, she took a deal so that and agreed to testify against him.
Yeah, I think she means because Rosebud was here earlier.
Oh, okay.
And had to leave. I think she means specifically.
Yeah.
What she missed with Juliana.
I'm sorry. That's all I had.
Yeah.
This user in cell number 143 tells her, the concept is very hot. Yeah, but the way you explain it does not look great on my side if anything were to go wrong. Basically, going into your home uninvited, tying you up and taking advantage of you. Is that what the intent was? To have someone come in?
Yes.
And to behave in the manner.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to object to the leading nature of these questions. It's been.
I'll sustain this meeting.
I'll move on. Did you and Brendan ever agree to meet a FetLife user in public?
No.
Did you ever agree to meet another FetLife user at a hotel
No.
or at another user's home or work?
No.
And so ultimately, out of all the users in the Commonwealth 67 and the few conversations that we've explored, Joe Ryan was selected.
Yes.
Who chose Joe?
Brendan.
And did he say why he picked Joe after interacting with him on FetLife?
It was mostly because he made Brendan feel confident enough that he would.
Okay, there's been a few questions
Oh, okay, I'm
that I
sorry.
thought you might want to answer. Let's see. Pam says, no, my objection is she's pointing everything as Brendan being the sole initiator of this heinous, sinister plot against Christine. Never heard one time where no was spoken.
Yeah.
And Rosebud said, is she still denying that she did not type the information or role play, that she was the wife requesting a role play actor?
She says that at different times they are in charge of the account. Yeah. So but the other question, she is downplaying her involvement.
And Sarah is asking, I've been watching for a little while, still trying to figure it all out. Why did they place an ad?
It's more like a social media site for people into kink and how they meet up with each other. And so they did the fake profile pretending to be Christine so that they could lure
allegedly
a patsy basically to the house to fake it, to think they're doing a fake role-playing attack on the wife so that they would have an excuse to kill both.
Mm-hmm. So it's
dark,
terrible. We talked, if you didn't watch last night. Oh, I think you did though. But anyway, we did go into further detail about it, like on the live stream last night as well.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I think it's getting close to the end for the day. So.
Okay. Yeah. So they're going to have to probably let the defense go tomorrow.
Right.
Was there any other questions that I missed?
No,
I was on the
I
other.
think that's it.
Okay. And everybody's kind of debating believability or not, and I'm trying to stay open-minded on it, actually.
Well, I didn't like her going into this, so it's hard for me to believe her.
Yeah, I know. And
thanks, Rosebud. He is doing a good job, and he started the stream all by himself. I'm so proud of him.
Oh no, I hit go live and everything.
Yes, you did good.
Be the person to play the role they needed the person to play, which means being aggressive and hold her down and come over to the house and bring stuff and all that, yeah.
And did you and the defendant ever use any other form of communication with Joe Ryan?
Yes,
And what form of communication was that?
it was a telegram.
And were you present when the Telegram account was created?
Yes,
Who created the Telegram account?
Brendan.
And how did he do that?
He used her laptop on its anonymous page, and he had her cell phone with him at the time because he needed to receive a code on her cell phone so she could create the account on Telegram.
If this ends up being true about how they, so what they're saying about they have to be home when she's home to get on her laptop to do the account. So maybe she's down in the basement working out. They're upstairs on her laptop. They've got to be very careful
Right.
to do this when she's not paying attention, like she's in the shower or out for a jog or
Right.
whatever. But that's where his background as a criminal investigator for the IRS comes in, because many of the types of crimes he's probably investigated, he's had to know that if people are doing financial crimes of different types,
Right.
he knows how people can get around. He knows what he's looking for as an investigator, so he knows what other people are looking for. But really just diabolical is the word that keeps coming to my mind. But it really is. I mean, they thought out a lot of this. If this ends up being true, which, you know.
And I wanted to say, Shauna said that she's late. She's been doing a deep clean. You can come over and deep clean our house if you want. I'd be fine with it. And I like what Dreaming says here. I've not really heard her accept any blame or responsibility for her part in this. And I agree with you.
No, she's definitely trying to put it all on him. And
Oh, Rosebud, they put the baby in the basement, or the 4-year-old. Well, at the time, it was 3.5.
The basement entrance is at the back of the house. So when they got there, instead of walking through the front door, they went around to the back, came in, left the little girl in the basement, and then walked up the stairs to the scene. Probably, I'm guessing, so that she wouldn't have to stumble upon it and see it. They probably told her to play with this, wait here, we'll be back.
Yeah.
Whatever they said.
Wait till they present, too, that he had a soundproof glass installed in the house.
Yeah.
Prior to this.
Yeah.
So.
There's probably more.
Yeah. Okay, go on.
And how did you and the defendant communicate with Joe Ryan on Telegram?
By texting.
Did you use any other form of communication on Telegram with him?
Phone call, phone call.
And who was it that spoke on the phone with Joe Ryan when you had that phone call?
I spoke to Joe.
Your Honor, if we can switch from the table to the podium.
Which one? The podium?
Yeah, podium.
Okay, podium. Take the jury home.
When you spoke on the phone, did Joe comment on your accent?
Yes.
What did he say?
That was the first thing he said. As soon as I said hi, he was surprised that I had an accent. And he asked, "Oh, you have an accent?" I didn't know. And I told him, yes.
Now I'm going to show you Commonwealth 73, and I would ask for this to be displayed to counsel and witness only. And if I could have the court's indulgence for just one moment.
Sure. Okay. Do you have something on your screen in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, Commonwealth 73 has been stipulated, admissibility has been stipulated by the parties.
All right, yes, sir. Okay, that's true. Okay, so 73 in evidence. Thank you.
Yep. And so we could publish that to the jury.
Okay.
The daughter's 4 at the time. She's probably 6 or 7 now.
I'm going to scroll. This is a lengthy exhibit, so I'm not going to scroll through all of the bubbles, but I'm just going to scroll through a few pages so that you can get a sense of the two parties communicating. Now, in looking at these conversations, we see that the blue bubbles are from Anastasia. Who is operating the
Yes.
Anastasia profile on Telegram?
Brendan and I.
And then we see the green bubbles are from Joe. The owner is Joe.
Yeah.
Did you come to know who that person was, or did you learn who that person was?
Joe?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just when he came to the house that day, the 24th.
I'm looking at page 2. Joe sends a message on February 20th that says, "I'm looking forward to Friday." Who chose February 24th, 2023 as the date?
Brendan.
And did he say why he chose that date?
He did say why, but right now I can't recall.
I'm going to scroll forward to page 28. Which I apologize for the scrolling, but
They're actually showing the text now.
I know. Sarah's like, is that him? Yeah, that's him.
Yeah. That's the prize.
there is a photograph in one of Joe's posts that I'm going to try to blow up here. Take a look at the photograph. Do you see it in front of you?
Is it the nightstand?
Did Brendan see that photograph?
He did.
And did he make any comments on that photograph?
Yeah,
What did he say?
that was not the knife he was expecting the person to bring. When he asked about the knife, he was expecting
Right.
a pointy knife.
Right, because the guy wasn't
That would
planning on
be-
doing anything with the knife, so it didn't matter what he brought. I really hope prosecution jumps on that because
And I'm going to move down to page 41.
Because it was meant to be more of a prop than an actually
right,
used.
it
Yeah.
was meant to be a prop and not actually used.
Yeah. That's a strong piece of evidence.
I think so.
Yeah.
On page 41, we see the Anastasia profile. Again, is that still you and Brendan?
Yes.
Okay. And the Anastasia profile says, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, I do have a dog. She's very nice, but she will be in the basement." Who sent that message?
Brendan?
I am going to terminate this view here. If I could ask for
He holds
it
his
to be
pen
terminated
weird.
to the gallery.
Mhm.
He holds his pen weird.
He curls it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aw.
Before February 24th, 2023, the day of, did the defendant
Pam.
ask
Thank
you
you,
to
Pam.
do other things to get ready?
It's an avocado blowing kisses. Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Pam.
Thank you
That
very
is
much.
so sweet. I love super stickers. You know that. Thank you so much. That's so cute.
Can you ask
It's blowing hearts.
differently?
But
Sure.
it's so cute.
Did you keep the same cell phone that you initially obtained when you came to the US?
No.
Can you tell me about your cell phone in relation to the date of February 24th, 2023?
Yeah, a few days prior, Brendan told us to trade in our phones.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes,
And why did you do that? Why was it necessary to get a new phone?
because he told me to get rid of my other phone where it had her pictures and our stuff, and because even if I reset my phone, it was to be able to see the things I had before.
And what about your Apple ID? Did you keep the same Apple ID?
I think Wowzer didn't know this either. This is actually the au pair. Nobody recognized her when she first got on the stand because she has let the hair go brown and put on the frumpy clothes and thick glasses to try to not look like she looked in our Instagrams, right?
No, I think she says, "Who is us?"
Oh, who is us?
It's him and her, right?
Oh, I don't know. What is that referring to?
I don't know.
I don't know. I want to point that this is interesting too. So Shauna says he holds his pen like a left-handed person. I have 2 left-handed sisters, and one of my sister's daughters writes with her right hand left-handed. Hope that makes sense. He does. He curls it like.
Could he be putting on a show?
Is he faking his hand?
Is he faking his hand to cause
No way.
doubt? I mean, he's taking a lot of notes.
I mean, his
A
hand
lot of notes.
It is really curled. You don't usually see people write like. I don't know. It stood out though.
Oh, Wowzer said did you see that? She said he told us to change our phones. Wowzer
Oh,
is
okay.
suggesting there's another person involved.
Oh, okay. Oh, like told us. Right. More than the 2 of them.
Interesting.
And Romy 2 says, I'm sure he was the one who was running the show, so to speak. He was the one in control of the plan. And she went along with it. I doubt he would trust her to pull something like this off.
Well, no, she doesn't seem terribly capable, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. So Rosebud says, my whole family's left-handed except for 3. I actually can write with both hands. I'm a dexterist. I think that's how you spell it.
Mm-mm. Yeah, that's a good catch. Wow. That really is a good catch.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't catch it.
Roll Me Too writes like a left-hander, but she's right-handed. Interesting. I don't know. I've never seen people hold their hands like that.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Good catch, though.
ID?
No,
Why did you change Apple IDs?
because they also said that it would be able to see through my Apple ID the things I had on my phone before.
Agreed, Pam.
And did Brendan get a new phone as well?
He did.
Do you know, did it happen at the same time or at a different time than you?
A different time.
And was there anything, were there any changes to the home?
Yes.
And can you talk about that?
They changed all the windows in the house, and Brenda's description of the window was more soundproof. That's how I would say it. I'm not sure if that's how you call it, but that's the description.
Okay. And what, if anything, did he have you do with regard to that?
After they changed all the windows in the house, he told me for us to test, and he had told me to go up to the master bedroom, and he would be outside in the driveway, and he told me for me to scream from the master bedroom to see if he could hear anything from the driveway, but I didn't do it.
Okay. Did you do anything different instead?
Instead, he told me so I could go out in the driveway, and he would go up to the master bedroom, and he would be the one screaming, and I would just tell him whether or not I heard anything, and also from the backyard, because the back of the house had trail and neighbors, and he will make sure people wouldn't hear from there.
And did you do that?
I was out to see if I could hear him, yes.
Hey,
could you?
Pause for a second.
Barely.
And then
Nick wants to know, is this lady charged too? She was charged initially, right?
She was the first one charged. 7 or 8 months after the deaths, she got charged with second degree, and then she took a plea deal to manslaughter, so that her sentence is 10 years. She's now served a little over 2
Mm-hmm.
for this testimony. We think the deal is she goes home to Brazil,
Mhm.
time served, although that's not 100% confirmed. He got charged almost a year later once she made her plea deal.
Right.
So the argument that the defense is going to make is that she's just making all this up to get out of, and that the only reason she was arrested is because they needed a leverage on Brendan.
Mm-hmm.
Which there is actually some truth to that in a way. I mean, the way they did it obviously was strategic.
Right.
They did want to pressure her to be the one to testify against the ringleader, which would be Brendan.
And Nick does not think that's a good deal.
Do you think Brazil? He says, Nick says, "Oh, that's a bad deal. Brazil will off her.
Oh, I don't
She's
know.
safer here."
Wow.
Oh, well, that's interesting. And she's an au pair, so she's not a citizen, so she'll have to go back. Yeah, well, we were talking about that. What happens to her when she goes back to Brazil? Do they even know about this? Really? Does she just, will it really
thank you,
follow
Sonia.
her?
Thank you, Sonia. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Sonia. We appreciate that.
All right. I think it's getting close to the end, so let's keep going.
All right.
And where did you usually park your car?
My car I would park normally in the driveway. Other times I'd park by the mailbox in the cul-de-sac.
And did you park it somewhere else in preparation for February 24th, 2023?
Yeah, the night before I parked in the cul-de-sac.
Why did you do that?
Brendan told me to do so because maybe Joe would come around to see what he was getting himself into, or maybe in the morning, and then he would see a different car, and it would scare him away. And yeah,
I mean, they really thought about a lot of angles on this, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, this is really, really planned out. But that's actually in a weird way that she did something different the night before than what she normally does. It's a break in their pattern, more good evidence.
And then, so those are all things that you did. Did the defendant do anything else in preparation for that day?
yeah, he went around in the neighborhood, checking for ring cameras, doorbell cameras.
Oh, wow.
On the doors. He knew that our neighbor, he didn't have cameras, and our neighbor to our left, and our neighbor John in front of us also didn't have cameras, but he was checking for other neighbors, and also changing his routine so the day that happened, he wouldn't be odd that he was at McDonald's like 6 minutes away. So he started leaving the house earlier to go to work, and he would stop by somewhere else to eat breakfast or something. And yeah, and so that he wouldn't be odd.
Wow.
How did the defendant know that Christine would be out of the home on that morning?
She was
Or, I'm
supposed.
sorry, how did the defendant know that Christine would be at home that morning?
Yeah, she was scheduled to work that Friday morning, and he had told me that he would talk to her out of it to change. And so instead of going to work on that morning, she would be off and she would be at home. And
What was the plan for you and Valerie to be out of the house?
he had said about telling her that Valerie and I would go to the zoo, spend all day at the zoo, and we would be leaving the house early. And so, yeah, that was the plan for me and Valerie.
When did you tell her about the plan?
I told her it was a few days prior to, but I told her in person because he didn't want any messages where I would be asking, telling her about it. So the conversation I had with her was in person a few days prior.
And you said the conversation was in person, and why? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah. Oh, you couldn't hear?
Yeah, why was the conversation in person?
So you don't have you don't be me requesting, talk down her that we're going asking to go and yeah. So he wanted things in person.
And who wanted things in person?
Brendan.
Okay. Was there really an au pair's trip planned for the zoo that morning?
There was not.
When you woke up on the morning of the 24th, what happened first?
I woke up early. I think I had an alarm on my phone and went downstairs to the kitchen.
Do you recall what time you got up?
I would say 6 something.
Did you wake up Valerie that morning?
No, Brendan did.
And who brought Valerie to you that morning?
Brendan.
Did he say anything to you when he left Valerie with you?
She said Christine was asleep.
And what did you do next?
Next, I started getting her ready downstairs. And yeah, for now, I was just getting her ready, like in the living room downstairs.
Job.
Did you or Brendan text Joe that morning?
Yes.
And on what platform?
On what?
On what platform? How did you contact him?
A Telegram.
Okay. And in the Telegram messages, we can see instructions for Joe to park in the driveway.
What exhibit is this? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
What exhibit is this on the
Oh, I
screen?
apologize, Your Honor. This is Commonwealth 73.
73, so it's already in evidence, so
Yes, it
we
is
can
already in
publish it
evidence.
to the
Yep.
jury. Thank you.
Apologize, I'm not exactly on what page. I'm just going to move on. I can't find the page at this moment. How is Joe supposed to get into the house?
I had told him during a phone call that the door would be unlocked.
Okay. And who unlocked the front door?
Brendan did using Christine's cell phone.
And I'm going to show you, I could have the view to be to counsel and the witness only at this point. Commonwealth 231.
Is that 231?
231.
Thank you.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what that is? Do you recognize that?
I would say it's Christine's cell phone.
And do you recognize the app that is showing?
Yes, that's the app that will control the front door lock and the thermostat in the house.
And is this the app that was used to unlock the door?
Yeah,
How is the door going to stay unlocked?
it has to be changed. It has to be deactivated through the app on the cell phone. The person can choose how many minutes the door is gonna lock and
Judge, at this point in time, I'm going to ask to admit Commonwealth's 231.
Any objection?
Okay.
All right, 231
And that can be
Gotcha.
published to the jury.
and published.
Yes. What did Brendan do with the phone, if anything, after he made sure that the door would stay unlocked?
He deactivated the door lock on her phone, and he turned it off and hid the phone in the drawer in the bar area we have, like in the kitchen.
And at this point, we can terminate the view.
All right.
Before the two of you left the house that morning, did you have any other conversation with Brendan?
No, he had, after a text to Joe, he said, Brendan told me he would be leaving the house at that moment, for me to wait a few minutes before leaving the house with Valerie.
What, if anything, did he give you in that morning before the two of you left?
Gun,
What kind of gun?
it's a handgun.
And what did you do with that?
I put it in my pocket, in my sweater.
Who was it that left the house first?
Brendan did.
And what was the plan for him that morning? Where was he going to go and what was going to happen next?
He was going to stay, he was going to go to the McDonald's, which is, say 5-6 minutes away from our house by the clock tower. And he would stay there until whenever I call him.
And what were you supposed to do?
I was supposed to stay in the car with Valerie to put something on her iPad for her to watch. And as soon as I saw Juriah pulling up the driveway, I was supposed to give Christina a call, but her phone would be off, it would go to voicemail, and I was supposed to call him right away and tell him there was somebody strange coming to the house, and that I was scared, and yeah.
Okay. And so let's go step by step. Did you leave the house?
Yeah.
Did you go to the car?
Yes.
And did you put Valerie inside the car?
Yes.
And did you begin to put a show on for her?
Yeah, I was trying to connect her tablet on the Wi-Fi on my phone.
Okay.
So I could put on a show for her on Netflix.
And then what, if anything, did you see after that?
Think of a couple minutes. I do not know how many minutes passed. That's when I saw Joe pulling in the driveway, and I was still parked in the cul-de-sac, and I called Christine's phone and went to voicemail, and I called Brendan right after, as he had instructed me to do.
And did Brendan say why he wanted you to call Christine's phone and then call his phone?
Yeah, so then you'd have the history, the phone call history on her phone that I had tried to call her. Yeah.
And then what happened next? You said you saw Joe arrive.
Mhm.
What, if anything, did you see him do?
He just went straight to the driveway, parked next to Christine's car, and I called. After I called Christine, I called Brendan, and then he picked up the phone, and I was telling him just the way he had said, and like there is somebody strange, I know, coming to the house. I'm scared. and he told me for me to stay there. He would be coming home, and that he would try to also call Christine.
I'm going to go backwards a little bit. Do you recall when it was that Brendan told you, when Joe arrives, call Christine and then call me? Do you recall when he told you that?
It was throughout the whole process when I think he had all his plan in his mind, and then he just told me how things were going to happen. This is gonna happen. You do this, and then you do that, and that's gonna happen. But I cannot say for sure like the period like when that was. I cannot say it.
At this point, you've seen Joe Ryan go into the house, you've made your phone calls. What, if anything, happened at this point?
After I call Brendan, he says he's coming, and then a few minutes pass. Again, I don't know how many minutes, but it felt like forever. And he arrived. He parked his car next to the mailbox, and he got out the car. He was crossing the street, and I got out the car. I got Valerie out of the car too. Then we went following him to the back of the house, to the door that leads us into the basement.
Okay. And whose idea was it to go into the basement?
Brenda's.
And whose idea was it for all of you to go into the basement?
Brendan.
And did all three of you go into the basement together?
Yeah.
And when you accessed the basement, did you go in through the front door of the house? Did you go in through the back door of the house? How did you get in?
The three of us got into the house through the basement door, which was in the back of the house.
And when the three of you went into the basement, did anyone lock the door to the outside that you had just come in after you went inside?
No, after when I saw it, I did not recall locking the door or doing anything to the door.
Do you recall if their dog was in the basement when you went inside?
I saw her in a flash. And also because I knew she was going to be there in the basement. But what happened with her after that, I don't know.
Okay. Did she go upstairs with you?
What is it?
I'll move on. So is Valerie still with you at this point in time while you're in the basement?
Yes.
Okay. And so what did you do with Valerie?
Bernard told us to stay there in the basement. And again, I knew we were supposed to stay there, she and I. And he went upstairs to the main floor.
Okay. And what if anything did you do?
I just stayed with her. And after a couple minutes passed by, and I had told her for you to like stay here. And then I also went upstairs to the main floor.
Was that something that you decided to do, or was that a part of, was that something that you were told to do?
It was something I was told to do. It was part of his plan.
Say that again?
It was part of his plan.
Okay. And when you say it was a part of his plan, whose plan?
Brenda's.
Okay. So you left Valerie in the basement, and you said you went upstairs?
Mm-hmm.
When you got to the main level, did you or Brendan lock the door at the top of the basement stairs?
I do not recall doing that.
And what, if anything, did you do next?
When I got to the main floor, Brendan was standing at the bottom of the stairs that lead us upstairs. And and he was just listening. Then he gestured to me like for me to wait, just listen to the sound. And the sound was like slapping. That's when you're slapping somebody, that's the sound we could hear.
And what, if anything, happened after that?
I think we were listening to that sound for a few seconds, and he took his gun out. And because I also had the gun with me, I just did the same. And he proceeded to go upstairs, and I just followed him upstairs to the master bedroom.
Who opened the bedroom door?
Brendan?
Did you go inside the bedroom?
Yes.
And what did you see when you went inside the bedroom?
When we first get into the bedroom, I could see that the bed we have in the master bedroom was kind of tall. And so from my point of view, all I could see was like Joe. At the moment I knew it was Joe, like on top of Christine, in a way, on this pipe holding her down. And that was my first view as soon as I get into the bedroom.
Were you able to tell, were you able to see Christine at all at that point?
At that point, no.
Did anyone say anything when the two of you went into the bedroom?
Yeah, when I got to the bedroom, Brendan said, he yelled, "Police officer." And Christine's first reaction, that was the first time I heard she say anything at that point. And she yelled back at Brendan, saying, "Brendan, he has a knife." And yeah, that's when Brendan first shot Joe.
Did you see Joe before he was shot?
Yeah,
What did he look like when he saw Brendan?
shocked.
After Brendan shot Joe, did anyone say anything?
If anyone said anything?
Yeah, did anyone say anything in the room at that point?
Yeah, because Brendan ran to Christine. She was still on the floor, and I think that point she had seen me, and she said she had asked what you do to Brendan. I think regarding to that he shot Joe, and she said my name. She told me, "Juliana, call 911."
And what did you do?
I called 911.
And what happened after you called 911?
At that point, Joe was already shot, so that's the sound in the background. And Brennan looks at me and just, in a way, for me, like to hang up the call.
Did he tell you? Did he say, "Juliana, hang up the call"?
No, he did not.
How did he communicate to you?
A gesture.
And what gesture did he make?
This.
And so what did you do after he made that gesture?
I hung up the phone, the phone call.
What, if anything, happened next?
Next, he was on top of Christine. Joe was laying there, and did that for me to grab a towel from the master bathroom. We have the closet, and I just ran to the master bathroom and grabbed him a towel and to bring it to him.
And at this point in time, could you see Christine?
Yes.
What did you see Brendan do next?
When I was bringing him the towel, he got on top of her, and that's when I first saw him stabbing her with a knife.
Where on her body was he stabbing her?
The neck.
And were you able to see whether or not he stabbed her one time or more than one time?
When I first saw that happening, I ran to the other side of the bed, and I was just crouching down on myself and covering my ears and covering my eyes. And a few times I looked, and I was able to see him stabbing her, and he would stab, and other times he would hold the knife in a position how that was.
Wow.
You said he was holding the knife in a position.
Yeah.
How was he holding it?
This position, I think when the way he stabbed, he was just kind of like holding it, putting pressure on it.
And was he just holding on to the knife at that point, or was he still stabbing her?
I was holding on to the knife.
Did you stab Christine at all?
I did not.
Did you touch Christine at all at this point?
No,
Did you get any blood on you?
I did.
And how did you get blood on you?
The blood on my hands, I remember, because at some point when he was stabbing her, I was kneeling, like, she was here, and Brenna was like stabbing her, and I came closer, and it was right here, and I knelt on the carpet, and I had put my hands on the carpet, and as soon as I felt blood, I just removed my hands from the carpet.
Why? What did the blood feel like?
It was warm.
Did you get blood on any other part of you?
Yeah. It was on my shoes, but also on my socks.
How did you get blood on your shoes?
Walking around, I would say, freaking out, and I was pacing back and forth, and it was pacing and staying in place, covering my eyes and ears, and I didn't want to hear their conversation, and so I don't truly know like how I got blood on my socks.
When did you take off your shoes?
when Brendan had told me 21, 28, he was telling me basically to go to the master, to the closet, to the safe. And he was telling me 21, 28, and it took me a while to know what he was talking about. And I was like, 21, 28, what? And we said safe. And before I started going to the closet, he told me take off your shoes. And I took off my shoes, and I proceeded going to the safe. I got my tiptoes, like with my socks on.
Why was it that you went to the safe?
Huh?
Why did you go to the safe?
Because it was also part of his plan, and for reasons I can't make sense of them now, given that I had the gun with me that morning. Yeah.
But he wanted you to go to the safe?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you a series of photographs at this point. And they are going to be Commonwealth 74, 75, 76, 77, and 78. And if I could have them displayed to the witness and counsel only, please.
Okay.
I'm going to scroll through these photos, and I'm going to ask you some questions about them. So this is Commonwealth 74, 75, 76, 77, and 78. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
These photos were taken at the police headquarters on the day that happened. And the last picture, it's a picture of my shoes and my socks.
And the photos that show us 74, 75, 76, and 77, are those a true and accurate depiction of the clothing that you were wearing that day?
Yes.
And is 78 a true and accurate depiction of the shoes and socks that you were wearing that day?
Yeah.
Judge, at this point in time, I would ask for the court to publish these to the jury.
Push them in evidence.
I'm sorry,
Any
admit them into evidence and then publish them to the jury.
No objection from the defense, 75, 76, 77, and 78 in evidence.
And I'm just going to click through them so that they can publish. And we can terminate that view, please.
Okay.
What did you do next?
I'm sorry. Oh.
What did you do next? After 21, 28, you went to the safe, came back. What did you do at that point?
At that point, that's when I stand in front of the dresser and the TV, and I'm telling Brendan that Joe is moving. He was moving, and Brendan, he doesn't have any reaction to that whatsoever. And I just start telling him he's moving, he's behind you, and that's when I fired the shot too.
that's when you, could you say that again?
I fired
And when you say you fired what?
a gun
The gun that was where?
in my, that I had in my pocket, the handgun.
Did you hit anyone?
Yes,
Who'd you hit?
Joe.
What happened after you shot Joe?
After I shot him, he falls back.
Did you see Brendan touch Joe's body after you shot him?
Touching, no.
Did you see him interacting with Joe or Christine after you shot Joe?
Well, he was still stabbing Christine, and he got her blood in a handful of blood, and he starts dripping on Joe's body.
Did you ever call 911 again?
Yes,
Why did you call 911 again?
I called 911 again when he told me Brendan told me he was ready for me to call.
And when you made that call, do you recall what you said?
I think I do not remember everything he said. I remember saying that I guess a friend of mine was being stabbed and somebody was shot, and I couldn't talk the rest of the call. So Brendan took the lead, and he was the one talking to the responder on the phone call.
Did the police arrive that day after you called 911?
They did.
What did you do when the police arrived?
The person on the phone, the 911, she told me to not hang up on the phone and go make sure the front door is open. And so I went downstairs to make sure the door was open. And that's when they were already at the door at that point.
And that day, on the day that the murders took place, did you speak to the police that day?
Yes. I think the first time I spoke to the police was in the driveway, and they took Valerie and I to the police headquarters.
Did you talk to the police when you got to headquarters?
Yes.
And did you tell the detectives that you spoke with that day about the things that you testified to here today?
Though what I told the detectives that day, it was the version Brendan had told me. If I was ever to talk to a lawyer, or this is ever going to happen, like this is what happened. The version I told the detectives that day, and that I eventually also told his lawyer the same version.
Ms. Bristler, is this a good break point for the day? Yes. Possibly? Yes. All right, you want to check with?
Judge, if I could have 1 moment.
Yes.
Yes, Judge, this is a fine place to stop.
All right. right, just stay right there, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, since it's 5 o'clock, we're going to go ahead and release you for the day. Just a reminder tonight, don't look at any news, don't look at any social media, do not talk to anybody about this case, and please do not do any outside research, okay? And Deputy Johnson will take you back, and just make sure you get here tomorrow at the correct time so we can start right on time tomorrow at 10 a.m., okay? Perfect, thank you.
Well, okay, I guess I'll just start over.
Just start over.
I guess I was just saying,
We started with
well, there
caring
she
for all.
goes. Yeah,
And I said something like, well, there we have it
she's
for
a
today.
little bitty woman.
What do we think? And you said you were talking about the planning and the meticulous.
Yeah, just how meticulous all this was, all the planning that went into it. And I mean, they thought of every possible thing, every detail, from where their cars were the night before, and the safe. I'm still not quite sure I understand the safe. I'll have to think about that. Why he wanted her to go open the safe and take her shoes off before going in there. But something I guess I misunderstood from the opening arguments this morning, the 911 call was upstairs, the first one.
Mhm.
So she did, and she's saying this when Christine told her to call 911, she did. And then he gives her like the no, hang up. And then she hangs up. And so that moaning in the background was Joe. So just, oh, they can hear now, right?
Yeah, they can hear now.
Oh, yeah.
Give us a 1 if you can hear now.
So she was talking and communicating, and Joe, of course, is shocked. And it's just so insane what they did. A lot could have gone wrong. A little bit did go wrong. Her making that 911 call was a mistake.
Thank you, Sophie. Deanna, quilting.
Yeah. Man, it's just so insane. It's hard to wrap your head around all of it. But then, so what I was saying earlier was our original belief that the 911 call happened upstairs was accurate.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I misunderstood the opening statement this morning. I thought it happened downstairs, but that's not right. And the audience is a little bit split on what they think of believing the au pair. Could it be a little bit of both? Maybe at times she
seems so emotionless about it.
Yeah. And people are saying it's rehearsed. I'm sure it is rehearsed to a certain extent. She's probably, they can't quite coach them, but she's probably thought about what she's going to say multiple times. She's given these statements countless times, probably.
Right.
The story's changed somewhat. And so I know the defense is going to go in on that.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least she left out details.
Caring for All says he needs to plead guilty now. Let's see. States may have been setting her up as a robbery after unaliving to make her take the fall. That's definitely a possibility. Chicky says this is crazy. This whole trial is just crazy. These people and him, and he should be ashamed. Yes, I hope I don't know. He needs to go away for a long time. I hope she does too. Well, she made a deal, so we're not exactly sure what her destiny is going to be. And Deanna, yeah, I kind of agree with that.
Yeah. I mean, he's not doing himself any favors in there.
Yeah, exactly. Why would she know how to open their safe in a normal situation? Great question.
Yeah, I don't get the safe part. And all the planning with the phones and when to send the texts. I mean, there's so much thought. And the windows.
You know, Real Me Too is our veteran trial watcher. And what she's saying here is very accurate. Do you want to read it?
Okay. There's no way she had the smarts to come up with this. She did go along though, and she should be in prison longer, but they need her.
Right.
Yeah, this is not her plan. No way. I mean, this is his plan. And, you know, in a perfect world, she goes away for at least, I mean, yes, for a long time, as long as possible.
Yes, Quilting. I think she's told that story a lot. And Susanna says she has no regrets. There is no remorse. That's what it seems like. Oh, Sharon, I didn't know you were in here.
Good to see you, Sharon.
Nice to see you.
Did they need her? Did they have to have her?
I think so.
You think they had to have her, even with everything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they thought they needed her. I mean, neither attorney is very aggressive.
No, they're not.
They seem to be going through the motions quite a bit.
And they're all very experienced attorneys, both sides.
And Karen said, yeah, the safe thing. Why would she not know the answer?
I don't know.
Yeah. And Real Me Too says, sounds like you had a backup plan in case the first one failed.
Yeah.
Yeah. And NorCal says maybe after a couple of years behind bars, she's hardened. True. And Blessed Happy Nana says, how can she not have any emotions at all? She appears as evil as he is. I agree.
I mean, you know, you take care of the little girl for 2 years and you get involved to kill her mother.
I know,
knowing what you're doing to this little child that you've taken care of since she was 3 years old or so. You know.
I mean, the only thing I can think of, because he's not, I mean, in my opinion, he's not a terribly desirable looking man.
No.
I've never heard him in interviews or anything like that, so I don't know what he's like. But all I can think is maybe what I think maybe you had suggested is that she thought she could have a better life.
Well, yeah.
If she went along with this. And maybe she thought she was in love. I don't know.
I mean, you know, he had power over her.
Right.
And, you know.
Kat, that's a good point. She said you'd have to have a hard heart already in order to do this.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean.
Yeah. I don't understand it.
I
really don't.
That's where you just say, you know, I'm good. I'll just go back home to Brazil. The au pair thing's not working out.
It's time for me to go.
And
get placed with another family.
Yeah, I think I quit.
Yeah.
You know, here's my 2 weeks notice.
Right. Hi, Hobo Mom.
You don't just go along. I mean, so she's very dark to have gone along with this.
Yeah. Angel Wing says, I'm speechless with this trial. I know. It's crazy.
I don't know what to, I know. It's just, it's like we say sometimes there's certain crimes you can understand almost, even if they're terrible. Like you can understand a bank heist gone wrong or a crime of passion in the moment or something. Like it's terrible, but to do this is just over just not wanting to divorce, not wanting to just, I don't want to split the house. I don't want to pay alimony and then she'll end up with more money than I have.
Right.
So instead, it's just
disassociation.
It's psychopathic. It really is. I mean, it is evil. It's just seeing people as a tool, and to stand at the base of the stairs. And I don't know how many years he was married to that woman. But to hear her getting tortured, beat, whatever he was hearing, it's for what? Your wife, you know?
I know.
And you're just kind of, okay, we're going to wait another
Well-
30 seconds of her getting, you know, like it's just,
Not everybody's as lucky as I am.
yeah. You wouldn't do that.
Oh, if somebody laid
Good grief.
a finger on my head, you would lose your mind.
That you plan it and then you just stand there and listen to that.
Mhm.
It's just.
He's a good protector for our family for sure. Go ahead and read Rosebuds.
I really don't think he wanted her at all. He wanted his wife gone, and he used her opening up the safe that told it all right there. Her prints would have been on it.
Mm-hmm.
It would have looked like a robbery.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, angel wings. I think they should rot in prison. And Aunt E says there are some holes in the story, in my opinion.
There are.
And Aunt E, you should be eating dinner and turning off YouTube. You've been on YouTube all day.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like he would have been destitute or anything.
Right. And Hobo Mom says, I don't understand how someone could just plan something like this. Like it's no big deal. I know. It's just, it's beyond comprehension for me. I think that's why it was so fascinating to us when we first heard it. We were like, this can't get any crazier. It can't get, but it keeps getting crazier.
I mean, obviously nothing's worth any, doing this to anybody, much less, I mean, it's just unfathomable to all of us. I mean, but you put your daughter, the only thing
take away your daughter's mother.
Yeah.
Your daughter's mother.
Right. Just for what?
For selfishness.
And it's not like he's cornered. It's you or me. He's going to, it's just a divorce. It's not like
there's a lot of other ways that could happen. Maybe if he wanted to be a philanderer, he could have said, hey, I'm interested in having an open marriage or something, different than this choice.
Yeah.
Maybe he could float that idea or something.
So I don't know. I mean, I know that it's almost like every time you think you couldn't hear anything crazier, there's something crazier around the corner.
Right.
I don't know if we'll ever hear one quite like this. This is
nuts.
It's just it's just jaw dropping.
Real Me Too says crazy how people are never satisfied to give up a beautiful home and a career for a jail cell. No kidding.
Yeah.
And Butterfly Kisses says, Mrs. E, you are truly blessed. You guys seem to be a really awesome match. Well, so far so good.
But we've never had an au pair.
We did have a nanny once. Yes, we did. One summer we had a nanny because when Biggie was little and I was pregnant with Little E.
Yeah.
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 And we needed help because I was
big
as a house.
We didn't have a live-in.
No.
No.
But that one summer we had to have help because I couldn't do all of it.
Yeah.
It was just too hard.
But I know some of the stuff I heard people talking about before this case came up was like just even the having the nanny come live in your home and all that stuff. And
I wouldn't want anybody living in our
home.
I always thought I might want an Alice, like a Brady Bunch Alice, but after this, I'm good. I'm good.
I don't know. It's just so.
And Aunt E says she's done.
Yeah, get the nanny that looks like Mrs.
I just don't understand if you're wanting to unalive your wife. Why bring in? I mean, well, she's innocent too, so don't get me wrong.
I know.
But why bring in another person? Like have so little value for someone's life.
I know. There's like so many levels of madness and evil. It's like every time you think it's like one step of evil gets trumped by another over and over, like throughout. So like you're betraying her, you're betraying your daughter, this even this stranger you don't know.
Right.
You're even getting involved. The au pair that you supposedly are in love with, you're implicating her in a new crime. Right. You're destroying your own life. You're a disgrace to your parents. You go out and try to make her look like she's all into this extramarital
say.
affair. You disgrace her memory.
Well, that's what
like
I was
there's
going to
just
say.
just a never ending. It's like every.
Well, if he got away, let's just say he got away with it and none of this ever happened.
Yeah.
Her family, just the daughter, their impression of their mother, of the mother and the daughter, and,
right.
you know, the loved ones and the friends that this would have left with them.
Yeah.
Had he gotten away with it.
Yeah.
It's beyond me.
Makes you wonder what people have gotten away with sometimes.
Oh,
you know,
don't make my stomach hurt when you say stuff like that.
But man, well, anyway, so we'll be here tomorrow, 10 o'clock. It sounds like they're going to start.
So you say. We'll see. I don't know. I might be out.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, this person's saying it's not love. No, if you anyone capable of doing that to your wife or whatever, they were never actually in love. He was just a user. She was convenient for whatever years she was with him, and then she became an obstacle.
And see, also being with someone, it's the same thing. Like when you're with like when you cheat with a married person, if they're willing to cheat with you on their marriage, and you think that you're going to have a happy life with them,
right?
You're sadly mistaken.
Yeah.
So who's to say that if he got away with this, he wouldn't do the same thing to her when he got tired of her?
I mean, if the au pair was mature and bright enough to think of that, she should realize, you know,
and
that when the time came.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a life insurance policy too, Redbud.
Probably
Rosebud.
is.
I said Redbud.
I'm sure there is one because he's, you know, him being IRS and her being a nurse, and they're both kind of responsible. Probably.
I got to read Dreaming's comment. Dreaming says, I wouldn't mind to have a chef just come in and cook and then leave each day. I don't want anyone else to stay in my home. That would be weird.
Right.
The only people I feel comfortable staying in our house is my mom and sister, really. Anybody else that's stayed, I don't really feel comfortable.
Well, that's going to be a long morning. I think they're going to talk to her for a few hours. She's the whole case.
Yeah.
Really. So the defense is going to have to try to pick her apart. And
I don't
she's
know,
got some
though.
problems.
Does he have it in him? He seems pretty mild himself.
I've got no questions, Your Honor.
Nah.
I mean, it's his only chance really to get he's going to have to mess her up.
Yeah.
I don't know that he's going to get her rattled, because she almost seems like she's distracted, doesn't even, you know.
I don't get it. I don't get it. If I were the prosecutor, is the prosecutor allowed to talk to her outside? I guess she would be, right?
Yeah, they're just not supposed to like tell them the questions that are coming, and specifically, you know, there's stuff like that.
So what I would do is pull her aside and say, you better get your butt together or this deal's going to go down.
Oh, I'm sure that's been placed in her ear.
Well, she doesn't seem to care. She seems ambivalent.
I know. Yeah, Deanna says the defense is going to rip her a new one.
I hope so.
Yeah, I'm sure they've got, because her statements have been inconsistent. Like there's things about what was said in the bedroom and stuff that she didn't say today that they've said in the past, and yeah.
Angel Wings wants to make sure you have Nightbot under control tomorrow. I turned most of those off and like set them very far apart, so hopefully that'll work.
Yeah, Nightbot was crazy today.
And Angel of Light, I'm sorry you're feeling sick from treatment. Middle E was feeling pretty bad last week. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well,
and Hobo Mom's going to the doctor tomorrow. Yes, I hope your numbers are good. I hope everything's good. Let's see. I guess that's it for the day. I'm pretty tired, and I wasn't even here the whole day.
I know. I'm ready to stand.
Are you ready to stand?
I may have to get the standing computer desk.
Yeah.
It's too hard for me to sit this long.
I know.
I might set it up different tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, you guys, thank you for hanging out with us today. We appreciate you. I hope you enjoyed yourself. And I know that you can be anywhere, and you chose to be with us, and we appreciate that.
Thank you, everybody. We do appreciate you hanging with us. And
thank you to our moderators
that
have been here all day, too. You guys are amazing. And if you haven't hit that like button, please do so. We would appreciate it. And you all have a wonderful night.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night.
We remember you you. We'll shine a light for you. We're holding on to hope for you. We remember you. We remember you. Ooh. We're still here for you. We'll shine our